or not? Give me some feedback, YouTube. Let me understand what you're doing. All right, I see a counter here, so I think we're good to go. All right, so everybody, welcome back to We Play Games. I'm Walker, and here we are with Humankind Post-Mortem Mortician's Cut. So for whatever reason, I don't know, I'm not here to explain like precise motivations here, but I decided to effectively take all of last month off to just like write a grotesquely enormous AAR about Humankind. Now this is meant primarily as a form of feedback, I think, for Amplitude Studios, but the nature of the document is so long that it is kind of impossible for anyone whose job it is to interact with feedback to attempt to read this. So what we're going to be doing today is doing this as an audiobook. I'm going to attempt as much as possible to allow the text to speak for itself, so I'm mostly going to be focusing on just reading this thing out. I've decided that I'm not going to read any of the footnote jokes. If you want to read the footnote jokes, you have to actually read the thing. And I also don't really know if I want to recommend that people like watch this video before reading the AAR. I don't know how you want to interact with this object other than to encourage you to attempt to glean something from it. So without further ado, I guess I'm here to just rock and roll. Now there will be cases like especially when it comes to the art history where we are going to take a little bit of deviation from the text itself, as well as opportunities for us to discuss different parts of the feedback and things that are sort of like metatextual to the structure of the AAR itself beyond what I think is probably in the text. So don't think that this is going to be pure audiobook. That is why it is the Mortician's Cut, because there are going to be some things that we're going to expand on. And speaking of, I'm going to go ahead and get us rolling with a little bit of music here, just so that way it's not just me reading an AAR that I wrote like 3 weeks ago to an empty room. But here we are. We Play Games presents Humankind Post-Mortem. Now, for those of you who are familiar with Rembrandt with the anatomy lesson here, you'll know that this character is dead, unlike in the gross clinic that I used for vivisection, where it is vivisection, it is an operation on a living thing. Here, Rembrandt is depicting a mortician actually operating on a dead body. But what's something that's particularly interesting about this painting to me is that it's beautiful in form. I love Rembrandt's creation of characters. I just think that like all of these people look so good and so much motion and like written into their faces. But there's also like a really interesting element to this painting in particular, which is that the Nicolaus Tulp, the doctor here who's performing the autopsy, he's actually not performing the autopsy correctly. He is actually looking at the tendon first rather than looking into the guts of the dead criminal here. And I think that that's sort of emblematic of like what I want you to be thinking about when it comes to this critique in particular. It really, you need to be careful about how you dissect an object, because if you dissect it and look at it the wrong part of the game at the wrong time, then you're not going to understand what's going on. And that's true of Humankind, and it's true of most 4Xs. So here we go. Let's kick this. Oh, I want to apologize to anyone who's actually looking at this. Unfortunately, there is no dark mode for Google Docs, and the widget that you use that like switches it over to dark mode makes all of the art also invert color. So we're not doing that. So I have to apologize to anyone who has to stare at a mostly burning white screen, but it is what it is. So here we are. Prologue. Same rules, different game. For those of you brave enough to have already read Eat the Planet, hi Bruno, you know that this document is about to get really and truly unhinged. I don't like retreading the same ground though, liar. So if you really only care about 4X game design, go read that, but fortunately I think games are good enough these days that we don't have to think about them as existing merely in one dimension. Humankind is at once one of those brilliantly designed games I've ever played while also being functionally unplayable. I think this is something that I repeat all over the place in terms of my HK content, so I hope people get here. I hope nobody thinks that this statement is being made to appease both fans as well as critics, but simply represents my truest feelings on the game. I think the systems, which are very frequently critiqued in public forums, actually largely work, and while there are mechanical balance problems, honestly like 99% of them can be solved by borrowing Bruno's math from VIP or just playing on VIP. Potato is 100% right on that one. The game is meaningfully better on VIP than it is on vanilla, but that only tells a part of the story, as the weaknesses of the game are not merely mechanical. The biggest weakness of the game is not in the systems or the mechanics, but rather in the most important and basic element of game design, player communication. We're going to talk about this as the game goes on, but there are some really critical elements of the user interface that do not work in Humankind that also do not work in most 4Xs. So just like the I Just Want to Play Humankind stream, this is a dissection of Humankind and trying to understand, why the game failed, but it's also trying to interpret why 4X games are in such bad shape these days. There are some great games that are operating, under the surface, but there are so many games aimed at mass appeal that fail in that main target. And I think it's because of this, because the player communication in these games is not good because of the choices being made in terms of development. So, game designers have many tools available to communicate with the players these days, be it pop-ups or what widgets are on your HUD, or the elements of the tutorial, or the behaviors of the AI, or the kind of coverage they encourage content creators to produce. Ultimately, unfortunately for all of us, when a game fails to communicate what it is really about, what its fundamental essence truly is, it makes the game effectively indecipherable to anyone only giving it a cursory game glance. Humankind, in my opinion and experience, is precisely such a game. On the surface, Humankind is precisely what it bills itself to be, and this is a little copy editing joke for those of you who want no spoilers. Why is one of these full caps? Why is one of them not? On the surface, Humankind is precisely what it bills itself to be, a historical 4X offering the player access to most of the fundamental tools for building the framework of human civilization in a game that pursues elegance and simplicity. The vast majority of the time when Humankind makes a decision, I think it makes the right decision, but unfortunately for the game, unfortunately for an amplitude, unfortunately for my real and active desire to get to 1,000 hours on the game, which we're moving in that direction. We're at 403 now, but that's still pretty far from it. I think it has made a few enormous and egregious errors in regards to some of the most important elements of a game, and I think that something like that can largely be stated to be true looking at the active player count. Although I will say that the active player count has recovered a bit since the failure of Civilization 7, but like that is not a pure ontological good. If you think about what happens if a large studio drops out of producing 4X games, that's going to hurt the entire genre, I promise, just because of the way that those larger games are aimed to bring people into the genre rather than put them off from it. That said, this is not going to be an AAR. I'm going to be playing a game on vanilla. Yo, what's up, Daedalus? We're just here starting. You've only missed the very beginning of the introduction. But yeah, if you see anything in terms of feedback that you think is important, that you want me to bold and underline, that's the tool that I try to use in order to communicate most directly with Amplitude developers. I don't know if they're ever going to read any of this, but if you see something that you think is important for me to highlight, just tell me. I can bold and underline because this is my document. We can edit it however we want to. But yeah, we're just now starting. So that said, this is not going to be an AAR. I'm going to be playing a game on vanilla and using it to talk about the different elements of the game, be it the many things I love and really hope make a return in HK2. I don't know if they're going to do one, but I hope they do because this game's great. The things that I think work but need Bruno's numbers, and the things that need to be fixed up, but I don't really expect but do not expect it to have the same kind of narrative flow as an AAR. Yeah, Humankind's a great game, but it is desperately flawed, which is what we're going to see here. That just play on VIP. It'll make your life a lot easier, especially if you're doing single player. Multiplayer vanilla we're going to be doing, and I think that will also help show the strengths of the game, but the communication in Humankind is not good. We're really not playing a game here. We're not looking at Endless Legend 2 for the first time, eyes wide and maw open. We are here as morticians. We are here to perform an autopsy on Humankind. So that's our introduction here, our prologue. Now, some of the pieces of art I don't think are going to require interpretation. Some of them I do also think speak for themselves, but some of them I've also literally written an interpretation into the text, so we will use that where it is appropriate. But I think one of the most important things when it comes to setting up an AR is helping people understand what it is that they're going to be looking for in the gameplay, so that way I can just show you some screenshots and have you figure it out from there, so that way the pacing of this will gradually pick up as we go in. But that means that we have to start in the guts of the object. We have to start with this. What is an engine builder? This is Fight with Cudgels, but because there is an analysis here, I'm not going to talk about it first. We'll just read it. So part 1, what is an engine builder? At its heart, two of the systems within Humankind I love the most are the Fame system and the Era system and the interplay between them. But equally important to me, also Daedalus, if the audio levels are off, let me know. I can adjust things. Hopefully the music is coming through, but you can still hear me. Let's see. At its heart, two of the systems within humankind I love the most are the fame system and the era system, and the interplay between them. But equally important to me are the diverse set of problems, both fundamental as well as narrative, that these systems seek to solve. As a person who majored in history, I have an abundant love of any game that even attempts to act as a simulacrum of the human experience. Once upon a time, for me, that itch was only scratchable with the Civilization series, but in high school, I discovered EU2 MyMap. I think it was MyMap AGC EEP. I cannot tell you how many like nights I stayed up until 3 in the morning playing EU2. Too many. It definitely hurt my GP, my grade point average pretty brutally in junior year, but it was worth it. And from then on, I could feel myself slowly peeling away from Civilization, solidified when Civ 5 dropped. I still think Civ 4 is the best Civ game. If you want to disagree with me and at me with incorrect opinions on this stream, feel free to. I love Civ 4. I never really left the 4X genre though, as the genre still offered me precisely the experience I love about Magic and other board games, balancing short and long-term strategic goals and the consequences of choice. This is the single most important thing, I think, when it comes to creating a 4X game that's actually going to communicate well with players and give them reasons to keep playing, to give them a replayability that's beyond, you want meta progress. Give them a way to learn, to experience the game you've built. In Battle Mode's video, Stop Making 4X Games, the creator suggests that 4X games should aim to be more like board games. In truth, I think there are many ways in which they already are or aim to be, and especially looking at grand strategy games, which not exactly 4X's, but close enough, like Europa Universalis, first designed as a board game, it's not difficult to see the cross-pollination of design principles and problems to solve. One of the uncomfortable truths about any game, be it a board game, a 4X, or even Mario Kart, is that games largely become uninteresting for most parties when the outcome becomes inevitable. While there are some sadomasochists like myself who will die fighting for second place, in my experience, the vast majority of players are either playing to win or playing to have fun, and the overlap between those two experiences is noticeable for a lot of people I game with. Even if people are attempting to play casually, whenever Terry, who's our friend who's just a lot better at Mario Kart than everyone else I know in real life, when she is a full lap ahead of everyone and we're all throwing shells at each other instead of at her, it's fun but only in a desperate kind of way. It's a much better gaming experience when the outcome is unknowable, when the tension is real and the opportunity to claw back into the game is not a figment of your imagination but a product of the game's rules itself. You can design games with catch-up mechanics or rules or tools that punish a player for being ahead. You can create forms of friction. I don't think that's inherently wrong, but one of the staples of the 4X genre is snowballing. And so game designers are constantly scrambling, looking for ways to offset small player advantages early from creating an inevitable victory 20 turns in and then restarting the game. This is a big problem when it comes to a lot of 4Xs. It's just the way that the games are built, unfortunately, though it is a fixable problem. I promise you that this is far less of a problem in board games, though, as a result of the way the games are designed, with player interaction and agency in the forefront. If one player is just way ahead in diplomacy, not that I like diplomacy, but this is a stand-in for any board game with player interaction, you don't need a catch-up mechanic to punish the player who's ahead. The other player should do it for you or suffer the ignominy of defeat. This is a fundamental design step that I think a lot of developers, not necessarily Amplitude developers, but absolutely 100% some of the other devs I've attempted to work with, really misunderstand. Rather than understanding that AI is an operational tool that the player can interact with, get rewarded and punished by, play along with, and learn from, way too many developers fall into the logic trap of assuming that the AI simply needs to be able to make the game fun for the player, all while failing to use the basic Occam's razor that if the AI can play the game well enough to interact with the player, you do not need stupid catch-up mechanics or punishment for winning. The AI can make the world feel more responsive and alive for you instead. There was basically another paragraph that I kind of wanted to add here in regards to utilizing the Occam's razor on the AI, but we talk a lot about it later, so I'm not going to worry about it right now. Board games can, this is where we're diving in on engine building. So, board games can and still do have rules that tend to produce different tempos, however, and one of my favorites is a game that I think reflects very positively on humankind, Wingspan. I also, for the structure of the form, did not put a footnote here, Daedalus, but I did a Wingspan stream that I guess I'm probably going to pin in this stream later. But if you're interested in learning how to play Wingspan, then I'd watch that. It'll get you rolling, and then you can watch better content creators score 150 points in base game. But it'll show you the basic fundamentals. For those of you unfamiliar with the game or the genre, Wingspan is an engine-building tableau-based card game by Stonemaier Games. Hopefully you know by now that all of those terms are meaningless, just let them wash over you like rain whenever they get stressful, but Wingspan, on the surface at least, seems like a chill game about birds. The music reinforces this if you were lucky enough to own it digitally or good enough on paper that your wife, my Eileen, will not play it with me in paper unless we can get 2 more people to play with, so that way she can focus her game on making me lose, because that's Eileen's victory condition, honestly. Within the context of Wingspan, the goal of the game is similar to Humankind: get the most victory points at the end of the game. If you are not familiar with victory points as a victory condition or unsold on it within the context of a 4X game, because I know that there are people who don't like Fame, but I can tell you with absolute certainty that board game designers gravitate towards victory points these days precisely because it removes or limits the importance of player elimination on victory conditions. This is a multiplayer mindset, by the way, as it is a game design choice made to attempt to make sure that everyone remains engaged with the game as long as possible. I hear a lot of people talking about, oh, it's a difference between single player and multiplayer in regards to 4Xs. That's mostly not true. Most of those people have not played multiplayer, therefore do not understand multiplayer. As someone who has played way too much multiplayer and single player, there really is not a big difference between multiplayer and single player. It really just boils down to, do you understand the fundamentals? But there are definitive choices that you can make in terms of design to sort of emphasize playability and accessibility, and most of those things are things that come from multiplayer concepts like board game design, just making sure people are invested. I can say that as someone who has played probably more games of Twilight Imperium than you, that I can tell you that not all games benefit from victory points. The agony of being trapped in a game that lasts literally 8 hours and you know that you're out of contention by hour 4.5 but must continue to play on anyways for the benefit of your friends is one of the obvious edge cases where victory points do not produce a positive player experience all the time. That's not to say that I don't like Twilight Imperium. I do actually really love that game, but I think it's a little different in a game like that. Yeah, not many players play multiplayer. That's fine. It's not about creating it so that you have to play multiplayer. It's about creating rules that encourage player agency and player interaction in a way where the game feels alive, that it creates the sort of, that it reinforces the sort of tensions that are extant within the fundamentals of the rules itself. So it doesn't really matter if you're playing multiplayer or single player. It really just matters if the game is communicating with you or not, and if the rules help communicate with you or not. And I think that the reason a lot of these 4Xs are not getting the sales numbers that they deserve is that they really fail on communicating with the player, which we'll see as we move this out. But Wingspan attempts to smooth out this experience as much as possible, not through catch-up mechanics or through relying on exclusive player intervention, because intervention is difficult in Wingspan, but by the design space it's operating within. It is an engine builder. An engine-building board game is primarily defined by one stress, namely that the goal in the vast majority of these games tends to be victory points, that acquiring said victory points tend to require some other form of input from the player, and that developing the resources to be able to make more of those inputs is a critical element of most winning strategies across the genre. Winning does not simply require doing more, however, as there tends to be a tempo shift in the game, when the players realize that the end will be there whether they are ready for it or not, and so it becomes incumbent upon the players to stop amassing resources or growth and start pursuing victory. This is precisely what I love about the Fame system and precisely what I think players primarily misunderstand about the game. I do not know how to assign blame for this misunderstanding, whether it is a consequence of AI behavior. I think that's probably the #1 reason, honestly. A consequence of the widgets on the HUD, or the behaviors and meta strategies suggested by other content creators or the subreddit, or the nature of the tutorial. But at its core, Fame is a beautiful stand-in for the entire engine-building genre of board games, due to the way Humankind asks you to think about victory and the things you must do to pursue it. In contrast to other 4X games where getting a material advantage early typically results in more growth, which typically results in more material advantage, which typically results in victory, the Fame system puts what I feel is a very organic break for the player front and center. In order to win, you must acquire the most fame and execute the timing attack on the global clock. In order to acquire the most fame, however, especially in order to acquire the most fame earlier and faster than your opponents, putting them at a tempo disadvantage when you end the game, you must develop the resources to acquire said fame first, which is done, I think, at least in a fairly straightforward and easily understood fashion in Humankind. So here, this is where we get our first actual gameplay screenshot. I'm not going to interpret most of them because I think most of them do speak for themselves, but Daedalus, if you see anything and you need information, let me know. But most of the stuff, as long as you've booted up a game of Humankind and played through once, I think you'll figure out what's going on. One of the things I've always loved about Amplitude games are the HUDs. Now, this is a particular fascination for me, and I apologize if you've heard me ranting about it before, but I love a good HUD, and I won't stop myself from saying it as many times as I feel like I need to. I know this is a fascination very few people immediately sympathize with, but the information is a game designer chooses to include, as well as exclude on their heads-up display, is borderline the central pillar of good UI. And as a good HUD expressing only the most important things, but all of the most important things in a way that is clean and uncomplicated is critical for onboarding new players and helping me stay focused / sane when I'm hour 5 of a stream and Bruno is distracting me. I'm not even gonna say hour 5, hour 1.5. I get distracted constantly in 4Xs, so give me a good HUD to interact with so I can stay on course. So technically, fame is the victory condition in Humankind. Despite the fact that it is a negative EV strategy to aggressively pursue stars at the beginning of the game, something we'll talk about at length once we're done bloviating about Wingspan or Magic or whatever, I think it would still really be fundamentally hostile game design to not include who is nominally winning right now.com as a fundamental part of the HUD. And due to the requirements of stars for advancement, I think including them there is also a critical design choice. I think you have to include that stuff there. The issue, of course, comes when people throw on blinders. Because era stars are available on the HUD, and because getting victory points feels good to a non-zero number of players, people like seeing line go up. And when you score stars, you score points. Some players pretty obviously suffer from tunnel vision, aggressively pursuing points early game without respect to both the other sources of fame, as well as the input requirements to continue scoring era stars. So here, this is just one of the many sources of fame that is not star-based, but there are a bunch of them in the game. And I gotta tell you, I have no idea how many players know this page is here. I don't know if it is knowable without talking to a focus group or putting out a poll, but based off of the self-described behaviors of players I've interacted with on the subreddit, it does seem like some folks seem to miss this one. On the same note, it does seem like a non-zero number of players are also unaware of cultural wonders or scientific achievements for fame. To me, at least, this seems like a failure of tutorializing. That is what this war is about. My war against the 4X establishment. All of your tutorials are garbage. Do better. If the tutorial only describes how to have fun and does not help the player understand how to play the game or understand its rules, I think the tutorial does a disservice to the game's longevity. Players can and will find ways to have fun, but if the game is impossible to understand, folks will definitely bounce off of it, and 4X tutorials tend to lie to their players a lot. On its own, I'm almost positive that if you just ported Fame to Civilization 4, it would make little to no real difference in terms of player behavior. The way you score competitive deeds is by acquiring more resources. The way you score era stars is by acquiring more resources. The way you score science and culture is more resources. Enter the era system. In order to acquire the victory condition, you want more resources and growth. But to acquire more resources and growth, especially to acquire more of it earlier so you can gain incremental advantages early that have more theta, more time to pay out to you, the game uses the era system. This is absolutely one of my favorite systems within Humankind for what it says about the nature of human history. Nothing lasts forever. If you need references to that, I would just watch the I Just Want to Play Humankind stream and the Humankind lore like April Fool's stream. I think that one's also pretty fun. But nothing lasts forever, in particular human nations and nation states. One of the forgivable crimes of civilization is that you can play as Abraham Lincoln as the Americans in the Neolithic period. It's a consequence of the fact that Civ is a game, but it always rubbed me the wrong way that not only were things so atemporal, but they were so static. Look at maps of the world over the course of the ancient and classical period, and you see that empires rise and fall, or that dynasties replace and displace one another constantly. And while a static map of Egypt over here and China and India over there does kinda describe a part of the human experience, it also glosses over the enormous cultural and demographic changes those nations experienced over the last 5,000 years. This is why Humankind is so special to me. It is at once bridging the gap between board game and 4X while attempting to use those tools to solve narrative issues that are an inevitable problem whenever making an air quotes historical 4X. If the game were truly historical, the player would lose often and frequently and still have ways to play on, but by mechanically encouraging the player to change their culture and civilizations in ways that leverage their existing strengths or grow them into something entirely new to adapt to different and stressful circumstances is precisely the nature of early human statecraft to me. But changing cultures is another doorway to another room in our memory palace, so now we get to talk about drafting and cube design. Now, I've done a stream on Wingspan. I have not done a stream on Peasant Cube design yet, but I am probably going to attempt to bully some of my real life friends into that. So whenever that is done, I'll put a link to how to build and draft a Peasant Cube in the near future. I don't want to put an exact timetable on that, but some Friday in the near future we'll do that. Part 2, how to draft Peasant Cube. One of the fundamental truths in human history is our ability to collaborate. Whether it is through humanitarian efforts, political intrigue, cooperative ownership, or more coercive methods of collaboration like core-based systems, humans have a long history of working together. I say this first so that when we talk about the ways in which humans have been competitive, you do not necessarily think of us as monsters. Competition is a biological and evolutionary process. The birds in the river at the end of a round of Wingspan are judged unfit and discarded for the rest of the game, consigned to the oblivion of extinction, either because the players found them wanting or because they suffered from poor timing and evolved right before some kind of mass extinction event that they just got swept up in. The gradual bleed of actions players suffer in Wingspan acts as a sub-in for the Red Queen hypothesis, demanding players get more and more efficient if they want to even stay in the same place. There is no more obvious a tool for demonstrating competition between players, however, than a draft. For those of you entirely unfamiliar with Magic the Gathering, you should probably check it out. It's a pretty good game. It's like an 8 out of 10. I'm not going to go over the basic rules of the game, but rather the meta considerations that a player must make when attempting to draft, the consequences of the rules of limited. Let's touch this up here. The rules of limited and its intersection with Magic deck design and the ways that humankind can and absolutely should learn from Magic. If you've played EDH or Constructed but not Limited, you probably think of Magic as a game oriented around synergy. People like things that do stuff. Things that do stuff together tend to do more stuff, so players tend to gravitate towards synergy, both from a casual as well as a competitive direction when it comes to constructed deck design. It's just easy to know what a deck does because you crafted it to do that thing. This is a consequence of the rules of constructed deck design in Magic. There are rules in regards to what sets you can use or how many copies you can include or what colors you can use depending on the specific format, but largely players can choose whatever cards they want and are legal and put them together. This openness can breed creativity, but for those of you familiar with the competitive scene, then you should also know that a bigger card pool means a stronger card pool. And in Vintage, there are comparatively very few cards that are remotely viable despite it being the most open format in MTG, simply due to the power deltas involved. With no costs except financial separating the player from the picks of the cards they play with and unlimited options to pick from, the Vintage meta is ultimately defined by the single most powerful things with very few checks and balances beyond other insanely powerful things. This is an experience I don't mean to dissuade people from enjoying, but I want it to be clear that this is only a fraction of the experience Magic has to offer you. Constructed can be considered a strategy game still, but it's a strategy game made around rigorous, responsive planning, like a lot of tactical, behind-the-scenes building that you choose to do, especially in regards to playing competitive Constructed, where understanding generic lines of play between decks can be the difference between life and death. It's interesting for sure, but I think it broadly misses the fundamental beauty of the game, Magic as Garfield intended. Limited, in my opinion, is much closer to what the game, air quotes, should be. A game where every choice is meaningful, where gameplay decisions are made at the helm before the first card is shuffled, but that the vast, vast majority of the gameplay is at the table with your opponent and not done beforehand. Unlike in Constructed, where you can put any cards in your deck so long as they are legal, in Limited, the only cards you can use are those that you opened or picked, depending on sealed versus draft. This means that in order to succeed in draft, you must not only learn how to search for those synergies that people are drawn to in Constructed, but also how to search for fundamental value that will express itself in different game states, in novel game states you've never experienced before, because your opponent's pool of cards will be similarly small and complex and force them to make a lot of deliberate decisions in regards to what they think is good. The draft itself is the thing that I think humankind misses the mark on in regards to Magic. In MTG, when you're drafting retail, you're given a pack of 15 cards. You're allowed to choose one of those cards to have in your pool from which you will build your deck, because you will pick 45 cards and be given basic lands. You tend to only really need to play about half of your cards. So building your pool is as much about being flexible as to which colors you will be and what strategies you want to attempt to pursue, as it is about speculating on sideboard cards or other synergy cards that might not even make the cut, even if they're on color. However, after you've picked your card, you pass your pack to the player to the left, while receiving a pack from the right. Thus, all players are collectively competing with one another for cards, at once looking for their own best card, while also sometimes accidentally fighting over similar colors or similar strategies. The player interaction in regards to what you get access to is enormous in Draft and MTG, as all of it represents opportunity cost. Daedalus probably next week, honestly. Like, I'm not sure actually if I'm gonna stream the multiplayer Humankind thing this week or not. I'm definitely playing it, but I have to be honest that like streaming makes me play so slowly that I might want to like do a dry run of me pretending to stream to an empty audience and see if it makes the players that we're intending on playing with angry or not. But I'm very seriously considering next week doing a Blitz VIP run and getting that done in one day, just to see if Bruno's math on chopping is correct. And if we can do that, then I'll have 2 days open to do Endless Space, at which point I probably cannot stop myself from playing Cravers, because I've literally watched the intro for Cravers like a dozen times in the last week. So keep your eyes open. So, as I was saying, we were talking about opportunity cost. Opportunity cost should not be an unfamiliar term to those well-versed in the 4X genre, but fundamentally what you pick and what you do not pick represent in some ways the same thing in Magic. They represent sacrificing one universe's outcomes for another, either in pursuit of victory or in pursuit of fun or pursuit of mad science. They represent the consequences of choice, and when you are forced to pass that good mythic in pack 3 and then die to it later in the pod, that's the nature of the game. As any good drafter will tell you, that as the number of players go up, it becomes stronger and stronger play to focus on developing your own resources instead of denying others. Hate drafting really is mostly negative EV. It's a little different in team drafts, but that's not what we're talking about here. Most of the time, as soon as there are like 4 players or more, you really only need to be concerned about your own score 99% of the time. The particular rules of the game influence your card selection, because Magic is an incremental game, one where the advantages you gain early tend to produce victory late. As you draft more and more, you learn to respect the power of inexpensive spells, or things with alternate casting costs, or lands with extra abilities, as after all, you will need to include some number of lands to cast your spells regardless of what they are, and so being able to leverage your picks by upgrading the quality of your lands can meaningfully increase the strength of your deck. In Humankind, the concept of the draft and its execution represent at once what I love and loathe the most about the game. Drafting is all over the place. What cultures you pick or religious traits you pursue not only define your own civilization, but also impact the other empires on the board in obvious ways. I think the basic nature of the draft is even more interesting and rewarding and complex in Humankind, simply because of player agency in regards to when they wish to draft. Moving on to the next era represents more growth in the form of more emblematic districts and units and legacy traits, and thus more potential for ultimate scoring at the end of the game. But to achieve that increased growth potential, you have to give up some of your absolute maximum scoring potential. The issue of the draft is how lonely it truly feels. I have a lot of theories in regards to AI behaviors in Humankind that I imagine Bruno will eventually sort out, but I've played at the point of this thing 320 hours. This thing took a long time because of the nature of this document, but when I was playing this, I was at 320, and there are some behaviors that I think I know enough about to describe, dissect, and diagnose as causing problems in regards to player communication, as well as drive me crazy. It's a desperately empty game after a certain point, one in sharp contrast to the human history it aims to simulate, and some fixes here and there would almost certainly make a big difference. So that brings us to our third section here in episode 1. Part 3, Historical Games and Ludonarrative. Last section before we actually play some Humankind. So for those of you who sat through this like 30-40 minute intro, we're about to get to real gameplay, I promise. But I think this is one that honestly probably is the most important section, so I saved it for last, as it's the central issue at the heart of Humankind that the VIP mod does such a good job of cleaning up. Bruno's post on the forums introduced me to the term, so now I have to introduce it to you, but it's a term that we sort of indirectly talked about at exhaustive length in Eat the Planet and a bunch of the other content that I did before learning the word, and does very effectively frame a lot of what we'll be talking about for the rest of this AAR. To put it simply, ludonarrative is the intersection of ludic, gameplay, and narrative, story, elements within a video game, according to Google's little AI assistant. I don't know if I agree with the idea that ludonarrative is exclusive to video games, as plenty of board games I've played have a narrative that is emergent from their mechanics, like Wingspan. That said, this is one of the things that I think Amplitude tends to do incredibly well in their other video games. Endless Legend 1 does feel like an icebound apocalypse thanks to its systems. Endless Space 2 feels like a post-apocalyptic setting where that siren call that perhaps caused the apocalypse is the only thing that can help you recover from it, dust. The balance of those games produce narratives that move far beyond the text on the screen, and I think the gameplay and narrative are both stronger for it. When translating ludonarrative game design to historical games, however, a game designer is taking on a lot of moral risk onto themselves. While Endless Space 2 does hold a mirror up to the audience and ask us to reflect on our own inhumanity towards the inhuman, it's still ultimately a functional game in a fictional game in a fictional setting, and the questions it poses to us are mostly philosophical rather than historical. Understanding history is a complicated thing. History is sort of the exploration phase of any 4X that effectively never ends. It is a vast sea of infinite darkness illuminated by candles, or are they will-o'-the-wisps, that hopefully cast some light onto the events and choices and developments of our past. Good history that's academic history, revolves not around constructing narratives, connecting those moats, though that is the basis of historiography, but rather determining which things we believe to be true are more likely to be true or more likely to be false. What is more likely a candle, and what is more likely a phase spirit? It's a rewarding pursuit, but a mad one. History, good history that is, rarely appears in video games. Honestly, I think that is for the better, as the academic pursuit of truth does not translate particularly well into a play experience unless you have a very, very strong vision for execution. Fortunately, though, historiography provides all the tools necessary for a game designer to make a historical game, thanks to the nature of the kinds of historiographical tools we have available to us. Victoria 3 is a great game with a lot of problems, the precise kind of games that I find myself drawn to when it comes to content creation, but it is also a good standard candle for ludonarrative game design within a historical game. Now, this is all talking about, like, prior to 1.9. I have philosophical problems with the design of 1.9 that we'll have to talk about later whenever we get to the building stuff section. But I do think that, broadly speaking, Victoria 3 is a good game that still needs a lot of work, but has been mostly getting better. But only mostly. It's complicated. My relationship status with Victoria 3 is definitely complicated on Facebook. So if you haven't played it, though, you really should. It is good homework, if nothing else. Kind of no matter what patch you're playing on, playing Victoria 3, I think is very rewarding when it comes to trying to understand history in video games. Taking place from 1836 to 1936, Victoria 3 attempts, as much as any Paradox game attempts, to simulate, or at least gamify, the Industrial Revolution and its consequences for human history. We have ample data to describe what the Industrial Revolution probably looked like. This is late enough in the stages of human evolution that we have lots of different kinds of economic data to draw on, lots of archaeological evidence to utilize, lots of personal accounts to analyze and contextualize the physical data that we have access to. So while we cannot necessarily say what it was like to live during the Industrial Revolution, we can make a lot of good guesses. Creating a narrative that links all the data we have together is the job of historiography. For those of you unfamiliar with the basics of dialectical materialism, it is a philosophical school that asserts broadly the direction and form of human history can be inferred from the material world of humans, be it the capital they utilize, the nature of their labor systems utilizing said capital, the goods they value and consume, or even the environment that they live in. This isn't really a falsifiable thing the way that philosophy tends to be, so it's impossible to group as good history, but it is a critical lens for understanding and interpreting the things that we believe we know about good history in a pattern-seeking way that does describe some things fairly well. Victoria 3 embraces the precepts of dialectical materialism, and so sometimes is dismissed as being proto-socialist, but I think that's kind of missing the point. First, the basic framework presented by the school is just easy to turn into a game. Dialectical materialism, it's very easy to gamify if you just think about things mechanically for a second, because it is itself like a mechanical philosophy, especially one set during the Industrial Revolution. If as a game designer you had to attempt to describe the changes that happened in human society over the course of 1836 to 1936, one of the simplest things to describe to the player mechanically would be the way material realities can create political ideation. Within the context of Victoria 3, buildings represent a form of physical capital. Each building is the means of production represented abstractly, but the interpretation of dialectical materialism does not stop there. The buildings employ pops, and those pops in turn, thanks to the jobs they have, their culture and religion, the state's treatment of said cultures and religions, the wealth those pops enjoy, all produce political power and desires. Oh, yes. I'm still watching. Give me my soundtrack back, YouTube. Let's see, where were we? When a government is more autocratic, wealth produces more power. But as states become more democratic, the influence of wealth is gradually diluted by the growing political ideologies associated with your pops and their material and social needs. I want to be clear that any attempt to write about or engage with history and ludonarrative is inherently biased. How I feel about Victoria 3's narrative and flavor, which for a long time people have been decrying the lack of on the internet, but I think the game is suffused with it, it is a reflection of myself. So cards on the table, I am a bit of a dialectical materialist. Perhaps it is the times we live in or my own experiences, but interpreting events from the perspective of meeting the material and biological needs of the people involved with those events makes a lot more sense to me than dialectical idealism, but this isn't an ideological position so much as a pseudoscientific one. It just describes the data that I have pretty well. It is precisely because of the narratives produced by the mechanics of the games that I play that I seek to understand the balance of said games. It's easy to look at someone who plays multiplayer and just dismiss them as competitively minded, but anyone who knows anything about anything should know logically that multiple minds working together to solve a problem is almost certainly going to produce a better and more thorough picture of the truth than one vanguardist pretending to understand the universe entirely by themselves. Multiplayer is not just a tool for the competitively minded, it is a tool, probably the best possible tool, for determining the true mechanical balance of a game, and therefore the ludonarrative produced by the game and its systems. If you want to learn what a game is really about, multiplayer is your Pai Mei. The balance of humankind's systems, though, is one that gives us our frame for this episode, Fight with Cudgels. So Fight with Cudgels, it's been one of my favorite Goya pieces since forever, and it's literally the art that is supposed to be on the custom sleeves for the cube whenever Skylar gets around to it. It's incredibly evocative, both in the physical form as well as being expressive of the artist himself. Physical data about the end of Goya's life is very unreliable and complicated thanks to his apparently self-imposed isolation during this period. Evidence about him and his thought process is very scant, probably as a result of some of his own efforts to suppress information about the works, perhaps for political reasons. So post-Peninsular Spain, that like after Napoleon was thrown out, it was very conservative in government form, and fears of reprisal could have motivated him to keep himself at arm's length from the public. But it could have also been for personal reasons, like the evidence of his failing mental health is similarly complicated to confirm or deny, potentially thanks to his own efforts to suppress information about himself. We'll probably never really know what Fight with Cudgels is truly about, like with the rest of the black paintings painted upon the walls of his own house. Even the name itself is an invention of outside observers after his death. The most frequent interpretation, though, and the one that we will be relying on for the rest of the document, is that Fight with Cudgels is meant to represent the very real chaos within Spanish society in the post-Napoleonic era. Spain had tasted oppression and freedom all at once during the Napoleonic Wars, and while many of Goya's Disasters of War series demonstrate pretty clearly Goya's passion for Spanish nationalism and his opposition to the French occupation, he was a well-known liberal and lived out the last phase of his life in France itself. As after the black paintings, he moved to, I think it was Bordeaux. Whether it was prophecy or obvious interpretation of the facts, or simply a coincidence, Goya would sometimes paint real objects as well as metaphysical ones, so maybe he literally just saw two dudes wailing on each other knee-deep in mud, I suppose. Spanish society was one that was at war with itself for effectively the entire time frame represented in Victoria 3. Its laws and rules and interpretation of capital in conflict with the people it governed, those people in conflict with themselves in turn. whether the destruction of the Spanish Civil War over 100 years after the creation of Fight with Cudgels was predictable or not, describable or not within Goya's time frame, it's impossible to ignore the way the Spanish military responded when they were asked to reassert Spanish control over the Americas in the 1820s, or the way the Carlist Wars shaped and defined the conservative movement within Goya's lived experience. Humankind systems and the way it communicates with the player are right now something wondrous and horrible to behold. It is beautiful, it is terrifying, but more than that, some of the terror is so alien and eldritch that even I get turned off by it. The game's ludonarrative is just so out of whack right now, but VIP does fix a lot of it in predictable ways, and in interpretable ways that I hope that if they make a Humankind 2, they can learn from it. The systems of the game are excellent. The game just needs to help the player understand them a little better, and with better balance and a more invested AI, I really cannot help but feel like the universe is primed for another Cudgel fight. So Civ 7 is trying to kill the Civ franchise all on its own here. It is the weak point that Civ 6 was not. Releasing Humankind 1 is a Civ killer, which apparently this is something that was not Amplitude, but rather later press, which I'm glad, because it gives us some interesting frame things to talk about in the later AAR sections here. But releasing it as a Civ killer was an ambitious project, and one I think was admirable, but the Goliath was ready. It is on its knees now. So that brings us to episode 2, the Civ Killer. So here we have Liberty Leading the People. I hope that Liberty Leading the People and Anthropophagy do not get this video demonetized for showing a bare-breasted woman, but like, this is art, guys. Like, learn your art. But here we have Liberty Leading the People. And this is another like sort of piece of art that has a lot of real things built into it. So for those of you who know this painting was made in 1830 by Eugene Delacroix. Maybe it was early 31. But it was made to represent the 1830 July Revolution that overthrew the kingdom of Charles X and brought in throughout the restored Bourbon dynasty, and brought in the Orleanist branch with Louis Philippe, the Citizen King. But for those of you who really know your French history, you'll know that Les Mis was actually about the 1832 Parisian Revolt. So in the immediate aftermath of bringing in the Orleanists, there were still a bunch of Republicans within France who wanted to establish a republic, and so revolutionary elements did not necessarily just demonetization confirmed. Did it happen? I mean, if it happened, it happened, but I think the context of the text is more important than anything else. But here we have Liberty Leading the People, wherein Delacroix presents revolution in a very clear and positive, if conflicted, light, because, of course, there's a lot of sacrifice involved. But this was an object that actually the kingdom purchased from Delacroix and ended up having to give back to him, or rather chose to give back to him in 1832 in the aftermath of the Parisian Revolution in 1832. So this is a really interesting object that talks a lot about revolutionary narratives within history all on its own as a painting. I would very strongly encourage people to read more about this one because it's great. But here we have the remainder of the Civ Killer, our actual interpretation of a game of humankind. Incredible. Part 1, the Neolithic period. Alright, so hopefully everybody knows what they are in for here. So here we have a game on vanilla. I think this is turn 3 or something like that. So hopefully everyone knows what they are in for here. There are going to be subtabs explaining the detailed topics that I feel passionately about, but we're also going to have some forms of AAR here, so we can follow along with a specific game session to give us a structure to talk about humankind. Oh, you're just kidding? Whatever, Daedalus. Some of the content on here might be demonetized for absurd reasons. It's the nature of the thing. I have artistic goals. It'd be nice if the things made money for more groceries, but this is an object of pure passion. So there are going to be subtabs explaining detailed topics that I feel passionately about, but we're also going to have some form of AAR here so we can follow along with a specific game session to give us a structure to talk about humankind. I've attempted to do this precisely in Let's Play form, but I'll be honest with you, I find Let's Plays extremely frustrating to do generally, and specifically in the case of Humankind, which is a game that I do love very much, but honestly cannot help but be critical of. I really have no idea how to play this game on recording. I have tried, it drives me insane. Streaming is just way more fun. playing this game by myself without the feedback of players makes me want to eat my fingers off. I intend to do at least one full streamed game at some point in the not too distant future, which now I've done 2, and I'm going to have to keep doing more because I love this game that much. As I already have a really funny and stupid thumbnail planned out thanks to Bruno, but ultimately my feelings about this game and its systems I think are too nuanced and complicated to put into a video form. It's something that I don't know how to sum up in 15 minutes because it's so complicated. It's just kind of the way it is right now, I'm afraid, because of what ends up happening down the road as the systems and the game's interactions with those systems get more obvious. I'm going to turn down this music just a little bit. Let me know if you can still hear it or not, Daedalus, because I do want it to be not just me reading for 8 hours or whatever this is, but I want it to be audible as my voice goes. Our story begins here on turn 3. Oh yeah, it was turn 3, cool. But I think our discussion about humankind, the things that work for me, the things that don't, could artificially begin on turn 0 and be just as useful as a point of discussion. Unlike the elephant in the room, civilization, humankind made the attempt to begin our play experience during the transition towards settled agriculture, but not firmly within it. This strikes me as a deliberate decision. It's a bit loud. Okay, I can turn it down a little more. Maybe that's a little better. Yeah, I just want everything to be audible is really what it boils down to, because I know that the visual things happening in all of my videos are garbage, so I want the audio to work. That's the thing that matters to me. So just keep me pinned in. This strikes me as a deliberate decision, and one that I think works quite well within the 4X framework due to the mechanics involved. So let's take a look at the map from 10,000 feet. So here, this is just like what happens when you zoom out. I do wish that Amplitude spent as much time on making this layer as beautiful as possible, because I like to zoom out and zoom in, but I don't know if that's something that's like important in terms of player feedback. It's just, I like having beauty everywhere in Amplitude games, because their visual development is always very, very good. One of the biggest problems in basically any other 4X I've played is the turn 0 delta problem. If map gen is not carefully calibrated, some starts can feel immediately OP and others effectively unplayable. By generating the player on a fixed settlement they have no agency in determining the starting location of, these games open newer and more casual players and dedicated competitive folks alike to a lot of feels bad man cases. The Neolithic period, though I think it suffers in some dimensions from balance issues or design choices, is a very clever solution here. The player does not begin with a production or science queue in turn 1 on Humankind. The concerns of the player at game start are not sociological, they are biological. Your civilization needs to grow. Food is the vehicle for that growth, and by allowing the player to choose when and where they establish settled locations, the nominal problem in regards to deltas between starts has been smoothed out. Unfortunately, though this is by design I think a very good and very clever one, the actual execution has a few issues. First, and I regret not taking a screenshot of this, but you'll just have to trust me, I think the turn 1 start on VIP works narratively better as well as game balance wise than vanilla. 2 tribes gives the player a lot more resources at game start, but it also allows you to feel a lot less behind whenever you can't find food for your second pop. I think food collection generally just needs to be touched up in regards to Neolithic, especially for HK2, because I love Neolithic and I want it to be there, but the way it works in vanilla Humankind is kind of messy. More starting resources might feel like it is out of step with what I perceive to be the central design thesis of Humankind, namely that the game be elegant in its simplicity so as to be accessible to new players while being interesting through depth to invested ones. But because starting with more tribes gives the player an opportunity to experience the collaborative elements of human civilization, and because so many of the mechanics simulate the competitive elements, I think the least we can do is start with 2+ tribes. If Bruno watches this later, please let me try 3. Give me a personal mod, like VIP with the strange changes that only Walker cares about, like 3 pops and like 8 pops on the population star or something crazy like that. I don't know, because that does sound like it would just be like a much smoother game, but only if the AI is capable of breaking up that starting 3 stack. Otherwise, it won't probably do as much. A tutorial encouraging the player to split tribes up to scout around and then come back together to cordon in a deer or a mammoth and then cooperate to take it down would do way more to help a player understand the nature of these societies than starting with 1 tribe. If the goal goal is to make a historical video game, you have to ultimately make some decisions in regards to what elements of history you aim to focus on, but given that the intro cinematics literally set me up to want to use humans together, the fact that I start with just one is triple question mark. Regardless, we had a decent enough start here as we found a sanctuary. I've already written exclusively about this in Eat the Planet on the forums, but I firmly believe that sanctuaries for spawning animals just really do not work for me. From a ludonarrative perspective, this creates precisely the kind of deltas that the Neolithic period nominally does a good job of smoothing out. There are huge winners and losers out of the Neolithic, but instead of it being about where your capital starts, it's about how quickly you can find sanctuaries to camp, or if you can at all. If animals were managed via biological processes, then I think they would communicate much better with the player. In Slay the Spire, a roguelike game by Megacrit, as you clear each room and win each fight, in the background, a few different counters are ticking up. After each fight, you have a random chance to win a rare card drop, or a potion drop, or potentially both, especially when fighting elites. And every time you don't hit that roll, the chance increases. When you do, it resets. This is, I don't know where this came from. Probably from me just like doing edits on my phone. This isn't a perfect stand-in for biological rules in regards to animal growth, but it does something different. A better one, of course, would be to have a system operating in the background, with herbivores growing faster on different biomes, and carnivores growing in tandem as a consequence of the greater food supply. I don't know how far into the weeds you really want to go in regards to animal population, but honestly it is something that needs to be thought about for Humankind 2, as animals are enormously important, and the fact that you can just camp a sanctuary and there be no ecological impact makes no sense to me mechanically or narratively. We're lucky enough to start with a sanctuary here, but anytime I see someone play this on YouTube, which both of the streams we've done have been effectively animal-less, so it is what it is, but anytime I see someone play this on YouTube where they don't find one, they feel bad, and they should, and animals doing random walks and spawning more of them as they walk around would make it way more likely to have a smoother distribution of hunts per player, while also making overhunting a big problem, because if you hunt them into extinction, they can't reproduce more for you to hunt during maybe the early ancient for gold. Presenting the player with problems that they are responsible for, systems that don't necessarily punish them for play, but rather encourage tension, is exactly what I love about Humankind. The tension of an engine builder, when do I focus on the victory condition, works really well as a background game designed for a 4X, but systems that continuously engage with the player in ways that are interesting and not taxing is 100% my fetish. If there's a way to make people feel like how many hunts they get to do is a lot less random and a lot more manageable, I think almost everyone will be happier, including the AI. On the note of AI mechanics and AI outcomes, we have our first subject that I honestly think we need to turn into another sub-tab, a discussion dear to me thanks to my experience with both Civilization and Age of Wonders 4, as well as various Total War games. We need to have a lengthy conversation about auto-resolves and the tactical layer problem. So for those of you interested in the subject, or for those of you who are captured here with me, off to the sub-tabs. So we'll be right back for this after we read this 3-page thing. Part 1A, auto-resolves and the tactical layer problem. Some of these will be things that I've brought up in the I Just Want to Play Humankind stream. I don't know how many people are going to watch that because it is modded, so I'm going to reiterate some of the points on both sides of this, but I think this is a very important thing for anyone working on a 4X game to keep in mind. Over the history of the development of the 4X genre, there have been a few pretty obvious divergent paths in regards to game design. Some games have leaned more into different victory conditions, different intended playtimes, or subgenres, but one of the most critical design choices or decisions is how to handle combat. Combat represents the ultimate form of competition between players or empires, but the genre is diverse enough that it rarely holds an exclusive monopoly on gameplay or victory by design. We'll see about in truth. When playing a game that offers a tactical layer component, I think you have to be very careful how said layer is handled. One of the most interesting and beautiful things about Age of Wonders 4 is indeed the tactical combat, although I am well known as an auto battler on it for reasons we will soon discuss, particularly in my experience playing multiplayer with Winsley and his crew. There are some balance issues that definitely still need to be smoothed out, but largely because in Age of Wonders 4 your military is your economy, I think the ultimate design of the game works pretty well. The issue that both Age of Wonders 4 as well as Humankind suffer from, however, is the importance of the tactical layer on the strategic layer. Ultimately, this is a philosophical decision and not an ideological one, as I think you can absolutely intentionally prioritize the tactical combat elements of a game and have it be fun, but I have a lot of issues clicking manual combat in both games for the exact same reason. In any game where there's any sort of interconnection between the military and the economy, and let's be honest, I don't think there are any games I've played that feature both that do not connect them in some way, the more military might you amass, the stronger your economy will scale. Unfortunately for me and my own fun with these games, they accidentally include a form of meta progression, which is my true arch nemesis. Honestly, Civilization 7 really is so confusing to me. I don't know how they made that game. It doesn't make any sense to me at all. In that the more that you play, the more you inevitably identify weaknesses in the tactical AI, the rules it fails to understand, the more you arrive at ways to exploit it. I get that there is a certain level of fun in feeling like a tactical genius, but if you are an honest person capable of self-reflection, at a certain point flexing on the AI in tactical combat actually causes a lot of problems for me as an established player and sometimes content creator. First, new players are very absolutely not going to click manual on every combat, especially the mid-casual players that these games are nominally aimed towards. It says here, especially more casual players or players with human responsibilities, like anyone who has a human child or a job is not going to click manual all the time. It is an absurd flight of fancy to assume that everyone will want to spend half of their campaign on a tactical layer, regardless of how intricate a system you create. The most common play pattern is going to be the most common pattern of behavior exhibited by the largest content creator they watch, not because these players will be aping the creator, but because typically these larger creators are larger because they connect with a larger audience, because their thought patterns and play patterns are more recognizable. Potato's play will tell you way more about what the average consumer is going to do in a 4X. Potato values his time and he wants to have fun. That's the way the mid-casual players are probably going to behave most of the time, so he clicks auto battle a lot in Age of Wonders 4, just watches streams. This is where my own challenges as a creator enter the room. Given the vast number of people I've interacted with on Reddit and Discord, I know new players will auto battle a lot. Playing tactical layer games and clicking auto battle helps me better help them if I'm feeling up to making guides, as I can do my best to make recommendations that will not let them down when they click auto. That's not the primary motivator for myself, however. I just don't like the replayability problems that I introduce for myself if I'm manualing the AI a lot, as the AI is going to only be using auto battles. Where it is possible, I think I learn better by playing along with the AI, and if I'm getting enormous volumes of extra widgets because I'm using a combat tool that gives me, like plus 400 combat strength in every single combat, what is the rest of the game for? What is the strategic layer for? What purpose will the AI serve in the late game but as butter for my troops to chainsaw? I'm not here for a power fantasy. I'm here to learn, to experience your game, not to humiliate it. That said, how auto battles are handled is a very important design decision that I think Age of Wonders 4 makes absolutely correct. Whenever possible, if there is a tactical layer for combat in a 4X, please make auto resolves operate not algorithmically, but as a true auto battle. I've kind of actually softened my stance on this since writing it. I've written in something called the instant resolution solution that I think offers people ways to do algorithmic auto battles in 4Xs. But ultimately, I think if you're going to do an auto resolve, the AI does have to actually work on the tactical layer. So it depends on how much effort you're going to put into actually making your tactical AI work. In Total War, when you click auto resolve, the game handles the combat algorithmically. It adds a bunch of numbers up and you get a result at the end. On one level, this appears to be very friendly and unobtrusive game design. The game is intended to be played on the tactical layer anyways on a certain level. That said, this system is also incredibly, incredibly hostile. So how do you learn how to auto resolve in Total War? Well, unfortunately, discovering how to auto resolve in Total War is the most dismal science next to economics, unless you're willing to just look stuff up online. Learning how to auto resolve involves reloading over and over and testing different combinations of units and passives together to see if any numbers moving around produce results that are surprising, and then ideating off of those results. It's awful to stream, it's boring to watch, it's boring to do, and while you can look up those guides for these games now, if a game is new, you cannot rightfully do that. The system in Age of Wonders 4 wouldn't necessarily work for every game, but instead of using raw math to determine the outcome of combats, Age of Wonders 4's tactical AI is built such that it can actually fight against itself. The logic of the AI is not built around responding to the player, but instead uses weights to determine its own logic and battle plan. This means that when you click auto-resolve in Age of Wonders 4, the reason that some autos take 2.7 seconds and others 12 seconds is that the game is literally fighting against itself. You can confirm this pretty easily just by testing the outcomes of clicking manual and activating auto in the upper right, but you should also logically understand that this is how combat works anyway, thanks to the fact that you can just rewatch the battle. It'll show you where the numbers came from. Rewatching the battle, by the way, is not only instructive, it is excellent content, in my opinion. I love watching people auto-battle. Fight me in real life. It is the only way to play Age of Wonders 4, honestly. Watching auto-battles in Age of Wonders 4 teaches you a lot about AI behaviors that you can then port to manuals against the AI if you enjoy those, but it also reveals a lot about what sort of tools are powerful enough that they work even in unsteady hands in uncertain circumstances. Learning how to auto-battle in Age of Wonders 4 was the most rewarding experience when it came to working on that game for me, and entirely due to the function and form of the auto combat it relied upon. Yo, what's up, Bruno? Here we are. We're just finishing up the tactical layer problem, and then we're hopping back to the remainder of episode 2. I think we're probably gonna be able to do this in one day. If not, then I'm gonna surprise myself, I guess. So I know this is a big ask. However, and it might require too much labor to design Humankind 2 in this way, because you really do have to have a good tactical AI, or at least a good enough tactical AI to make auto-resolves happen rather than instant resolves. But if you must make auto-resolves algorithmic for labor reasons, make the results as obvious to us as home as possible. Show me before combat that I'm taking 15% less damage because the animal is on the river, or that the polearm anti-cav bonus is actually doing something. Make the system as easy to learn and easy to use as humanly possible. Make a system that is impenetrable. Making a system that is impenetrable simply because it is a secondary thought to some developers is sociopathic behavior in my book. Players like being treated well, and giving everyone the tools they need to learn how to play the game the way they want to play is just friendly game design, and I firmly believe that that's what Humankind should always be about. So that's the tactical layer problem. I need to remember to put the little dingly bop here whenever I go to a subtab in the future, but that's okay. Alright, that's only like 20 pages of prelude to actually playing some Humankind, and I don't think that's inherently unreasonable, so let's do some stuff. Hunting down the deer, we hit enough growth to potentially talk about a few critical elements. So here we get our first event. Pop-ups like this can add mechanical and narrative texture to a game, so long as the intersection of the two makes sense. I watched that episode of Civ 7 by SB that Bruno linked, and honestly, it's kind of hilarious what is happening in some of the events in that game. Like, you're just getting pop-ups that mean nothing, that are confusing and bizarre. Random events are probably an important enough subject that we need to circle back around how to do them right, but I think random or semi-random events can actually be great for adding a level of uncertainty to any 4X game. If your game is perfectly non-random and deterministic and entirely solvable without being asked to explore, I honestly do not think you made a 4X game. So I think that these things are critical elements, but largely I prefer event structures like those in Humankind, where there is an obvious cause and effect, the player is encouraged to pursue multiple avenues of growth at once, and the random element being choices presented to the player and how they respond. I think AI logic and weighting is going to have to be a subcategory all on its own. It is actually a couple, and I don't think it deserves a deep dive here, but I do think that on basically any event, especially if you intend to encourage roleplay out of either the players or the AI due to what I think is the weighting scheme, as a developer, you really do need to make sure that you're doing your best to make the choices fairly balanced. I know there are some toxic folks who think that if you make every choice balanced that you remove texture from the game, but these guys are really holding the entire genre back. More balanced choices are less hostile to new people, because a better balanced game with better balanced choices will have fewer noob traps. A better balanced game with better balanced choices will allow the AI to follow a weighting scheme revolving around personality traits or cultural picks, rather than simply being mechanically weighted towards picking the right choice, or tricking itself and lying to players. There really is no logical argument for making events where one pick is better than the other choices, unless the choices are either A, situationally useful, B, have various input costs the player has to put together, or C, if it's something like Master of Orion 2, where you're just supposed to take research labs most of the time, have the AI make that really, really obvious to you with the way that it picks its own things. Communicate well with the player. So it's okay for one to be better if the costs associated are higher. Alright, speaking of situationally useful things, here's a puzzle I still haven't solved. So this is the Hunter star. You get either +1 combat strength, which helps you a lot in the early game and then kind of doesn't matter so much later, or +1 influence, which also helps you a lot in the early game and then kind of doesn't do so much later. But both of these are like really fascinating in terms of trying to assess which one is going to work better for us. This is a good game design, in my opinion. I do think that it is important for choices to feel relatively balanced and to encourage players to experiment. But even more than that, I like it when it feels like a choice should be responsive to what's going on in the game. If I have to look at the board to figure out what I want, instead of applying fixed heuristics like we're going to get enough cash, and regardless of how bad food is on Dante, I like early pops for fighting, or, you know, the opposite, I'm a pretty happy camper because it means that when a less experienced player is having this conversation with themselves, they're not wasting their time, but rather learning. I tend to be inclined to want +1 influence most of the time, but having an inclination one way or another isn't a bad thing either, which we'll discuss when we circle back around to drafting and tier listing ad nauseum. But we've seen a mammoth already wander off into the fog. Is this decision a military one or an economic one? In my experience, a well-designed game really doesn't make that distinction as clear as some folks would like it to be. More combat strength means probably cleaner mammoth fights, though auto-resolve UI does not feed me enough information to know exactly how big of a deal +1 combat power, which Bruno tells me later it's actually combat strength. I use widget terms all the time in this. This is kind of just the nature of my brain on 4Xs. It does make a difference, which means more net food per fight, especially if we can move losing a unit into not losing a unit. As we're on fast humankind difficulty here, not losing a unit is net +10 extra food, and more pops means more influence in our cities regardless of the folklore trait. More plus influence production, on the other hand, gives us potentially a faster route to a second city and therefore a second production queue, and therefore the ability to scale up our military faster for a fight against whatever empire we're unfortunate enough to eye up in the ancient classical period. I'm feeling kind of spicy today though, and we already took food, so I'm going to take the stone weapons this time. It's kind of incumbent upon me now to scout even more aggressively, looking for a friend to absorb, but given that scouting is one of my favorite things in a 4X, I'm not going to complain. So here we've managed to roll around. One thing I'm not wild about is that this is turn 3 and 4 AI have already moved over. Again, discussion of the AI and drafting and stuff are also important. They have to get their own subtabs later, but for now we are going to delay for pretty obvious reasons. We have 4 pops. That is nowhere near enough to operate in the ancient era. We have stone weapons and mammoths nearby, so remind me later, humankind. Here we have the Story in the Stars event. This, by the way, is why it makes me so crazy that the AI flips so early. If a player is new, they might look at the pace that the AI is setting for advice. They're going to see, oh my god, all the AI has left the Neolithic period. If I don't either, I'm going to fall behind. That is the opposite of true. If they are doing so, they are going to be incredibly misled as to the nature and pacing of the Neolithic era. It's an era, guys. Play around in the pool a little bit. Not only are the basic mechanics of the game balanced around people actually using this period to grow thanks to the way hunting and food pays out, but this event itself makes it incredibly punishing to move out of the Neolithic too early. This is something that the IP fixes almost entirely these days. We'll have to see exactly how much with Bruno's fix-in for 2 stars, but I feel like that is going to communicate with players orders of magnitude better than what is happening right now, because the AI is like literally lying to the player and tricking them into hurting themselves. Alright, so here we have some pretty nice little strategic layer combat. So the mammoth looks like, alright, sweet. So the mammoth looks like it should make for some good eating, and assuming that Sanctuary is a mammoth spawner, which I'm pretty sure it is considering we see one, those stone weapons should give us a solid advantage here. This is also why I'd prefer that the UI for instant resolves work a little better. I am pretty sure that being at a height advantage increases the value that you get in instance, so I like to use individual units to block up mammoths and control where they can go. So you can see here we've kind of like created a funnel for driving the mammoths into this valley so that our Neolithic hunters can, you know, work on hunting them downhill. This feels extremely natural in game due to the movement rules, works great to help communicate to me how early humans could and would cooperate, and it is very easy to tutorialize. Our hunters have gathered together to drive mammoths into a valley, and now we're going to try to put those weapons to some work, and no. I have no idea why this is happening, given that I've had individual tribes also sometimes win fights on instant resolutions against mammoths. I'm pretty sure that there's a random element here, that actually I'm pretty sure that I know know a little more about the random element too, if you want to watch one of the other Humankind streams, I'd start talking about RNG seeds there. We don't need to talk about that here. This is a dissection of the game, not a grotesque devouring of the game. Whatever. It is what it is, and if your society cannot suffer a little attrition here and there, then it really is unrealistic. Like, if the game is balanced that you cannot lose units in the early game, that is both ridiculous and is going to definitely hurt onboarding more mid-casual players. Sorry kid, looks like all the help in the world isn't going to save you from the end of that tusk. Sometimes you just woke up on the wrong side of the pelt. Fortunately, we are playing on fast and vanilla, so the value generated here is still enormous. Here's a pretty clear case where I think the VIP's numbers are closer to correct, but I'd still prefer to see rigorous testing in regards to what produces the best outcomes for an AI player. That is the thing that matters the most to me, but the fact of the matter is that like the AI wasn't overhunting mammoths in vanilla anyway, so I don't know, it's kind of complicated. I think you just gotta see what the AI is doing and kind of just respond to that, because the other players are definitely seeing what the AI is doing and trying to replicate it. I don't really care what is balanced around a skilled player doing a bunch of manuals versus mammoths, because that will not describe the vast majority of players, and I think a sufficiently skilled player should realize that this is bad behavior and harms game balance anyways. So like, balancing around what 70th percentile players are doing to mammoths doesn't make any sense when it comes to strategic player balance. If the numbers on VIP hurt the AI too much, that's bad, and while the numbers are definitely psychotic in vanilla, and they are psychotic in vanilla, I think there's a compromise to be found that should only be arrived at through trial and error, observe AI evil science. No, get out of here, Blue! I forgot that these showed up this early. Alright, mine. Here's where our stone weapons might make a big difference. If we can eliminate some enemy pops here, it will make any subsequent war against Blue a lot easier, especially since we do get food. Don't ask questions you won't like the answer to. Another hilariously bad auto battle here. Well, I can't say we didn't try to get values off of stone weapons here, but again, it is what it is. I do wish we had more favorable retreat rules like in Endless Legends 2, and as it would be nice to see if we could improve our results here by checking a different tribe first, but we're still at plus 10 food and plus 20 influence. I can't complain too much. I don't know if the game tells people to do this or not, but a tutorial when two tribes people love each other very much, so let's jam 2 5 food stacks together before we flip out of the Neolithic here. You just want to make sure that you get as much value out of that Neolithic period as you can. That's the way you should play. It will help you in every 4x to focus on making your early game as powerful as possible because of the way snowballing works. We still haven't hit our science star, so I'm going to see if we can scramble some folks to make that happen in the next turn or two, but I don't want or need to float on tribes indefinitely. We're going to want to start working on production science sooner or later, so while I like the flexibility of the pseudo-nomadic start of the Neolithic and want to hold on to it as long as we can, that window is soon closing. Sheesh, it looks like we're going to have to use the retreat rules in Humankind regardless of how unfavorable they are. So here we're trying to auto into 1 scout with 2 tribes with stone weapons, and they were like downhill, I think. Oh no, we were on a river. That was the problem. Maybe. We don't really know. Unfortunately, the only tile we could collect troops on to fight that scout was a river. Again, unfortunately, the AI doesn't really tell me what's going on here, but anecdotally it does feel like you are stronger with a height advantage on autos and weaker on a river, and if it's a flat penalty per unit on a river instead of a percentage penalty, then that could make sense, because like, you know, flat bonuses and penalties are going to hurt like units with lower combat strength a lot more than they will higher ones. Definitely correct to try to get greedy here, but that's definitely too greedy. I'm not chucking 2 units for 1. We'll be back for blue. Alright, so oh nice, it looks like we're going to be able to finish up the star here anyways, so we did manage to find things to scout into. Perfect. This is like moving past blue's territory. Alright, so that's one way to play blue. I guess we have to fight now. So blue is settling as close to us as possible, which means we're going to have an immediate fight. I don't remember the exact settings for this. I think it was normal 7 player, but like they're right here. There's no reason for me to ignore you. Meanwhile, our last event gives us an interesting position to begin our first conversation about drafting and AI behaviors. I've decided that we kind of need to break that conversation into multiple meta conversations, or it's going to be 40 pages in the middle of an AAR, and I'm not even that cruel. here we have the Learned Legacy. So if you asked me a year ago which one is better, I'd use the basic heuristics of my own experiences with this, and I tell you that I almost always lean towards getting science per pop. In most 4Xs, and honestly most good games, in my opinion, good gameplay does not revolve around rote memorization, but good heuristics. Understanding when and how to be flexible to new and novel situations and learn from them represents infinitely deeper mastery of the game than simply possessing the knowledge of this object good and this object bad, because an authority figure told you so. But humans generally have big problems with authority, so I don't know what to do about that. I'm not too proud to learn from my peers and friends though, and Bruno highlighted that he actually really likes the Waddle and Daub legacy trait when playing with Babylonians. Getting early plus production early allows you to power out the emblematic districts, making faster and meaningfully faster, and map dependent can snowball your science faster than taking astronomy on a generic culture because of the way that they can build their quarters up against each other. I'm not sure if/when we're ever going to revisit the VIP patch, given that I've already revisited it. This is, an archaic element of the writing. And given that Endless Legend 2 is on the horizon, and I'd like to experiment and learn some things that the AI has given us the opportunity to, and the AI has given us the opportunity to select Babylonians if we so desire. So before we click this through, I think we need to have another subtab, which is the Ancient Draft. Oh. God damn it, Walker. You said that we have to click at the thing. And then you forgot to click at the thing. Where is it? We have to go down to the Ancient Draft. We're almost done with this section here. There we go. So, Ancient Draft. Oh my god, this is 11 pages. Alright, I'll be literally right back. I'm just getting a little more liquid to drink, and then I'm gonna take a longer bio break at the end of this episode because I forgot how long it is. Good lord. But I'll be right back. Alright, the Ancient Draft, Part 1B. So, here we are on turn 9. We've gotten all the stars. I don't think this is strictly necessary, but it is absolutely helpful. And we have a reasonable number of pops, which is the more important thing. You don't even need 18, but you do want a lot more than the AI tends to get in the Neolithic. This is going to give us our first point of conversation, though. What is the logic that the AI is employing when it comes to the critical elements of this draft? You kind of have to make a meta-assessment of humankind and what makes it special to understand why these sections are going to keep coming up over and over again. Some folks think that games are about different things, and this is not itself offensive or even wrong. Obviously, the observer is going to be subjective every time, and what we love about the game can be different and still complementary. To me, though, the most gameplay in most games comes down to how to win. Not necessarily because winning is the only thing that matters, but understanding how to win feels like a necessary part of any game where victory is an achievable goal. I don't care about how to win D&D, I'm crazy, but I'm not that crazy. But if I'm playing a 4X or an engine builder or a new card game, unless there is no victory condition, I want to understand how to achieve it, so that if I don't want to pursue it, I know I am doing it as a deliberate role-playing choice. So, for some priors, I assume that the AI is going to have some kind of logic here as to when to advance and not to simply do so at random whenever it can. If so, then this entire section is triple question marks, but if so, that makes no sense, and based off of what I've seen, it certainly does not seem to be designed that way. I'm pretty sure that the AI uses a weighting scheme of some kind. This would make a lot of sense as a baseline for a lot of different things, and basically an AI that is going to attempt to play a game rather than just act as canvas. Encouraging the AI to take specific actions tends to be easiest to do within a weighting system. I'm not a comp sci guy. That just seems to be the system that I see a lot in the different mod tools whenever I am brave enough to understand them. Humankind still terrify me, but like I've seen the AI in Age of Wonders 4 and other things. Like I know roughly what these AI are doing. And it does, third, feel like the weighting system is disastrously misaligned with the Ludonarrative and Humankind. In order to understand the problems of AI behavior mechanically, we need to have a conversation about what we think history looks like. In order to make a historical game, you are ultimately going to be forced to create a narrative structure, whether it is pop-ups or in the mechanical structure of the game itself, that represents history, or at least the game's interpretation of it. Why did cultures emerge? This is a historiographical question more than it is a historical one. Is ultimately this is more the job of the constructed narrative connecting the things we're pretty sure are true than the job of those seekers of truth. So 100%, just feel free to be subjective here when it comes to this answer. This is not a scientific question. People who treat it as such are crazy, but even as it is a philosophical one, I think it is a critical question to answer. Well, as previously mentioned, I'm a bit of an economic determinist / dialectical materialist, so if you asked me that question, I'd probably start with a deflection and start talking about the form of cultures. People near the coast ate more fish, I'd probably reply. You know that's not what I meant. Okay, alright, so I guess a little meta context. Are cultures defined by the technologies they employ, the characteristics of their social structure, the food they eat, social structures, the gods they worship, their form of statecraft? Do these things exist in a vacuum, or are they products of geography and the other cultures surrounding them? Ultimately, I would suggest that distinct cultures emerged for a multitude of conceivable reasons, but that the form of, air quotes, cultures we attempt to label and observe, especially in early human history, were defined by their geography. Civilizations that grew up along riverbeds tended to behave differently than those who did not. Those who had the misfortune to grow up along chaotic riverbeds behaved differently as well. In terms of creating a ludonarrative that connects well with the player, I think there are some critical elements to the weighting system that, if they're not already there, need to be addressed. So Bruno kind of fixes this by just changing the star requirements around in the Neolithic period. If you don't have time to fix the AI, that's what you should do, right? Just adjust the rules to change the AI's interpretation of the rules rather than changing the AI. But if you have time to fix the AI needs to stop advancing before the turn 5 catch-up event, the story in the stars, or at least in the vast majority of the time. We'll be adding a lot of different suggested weight buckets throughout this system, and ultimately I don't think it's even wrong for an AI to surprise me and move early and deny me something good. But if the AI is doing this a lot, and it is doing constantly, it is directly lying to new players and making them weaker, and lying to me and making my game weaker. As I mentioned, when talking about scouts being able to see the map, I think that the AI players absolutely 100% need a tool to see the map when choosing a culture. If a culture has a bonus that has to do with coastal provinces, it should get plus weight when it is moving out of Neolithic or whatever, if it has coastal stuff. If it needs horses for the emblematic unit and sees absolutely none nearby, it should be minus weight for picking those cultures. This could easily already be there, I don't know for sure. If so, good job. But if not, if you believe that cultures emerge in human history as an organic biological process in interaction with human environments, then that needs to be there. We unfortunately need to have the, air quotes, dumb historiographical debate, the forces of history versus great man thesis. I am so sorry. This is so stupid, but necessary. So, historiography is more than the analysis of history. It is taken literally, it is merely the writing about history. History, graphy, those two roots together, writing about history. So things like the records of the Grand Historian, in addition to being a great secondary source and a lot of fun to read, are themselves historiographical texts. Although the object is thousands of years old and it can be considered an object of history itself, it is also a text creating a narrative telling us what Han Chinese perceived or recorded about their shared experiences and cultural mythos, done under the lens of one author in one place and one time and one very special set of circumstances. Like a lot of the ancient histories we have access to, whether it is Greco-Roman or Chinese or Arab or what have you, These texts tend to describe patterns of direct glorification and condemnation of specific actors. Taken at face value, they suggest very strongly the idea of a great man thesis, namely that with very, very few limited female persona, most of history could be described as a product of the action of the people, men at the top of these power structures defining each culture. Sometimes these stories involved the climb towards that top of the power structure. These texts are also pretty racist, as you might expect, so you can't really say it's necessarily pure great man thesis if we, the Roman people, conquered all of these people because we are superior, focuses less on glorification of the self, focuses more on, more on the glorification of the self culture. I'm glad I'm doing this so I can edit some of these things. Focuses more on glorification of the self culture than glorification of the person at the top. But largely these texts are more fascinated with the stories they can tell, with the figures they choose to work with. On the one hand, this could be construed as pure flights of fancy out of these ancient historians. After all, dialectical materialism suggests that the actions of humans are more driven by their material world than the ideal world. And if power does indeed lie where we perceive it to lie, then the mere existence of monarchies can be described as little more than farce. The thesis exists purely to write fiction with historical elements, and humans love fiction. I think that rejects the reality of what we know about the material world these humans inhabited, however. Most of the power structures we know about, or at least think we know about, were pretty hierarchical and exclusionary. If power is concentrated more in the hands of a few people than the plurality, does it not make sense that the personal dispositions of those people enjoying the privilege and privileges of that power would have an outsized impact on their historical time? I hope I've done enough to set you all on edge in regards to this entire debate. It's dumb. There are way more interesting and complex historiographical tools to use that can actually help people know more about everything. Please use those instead. I think it's impossible to separate the person from the state for the player, though, so abstracting the player into a force of human history is really complicated if you're trying to make a game, so the avatar system that they use in Humankind I think works fine. Just be careful in how you use it. So the next point in describing our AI probably, AI persona should generate weights on a lot of different things, but if it's currently generating weights towards one culture or type of civilization or another, I think that's a mistake. I'd be much more interested in seeing an alternate history where a group of humans living on the edge of a giant steppe embrace a nomadic pastoralist lifestyle and culture like the Mongols, but are led by a peacemonger than simply seeing an aggressively slanted AI take Mongols every time. One of these is an interesting deviation from history that can model something cool and novel. The other is a form of blinders that ignores what I think is the geographical element of cultural divergence in favor of the great man thesis, and honestly, I think we're all better than that. I think we framed enough of what sort of behaviors I expect out of the AI in regards to basic heuristics, except maybe talking about resource management. Why did cultures emerge? In my Humankind lore April Fool's stream, we get to dissect a bunch of fun parts of the book Human Bioarchaeology of the Transition to Agriculture. Corn in the chat if you're still there, Bruno. But one of the things discussed in the books is the biological pressure thesis when it comes to the emergence of agricultural settlements. To summarize logically, humans are biological. They need food to survive. When their population reaches the carrying capacity that can be supported by hunter-gatherer societies locally, the humans must either starve, migrate, or come up with an alternate food supply. Settled locations exploiting high-quality agricultural lands might have simply, all right, cool. Yeah, give me some corn, Bruno, because we're doing some agriculture here. Simply been a biological inevitability. Okay, your kiddo is sleeping? Perfect. Yeah, that is what this content is designed to inspire. Waiting the AI to want significantly more population before leaving the Neolithic. This is something that Bruno does literally in the VIP by just increasing the requirement for the population for the growth star. 3 is so low that it is actually harmful to both the AI as well as like newer and more casual players. It needs to be more like 5 or 7, something that like makes you make a real economy before you leave. This might very easily be indirectly solved if you fix the weighting problem on population, it might itself solve the before turn 5 problem in regards to helping people see Story in the Stars, as if you tell the AI to be like minus 500 weight and then plus 50 per pop, you can significantly alter the timetable in ways that are more organic, and ultimately I think having organic rules for mechanical life forms speaks to my inner chaos god in ways none of you will truly understand. Cross that out is good. While we are on this topic, there isn't really a great place for me to mention this, and we desperately need a screenshot to break up this giant wall of text, so let's organically chuck a little interjection here about food collection and carrying capacity in the Neolithic and humankind. So I think food pickups, you see here that there's a food pickup here on this this fresh water in a unit nearby to immediately go by and grab it. I think food pickups are 100% totally fine, except that their spawning logic creates a pace that doesn't really make any sense. It's okay for them to respawn in specific locations or along specific routes to dribble out resources to the player. I imagine this is good for smoothing out starts by giving players more resources early, which itself smooths out deltas between starts, as everyone prospering means there are fewer winners and losers, and then also gives them something fun to do to get food if the player just doesn't feel good fighting animals. Even if a designer makes a game intending for the audience to hunt, some players won't, and having gathering is important both for history as well as accessibility. That said, if the pace on spawning were more at game start, less added throughout, then the players would feel the feast-famine biological imperative to make a choice and leave the Neolithic more. And by weighting gathering pickups to more on turn 0, fewer on turn 10, you'd actually emphasize the delta smoothing in ways that I know competitive people would love. And that's just sort of like generically true. Most balance decisions should be aimed at helping most players, not at helping like 70th percentile players. If you help casual people have more fun in your game, they will have more fun and your game will do better. Regardless of how it is done, I think there needs to be a pretty obvious biological reason for the AI to advance into the ancient era, and there are a lot of ways to accomplish that with good weighting logic. I think we talked enough about historical / narrative framework for the ancient era draft, so now we get to circle back to cube design and really rake everyone's brains over the coals. In any good draft, be it Magic the Gathering or Seven Wonders or what have you, or King Domino even, there are some rules that produce a good draft that are in turn produced by the rules of drafting. When you are drafting, you are indirectly interacting with every player at the table. The things you are taking will typically not be available to the other players. I talk a lot about balance, but here's the kicker. In order to make a draft operate well, and as a limited junkie, I want the draft in Humankind to operate so badly that you have no idea, just please a little good drafting, I'll give you $10 or whatever I have in lint over here, just one good hit of a draft. In order to make a draft function, the objects not only have to have some that are better situationally, some have to actually be better generically. Let's resume our... Oh, we're almost done actually with the Humankind soundtrack. Whatever, we'll reboot it. Oh, we have to click a thing? None of the above. Get out of here. I don't know anything about cars. I know about Arnaud Roy and his masterpiece. That's all I care about. So I know a bunch of people complain to Hi Evan about balance in Humankind. I honestly think that most of the complaints are actually valid, at least in texture. There are a lot of power deltas for snowballing that feel mechanically less like a game and more like a Goya painting in code, like tortured geniuses screaming into the void. That's like what I see in Amplitude in the numbers that they've built, that they want someone to discover the snowballing problem organically. I think it's a cool vibe, but in a form that's so unfamiliar that even I get turned off by it. There cannot be objectively correct picks to take 99% of the time for a game or draft to work well, or to demonstrate human history as having been anything other than a series of inevitable outcomes. Additionally, we must make sure that there are no noob traps where someone just wants to play as Culture X because they like them, but they mechanically suck, as this will be a bad play experience for them, and also guarantee that I have a bad play experience when fighting against an AI piloting that culture. Like, now in Age of Wonders 4, feudal actually works, but it used to be a joke where if you rolled into playing against a feudal AI, you didn't have to even fight them. They just killed themselves, like, on the map over and over and over again. So make sure everything works well, otherwise, like, why are you even including it? All that said, any critic who thinks that the cultures must or even should be balanced does not understand the fundamentals of draft. In order for a draft to function in any game ever, there must be power deltas. If there are no cards that are generically stronger than any other cards, the optimal draft strategy is effectively to pick randomly until you figure out what colors you're supposed to be in. It's the stupidest experience ever. Even small deltas in generic power levels can add a lot to the game, but if there is no way for a player to read an object a few times, realize that this object is generically superior, but hopefully situationally inferior to this other object, player communication does not exist in a draft. Player communication is the basis of draft. In order for humankind to communicate, some cultures need to just be generically stronger than others. That is the true, horrifying truth of humankind, but honestly, so long as you make everything situationally viable, only the most irascible of critics or dedicated of trolls should be too angry. That said, once upon a time, I think we had a better draft, and I think we are really rolling talking about drafting nonsense now, so let's talk about esthetes and merchants post in Hidwana. I think I ended up... Oh yeah, wait, I did just expand the document. Perfect. So here we are, just talking about like why we're not taking comment here. Once upon a time, aesthete cultures were considered effectively unplayable in the multiplayer community at release. Like they were just incredibly bad. I don't have the screenshot right now, but Komodo shared one of the tier lists from very, very, very early humankind history. And as you'd expect on release, Morians were like C- or D+. As an avowed HUD fetishist, this just straight up does not work for me. It's literally the only thing on the HUD in the Neolithic. So esthetes were 100% unhinged too good prior to the Anthropophagy patch. That's just true. But that was more of a function of the amount of influence that you got than the form in which you got the influence. Unfortunately for esthetes and merchants now, pretty sure I don't generally read patch notes unless I'm hyper-fixated on the moment, that this is not the end of their problems. So in Magic the Gathering, the most common way to win is to reduce the opponent's life total to 0. Especially in regards to draft, the vast majority of the time you should assume that, in lieu of explicit tools telling you that you can probably win in a different way, that should be your gameplay for Victory Limited. Kill your opponent. Cards do not all have to act in direct service of this role, as you need resources to stay alive when you draw bad hands, ways to interact with the opponent and disrupt their game plan, but it is possible to win with alternate victory conditions sometimes. It is a romantic pursuit, though, and one that frames in stark contrast what I don't like about the new mechanics for esthetes and merchants. You can win a game in Magic in ways beyond reducing the opponent's life total to 0. So here we have Ambassador Laquidus, a mill card if you want to use those sorts of things. The issue with including these alternate win conditions is the parasitic problem. If you start introducing alternate win conditions as an intentional pursuit in a cube, any player who is interested in pursuing those alternate win conditions essentially must pursue those cards. These strategies reduce player choice and player agency, significantly increase the variance of the draft, as sometimes you just don't see enough of the parasitic cards to make a deck function, and because these cards do not typically advance the central game plan of just killing your opponent, it is often extremely difficult to find off-ramps for the draft. Sure, parasitic cards and design are synergistic, but you'll find that I am a really established believer that synergy should be an emergent property of the objects in front of you, not a railroaded aspect of the game's design. OST a little. Alright, yeah, absolutely, Aetherius. Yeah, that's the one thing that's like most important. I want to make sure that the audio on this is like functional, so that way I don't have to re-record it. So yeah, keep me posted. So sure, parasitic cards and design are synergistic, but you'll find that I am a really established believer that synergy should be an emergent property of the objects in front of you, not a railroaded aspect of game design. And railroaded drafts are awful, and I want humankind to be great. The reworked esthetes and merchants now have shifted a significant portion of their strength to forcing the player to collect them all. Oh, using this interruption. What do you got? What do you got, Bruno? I don't know. This is just the official playlist by GF4 Records, because this one is like actually free. You're allowed to just use all of their music. I looked this up. That's why people use Fury's OST all of the time, which we may end up floating into. But this isn't actually like a real playlist. This is just this is a playlist provided by GF4. So the reworked esthetes and merchants now have shifted a significant portion of their strength to forcing the player to collect them all in ways that I think miscommunicate one of the more interesting things about the later periods of humankind. influence drops off. Making a parasitic strategy that limits player choices and railroads them into a mechanical brick wall is cruelty beyond belief. Mind twist. My brain when I saw the new aesthetes. That is not to mock anyone who worked on it, but to simply highlight that the design structure really does not work for me, and I don't think I can be the only one. The numbers were definitely off on the old system, but it gave me a lot more to think about in regards to cultures and how, Furies is incredible. Furies is so good. Aetherius that we'll get to it later, but make this right. Stop at nothing. just looking ahead to like how unbelievable. Why did you do this to yourself, Walker? The numbers were definitely off on the old system, but it gave me a lot more to think about in regards to the cultures and how I evaluated them. And this new system is a pit of despair. If you can make some cultures, step 7, if you can make some of the cultures that were historically dominant or at least persistent feel like the cultures that people will want to fight over generally, I think that's a good thing. Egypt and Zhou and stuff like that, like India, should be top tier contenders because those people lasted effectively into the modern day in one form or another. They do not need to be supreme, and they should not be, but if there is a clear power gradient that the player can observe, the AI can observe this too. I think that's absolutely critical. I think it's good if the AI isn't railroaded into doing the best culture always, but they should be weighted up in some fashion. I suggested a method of doing RNG troughing, but I think any system that makes the game unpredictable while making it still communicative, these things are good, expect to think of them as scary neighbors, is a good system. 8, culture swapping must be more responsive. A timer of plus 50 chunky monkey weight points after every turn after the first civilization flips into the next era would do wonders to make sure that the civs understand each other in some form of competitive balance with one another, so that way one doesn't just like vibe on era 2 for 65 turns doing nothing. Current weighting system on how many stars the AI wants early game does not really make sense. This is an engine builder after all, but this is less a part of the draft and more a background element of what makes the draft feel so off as the game progresses. This section has been pretty critical of so far, so let's round it out with one element of Humankind that I think that it just knocked out of the ballpark, and I think it does not get enough credit for, which is the synergy. I love giving you all whiplash, you have to know this by now. If you start taking a view of human history from 10,000 feet, you can attempt to frame it with tools of dramatic cleavages. Oh, look at the Industrial Revolution over here, it's so revolutionary, it even has the word in the name kind of historiography. Sometimes this narrative can work really well, and it certainly leverages some of the metrics we can use to describe human development, and I think that there's some things that undeniably had a big impact on human history, like the global initiative to ban legal slavery. I think it's inappropriately nihilistic to suggest humans haven't made any progress, but how you frame that progress within history is fraught. If later cultures are just better all the time, that tells a very specific narrative that doesn't really jive with what I know. Development tends to be more gradual with punctuations than the other way around. Age of Wonders 4 is Heroes of Might and Magic with civilization characteristics, not civilization with Heroes of Might and Magic characteristics. Strike is a block card. The way Humankind handles things, I think, is genius by design. There are rough edges in regards to balance and execution, but cultures having specializations that leverage their human environments and organically encourage you to pursue more synergy within your environment through progress, balanced against the meta context of wanting to be able to still win by amassing victory points, is honestly the cleanest design I can imagine. It speaks so well in such short volumes. Unfortunately, it is only a whisper, and as the game plays out, we will come to realize the horrible truth about the game, about that Fae voice. We are in fact alone. So here, we were just finishing up on the Neolithic. That was just our ancient draft section. I feel like I need some practice sizing up the Babylonians. I'm inexperienced enough with them that I feel it is incumbent upon me to use them here to attempt to suss out the central question. When are they situationally useful? What circumstances should draw me to want to click on them? Ideally, there are good mechanisms for getting this feedback from the game, and having played around with them a bit, I think they tend to use bigger cities, one bigger city better than two smaller ones, but a good chunk of that was running VIP to see if the AI was still drafting with me in the later eras. It was not in that one game, but then in another game, not only was it drafting with me, it was drafting ahead of me and then killed me. So the VIP mod, when we'll see what sort of deltas it creates. The vanilla experience really is post-mortem, like this is going to just show you how to play, but VIP is an entirely new and horrifying execution that I really cannot turn away from. It's so beautiful. Yeah, no, absolutely, Aetherius. I think the early game in most 4Xs is more interesting than the late game anyway, but in Humankind in particular, the systems for the late game, especially the AI and its interpretation of the late game, it doesn't work at all in vanilla. And so like the early game is the only part that I think is playable in vanilla, honestly. But VIP does fix that. There's honestly no better way to learn than trial and error, but I think if you want to attempt to do it systematically, you have to have a hypothesis of function to test while also being open to the possibility that you misevaluated that function. Babylonians seem like they probably leverage bigger cities regardless of VIP or vanilla if you can jam the districts near each other, though, although this is complicated because of the way that districts increase in cost on vanilla, so I'm not even sure there. And we do have a good volume of rivers nearby to hopefully help us support bigger cities. We also have a colossal amount of influence for potentially setting up a second city before we attempt to go to war with blue. You gotta. It's so good, Aetherius. I'll link it down below somewhere, but it changes the rules to reflect the behaviors of the AI in ways that are extremely natural without compromising the vanilla experience. It really is the only way to play Humankind without eating my fingers, honestly. It is a very different experience. So the Nubians also call out to me, surrounded as we are by an absurd number of deposits, and with our Tosseti archers hopefully helping our Attos out. Does the extra range matter in an instant resolution? I don't know. But that's a lot of stuff. I don't know. I just kind of want to see what Babylonians can do, so let's jam them and see what the Ancient Era has to offer us. 10 turn and a bunch of pops should probably be good enough here. So that is part 1. And now, rumors and hearsay. Humankind has got a lot of bad press over the years, and I think even as someone who described myself as a passionate defender of the game, and yes, that does include me, I just can't help myself from dissecting things and being critical, the Ancient Era is where things really start getting incredibly messy. There are a lot of things that I think deserve criticism in the game, and I think that the Ancient Era really gets the ball rolling on most of those things, but that's really what episode 3 is going to be about, which is like all critique. For now, within this section of the AAR, we are going to be really highlighting the interactions and systems that mostly work for me. There's a lot of stuff that people don't really like that I can't really blame them for not liking, but some of the things folks don't like confuse the hell out of me because they are my favorite parts of the game. Again, I think it really is a player communication problem more than anything else. Like, I don't know if anybody's a fan of Scylla and his work, but he wrote up a what happened for Civ 7 and then posted at the bottom a screenshot of him playing Humankind with 14 out of 21 Era stars playing as Khmer. That should not happen if you understand the game and its fundamentals particularly well. And it just tells you that, like, even someone with thousands of, maybe tens of thousands of hours of legacy skill had no idea of what was going on in this game because the communication tools were so bad, because the interface was so incomplete. So, like, if Sulla has no idea what's going on in Humankind, your casual player also does not have any idea what's going on in Humankind, and that means that your interface is not done. So fix that. But that's not what this section is about. This section is about talking about what I like in the Ancient Era. So let's play some Ancient Era Humankind and do some things that highlight the stresses that work for me, and I hope make a return in Humankind 2 before we move on to the trickier work of what isn't working and how to copy Bruno's homework before class. So, we've flipped in, we can make our first city. It says that we can make one city, but the game underestimates our power, I think. We have enough influence actually to make 2 here immediately. So let's learn a thing or two about Babylonians, everybody. Should we have applied them in a situation? Should we have taken Pama or Nubians, assuming that they are more reliable? Because I do think that they're generically a lot stronger in vanilla, but who knows? That's part of the beauty of draft, so long as it is balanced well enough to be interesting and tension-filled. The best way to learn is iteratively, but unlike the dismal science of learning how to auto in Total War, all I'm really talking about is creating replayability, giving me the tools I need to be curious, to keep testing what fits in the square hole, and when we can't rely on weird geometrical rules to do heavy lifting for us, and when we need to learn what shapes really are. One thing that is good to note is we can be a little more judicious in regards to our influence. Bruno set me straight on leveraging the districts. We only really need one of our administrative centers to be near the corner place in order to have a clean early game, which all adds up to one thing. We're gonna have to see how fast we can get 2 cities and immediately dumpster blue for the 3rd. While we're here talking about things Humankind does right, I love the way the game handles the gun versus butter problem. Like, Croadilla likes the military system and does a bunch of manuals manuals, or some manuals. I also love the military system and do not do any of them because of the way that it interacts with your real economy. As we've previously mentioned, I don't think of most games as having military and economy in perfect tension against one another. Very frequently, they are at once competitive while also being complementary, fighting for resources while giving each the resources needed to complete their game plan in turn. While it is easy to abstract the tension between, do I pursue civilian growth to support my military growth, or do I pursue military growth to support my civilian growth in terms of opportunity cost, if you de-abstract them by attaching them to something more tangible that the player can understand, the system feels more organic to me. Military costs labor. Various systems have emerged over human history to attempt to mitigate and control these labor costs. Feudalism, and indeed a lot of pre-industrial systems, devolved labor costs away from the main state and upkeep costs to middle managers like landed aristocrats or mercenaries or despotic levies. Zhao Chongguo's Tuntian system harmonized the military into the economic structure of various Han successor states, requiring that the military deliberately take part in agricultural labor during the peaceful harvest times, and sometimes even the chaotic harvest times of the Three Kingdoms era. But here in Humankind, units cost pops. This system speaks so cleanly to the player that I think it almost defies interpretation, but it accomplishes the de-abstraction of the gun's butter problem incredibly well. As an aside, in terms of my own priors and heuristics when it comes to a 4X, food tends to be pretty bad most of the time. Civ 4 Whipping My Beloved being the main exception, and VIP for that matter. So anything that makes food feel a little better, especially early when agriculture defined so much of our labor force, is always a positive in my book. You do not brainlessly make units in Humankind. You must brainfully make units in Humankind. In this case, of course, we'll be encouraging our people to make use of their physical environment and stick as many of them into sedentary housing as we can. Stepping into the ancient also unlocks a vast array of other things to talk about: religion, technology, districts, civics, infrastructure. In a word, the tools for growth beyond flipping cultures. Most of these things I think are best discussed organically as they present themselves in game, and more of them I think it makes sense to go into the grotesque detail in episode 3 from more of a critical lens of how do we make this thing work. But there are some very real strengths in the game's core design immediately. I debated about attempting to have this conversation here in the AAR, but I think we're going to need a subtab to talk about technology, so why don't we do that real quick. Alright, so we have part 2A, technology, which is as a deflationary force on labor. So contextualizing technology in human history is a complicated thing. It's simple to define technology in physical form. Here's a stirrup. It was an object invented in physical form whose spread we can track alongside some pretty significant social changes or ossifications. The cause and effect problems aside. Fortunately for any good 4X, I think this definition of technology is needlessly narrow thanks to how I conceptualize technology. In a word, I think of technology as being largely a byproduct of the apparently human need to reduce labor costs. I'm honestly going to keep circling the drain with this book, not because I think of it as an authority necessarily, but simply as a good vehicle for conversation. But in human bioarchaeology of the transition to agriculture, one of the sections discusses and analyzes some of the physical data we have recovered about early humans, that is, good history. As humans cultivated and consumed plants, whether deliberately or unintentionally, we domesticated a great deal of them. These domesticated plants, like our more recognizable domesticated mammalian inbred companions, dogs, they changed phenotypically and morphologically in dramatic ways in some cases. One of the more persistent problems for early agricultural societies was the labor trap problem of agriculture. In contrast to wild vegetation, which cannot rely upon humans to procreate, domesticated plants are intentionally cultivated generation after generation. Whether it is convergent evolution, that things like seeds losing the ability to sow themselves, requiring threshing, happens. Wheat did domesticate us. It did domesticate us, Aetherius. That's actually part of this is go watch that stream, but the domestication of humans is actually also something that has morphological consequences for humans. So yes, we domesticated each other in turn. History is horrifying and beautiful in fascinating ways. But here, just talking about the morphological changes to wheat and corn and whatnot. So let's see, where was whether it is convergent evolution that things like seeds losing their ability to sow themselves requiring threshing happened to emerge along with selecting this plant to maximize the size of the parts we know are edible, or mere coincidence, I am not qualified to tell you, but the correlation is there, and the consequences are easy to observe and understand. Whereas nomadic pastoralists or hunter-gatherer lifestyles might be forced to be flexible and adaptive as a consequence of their changing circumstances, the very nature of the food supply for agricultural societies revolved around things that needed human labor literally to survive, to reproduce. We had to be there. Like with French bulldogs, like they can't reproduce without human intervention. Like that's the way wheat is. So Aetherius, don't worry, you're getting your revenge on wheat. It will not survive the apocalypse of humans very easily. The labor trap of agriculture does not start and stop there, of course, thanks to the growing and harvest cycles of plants. If you're going to intentionally grow an enormous food supply in an attempt to stave off the humanitarian impact of the environmental catastrophes that stressed early human states, or if you just want to have a food surplus to support an aristocracy, you will need an enormous amount of labor when the check comes due. In contrast to societies that operate purely organically, drawing their foodstuffs from the environment constantly over the course of the year, in order to prevent wheat from rotting in the fields, snowballing into famine during winter, snowballing into a pretender leading a group of hardened mercenaries across your border to link up with a group of disaffected peasant rebels harassing state infrastructure from the mountains, the form of societies revolving around agriculture required the assistance of technology simply to function as labor replacement during harvest season. Some technology isn't particularly groundbreaking on the surface, and some of it you can even describe in organic terms. Is there a philosophical difference between a squirrel caching a nut for survival during the winter and a kingdom along the Huanghe storing grains for when the river inevitably changes course? Some of these technologies do not really fit the mold of labor replacement so much as survival mechanism. Once you've crossed that threshold, though, you start entering into the philosophical abyss of technology. If human societies are in constant contact and cooperation and conflict with one another and their environments and in turn themselves, isn't all technology a form of survival mechanism in a sense? All of this is to say that I am happy and glad that humankind is still quite liberal with its interpretation of technology. While it is tempting from a player communication perspective to split off social technologies into their own tree a la Civilization 6, I think if you are not very careful in explaining the mechanics and balance to players, you can end up with a system that tricks players and defies understanding without a multiplayer guide. Like, I don't know how many people watch Hearsay. I'm not here to defend him as a content creator because he doesn't like Freerin, so I will fight him in real life. Yeah, Mac, so this doc is absolutely available for you to peek at your own time, and I would in fact strongly encourage you to be entirely honest. This is this Humankind. I'm just playing the Humankind soundtrack in the background until we get to later on, and then we'll probably switch over to Fury OST because it's free and we're allowed to do that. But yeah, if you do not need me to interpret the document or to read it for you, I think you'll actually get more out of reading it first and then watching this, and skipping to the parts where I'm adding a little bit more to the text, because there are going to be some sections where I'm going to add a little more to the text, but 95% of this is just going to be me reading it to myself or to you guys. So if you don't need someone to read to you, then you don't really have to watch this one unless you just enjoy the sound of my voice. But because of the way they split up culture and science, it's really kind of a mess in Civ 6 if you don't have someone interpreting it for you. And it's partially, let's see, here we're talking about multiplayer, and although I am a steadfast fan of using multiplayer to learn, that's simply because I find that the AI is so uncommunicative in so many games. If I could learn as well playing single player of whatever as I could playing multiplayer, you'd probably never hear from me again. I would probably disappear from the internet just to look entirely in on whatever that game is. That's true. The inclusion of things like humanism speaks volumes about humankind's understanding of our development in ways that I think are exclusively good. I do think that there are some meaningful improvements that can be made to the text system in Humankind, particularly in regards to the raw math of the thing, which is the most boring but necessary element of constructing a good ludonarrative, but overall I really like it. I think that there are texts that are pretty clearly supposed to be a little better than the others, that there are texts that accomplish more for you under different social or environmental or political situations, and honestly the UI is really clean. Biggest, perhaps only real complaint about the UI is this one. I don't know why this is, because Endless Space 2 like had the best search function in the universe. As long as you remembered what the widget was called, you could find all the things associated with it, and it would highlight it all for you. In Endless Space 2, I could go to the science page and type in science, and it would highlight all the science text for me. This is 100% S-tier UI design that every single 4X needs to start following, and in double E amplitude games, like, they solved this problem. Just copy your own homework. That's the best text system I think I've seen ever, just because of how easily accessible it is. As it means that, one, I can come back to the game whenever and immediately have a tool that helps me decipher what I'm looking at and find the text that I'm looking for. But also, two, any player thinking about the game, any new player especially, will, instead of finding, it's just amazing UI, instead of finding the UI unintuitive and hostile to starting with low information about the game, will find that the game engenders curiosity. Want to know how to get more production? So long as you can read a tooltip and know what the widget is called, which is not an unfair request from any UI system, the tech tree in Endless Space 2 will guide your way. It's just an absolute masterpiece. But I think mostly the tech system does work for Humankind. It's just not really done. Oh, there it is. All right. I'm like, I left the thing in the right place. Let me pick it up. All right. So when it comes to planning, I tend to take a Clausewitzian approach to things. I think that having structured, formulaic, inflexible plans are bad. I think having a strategic goal and as firm a grasp of the fundamental elements of achieving that goal as possible is good. In this case, we've gone with the Babylonians, which is going to open up a door to us when it comes to dealing with blue. Standing army. Yes. Now, honestly, I do not really fully understand the military system in Humankind, as it's still a game I consider myself a novice in, even at 325 hours or whatever it is at this point. I'm pretty sure that the most effective way to leverage a swords rush with Babylonians is to get warriors and then upgrade. It does feel like that produces the best experience, especially if you can attack early. We're going to have to maybe do an entire section of this AAR dedicated to a timing attack. As it turned out, I don't think we really needed to. As I practiced on VIP 3 weeks ago, Bruno can confirm, should be a little better at actual execution this time, but I'll tell you that Humankind is a complicated game, so don't feel bad if you don't understand it. There's a lot of stuff going on, but rather than going into intimate detail over the exact things that we are doing, I'll tell you what we're trying to do. So the guns butter problem comes to a dramatic head when nations declare war on each other. Wars are a destructive force, but like so many archaic gods, it is a god of life and death simultaneously. A lot of nations during this time frame grew and were created through war, and some of those empires are associated with long periods of relative peace and prosperity, perhaps as a reaction to, but almost certainly at least a product of, those destructive times. Destroyed infrastructure demands that it either be rebuilt or that those territories simply be abandoned. And of course, rebuilding encourages a new form of growth by introducing even newer forms of infrastructure to the physical environment of the humans living there. The best and most humane way that we can leverage warfare in Humankind, and generally in human history, seems to be an attempt to limit long-term damage. There are plenty of examples of very successful conquerors ignoring this basic precept. Like I have several books actually about Tamerlane, because he was just like one of the characters I just thought was really interesting when doing early modern non-European history. You just end up encountering Timur all over the place. The sociological, demographic, and even environmental damage dealt by Timur having potentially formed the basis for the early modern era in the Near East, which is like an out there kind of assertion, but the more that you read the amount of damage that he did to Persia, or the demographic damage that he did to Georgia, or like the political consequences of him invading the Ottoman Empire or the Sultanate of Delhi, like Timur's conquests touched effectively everywhere, but he destroyed so much that the long-term consequences of his warfare, even if he'd been successful, would have been pretty limited long-term, right? If you pillage your own land enough, it makes it hard to use them. You'd rather seize your neighbor's serfs alive rather than be forced to pillage them all, otherwise who's going to pay taxes? That's really just what it boiled down to for the Timurid dynasty after his death. Timing attacks revolve around just, right? Actually, let me read this sentence and see if it needs a not. Timing attacks revolve timing attacks revolve around just getting an enormous military advantage very quickly when a critical element of your strength comes online, ideally before your I don't need just need this. I just need this. Timing attacks revolve around getting an enormous military advantage very quickly when a critical element of your strength comes online, ideally before your competition gets the same element online. Humans moving from bronze, which was an expensive and relatively complicated metal to produce thanks to both resource availability as well as the requirements for alloying, to iron, which the stuff is everywhere. You just need to clean it up a little bit and get all this stupid carbon and all that jazz out, and you should be good. Plus, it is hard, so crazy. That seems to have been a watershed moment for a lot of civilizations, moving from the Bronze Age to the Iron Age, giving us a big power spike in the form of some swords, which Babylon can find early for us. Sounds like a game plan. Let's try it. So here we have our religion. This is another thing that Bruno has rebalanced between polytheism and shamanism, and because he's also rebalanced like how viable the outposts are, this is no longer just like a set it and forget it noob trap kind of thing. There's a lot of play here in VIP, but in vanilla you just kind of always want this because you always just want to get more cities in vanilla. We also get to start moving on religion, which is a system that we'll have to dedicate a full subtab to in the next episode. There's a lot of really interesting stuff happening in religion, and as it adds another dimensionality to the drafting element in Humankind, I do love the structure. It creates a good ludonarrative where I have to pay attention to religion without being forced to necessarily be dominant in it. In a brief aside, this is exactly why the weighting on the Neolithic drafting is so confusing to me. I believe we acted in organic ways, responding to the game's rules and design space of attempting to simulate human history pretty well. The AI behaved strangely, not us, but it attempted to do a min-max, which is doing math divorced from gameplay, and failed. So it just like kind of moved into the ancient with effectively zero economy. We've got two 4 cities and a bunch of random scouts, and blue seems to have 3 total pops worldwide here on turn 10. At least I'm not going to look dumb this time, fingers crossed. So nope, they actually went from 3 pops down to 2 because we managed to hunt them down with our own scouts. With enough pops in 2 cities, though, we are now able to push through some civics, a system complicated enough and interesting enough that we need to rush off to the subtabs yet again. So we're at 7 out of 21. How much is this? Okay, good, Walker. Thank God you made this one a little easier to get through. Part 2B, Civics and the Form of State. This, by the way, is also why we're giving this section a deeper dive. I actually really like the way that civics are designed in Humankind, especially these days. So look, this game tells me what I am getting and how to get it in this economy. Like this section communicates everything except the names of these choices, but everything else that you need to understand the UI tells you. Anyways, civics are one of the many tools Amplitude has decided to use to abstract the tools of statecraft in Humankind, and I think that it's one that accomplishes the job well. First, it uses influence, that's on the HUD, and it's a huge part of the mechanical background in a lot of Amplitude games, standing in for as many things as culture as it does other forms of soft power. I think modeling soft power is the height of magic when it comes to game design. Anytime a developer is brave and or insane enough to tackle the object, they just get points in my book. You also get props if you create flexibility. People often overlook the power of being able to translate one form of resource for another in search of the thing that is optimal, but this overlooks the raw power of flexibility. So here we have Oliphant, a card with mountain cycling 1. This card is insane. Yeah, this card is a goddamn bomb in limited. If you played a lot of Constructed, especially competitive, you're used to assessing things from a very particular window and a very particular vantage point. Most of the times, things will probably be going right in regards to your own game plan, and winning revolves just as much around disrupting the opponent's game plan as it can around executing your own in some matchups, but largely you look for things that do truly game-ending things as they creep up in mana value. Even if you only play EDH, you might even look at this card and say, yeah, that card sucks, it's a 6-mana spell that doesn't end the game. And that's actually mostly a good idea when it comes to limited, where big expensive things do have to justify their inclusion. Otherwise, you are going to draw them on turn 0, and it's going to be like you took a mulligan already because you can't resolve that 6-mana spell until like turn 8, and then you just like watched yourself with a 6-card hand die. Oliphant, and this is where we're doing absurd outside of the box things. This is the auto card code. Oliphant in particular here is a very solid exception. In limited, sometimes you will draw this on turn 0, at which point the flexibility of the design of the card shows how powerful it is. You need to hit land drops so you do not fall behind and die, and our big elephanted here is a split card. It is a land when you need it to be a land to cast your other spells, and it is a spell when you need a spell to use your lands. It gives you player agency in exchange for a little bit of power, and when situations are novel and unpredictable like they are in limited, that is an exchange that you should make gladly. Influence should be plentiful, powerful, and flexible. The way that Civics work, I think, serves to underline and highlight this. So here we have the autocracy and small council. This is one of the tightest Civics I've seen, and probably the highlight of the Enhadwana patch for me. Apparently in multiplayer, like, some of the really good players aren't even trying to use autocracy at the top end because of the stability problem for your non-capital cities. But I think that this is a choice where it largely is still pretty good to consider autark under certain cases. I know that there's some folks who prefer that Civics always be situationally useful, as having one being broadly superior to another looks like lazy game design, but I think that this one pick counters that argument so gracefully that I'll let it speak for itself. We've already talked at length about the non-static nature of maps and nation states, but I think demanding that each Civic be inherently choose one bonus or the other to meet your current material needs and then ignore it for the rest of the game overlooks and undersells the beauty of the thing. This little Civic tells a story on its own. When your empire is small, either because of the geography or the political climate or merely the age you find yourself in, it makes sense to concentrate the power and wealth at the capital. Early states had complicated rules in regards to the form, function, and even existence of a true capital, thanks to the concept or reality of the itinerant capital following the monarch around. But the concentration of wealth and power at the personal location of the monarch when they were sedentary, combined with the ritualistic aspect of the state demanding homage to either the cultural or religious myths, meant that we can say pretty definitively things like in the Ottoman Empire, when there was an anticipated succession crisis, favored princes were stationed closer to the capital to get an easier bite at the apple when the old man finally kicked the bucket. It's just true. Capitals do matter. Regardless of how you wish to model this, most early states used monarchies. Most early monarchies monopolized or at least heavily concentrated resources. Those resources tended to concentrate around the person of the usually king, and consumption of those resources inevitably created a link between the prosperity of the state and the prosperity of the capital. Win a bunch of wars, bring a bunch of loot home is not a complicated loop to understand. Creating a button like this where there's one option that is situationally more useful than ages out is excellent. Creating systems with a non-static answer to the question which is better is excellent. And while it can be easy to handhold an audience sometimes and embrace a set it and forget it mentality in regards to law, the form of statecraft appears to change all of the time in history. Giving people the mechanical tools to embrace that change is wonderful game design, and I hope we see more picks like this, where I'd probably want one thing early, another thing late, and the barrier between them is interesting to suss out. Sometimes looking at geography and environment tells a better story. Sometimes looking at continuums tells it better, but I think Civics telling a story simultaneously of environmental interactions as well as societal changes tells the story best, and that's the story that the Civics tree largely tells right now. I think Civics are great. Oh, blue, right, sorry, Egypt. You have to know how this is going to go. So blue is trying to negotiate with me for a non-aggression pact. We're not even going to counter. We're just going to say no. Like, our army is coming to eat you, hopefully. So turn 12 rolls along, and we're just a few science short of hitting masonry. Not really critical in vanilla, thanks to the math on whipping, which is very fixable, fortunately. Just play on VIP. Whipping might be a little too good there, which we are going to be trying to experiment with on Blitz in probably next week, but it is functional on VIP, unlike in vanilla. But given that I am not desperate to declare war without organized warfare, with or without swordsmen, I think it's just disrespectful. Like, you would never do that in multiplayer, so I'm not going to do that in single player. Very risky also, so we need to pick it up. Fortunately, we are playing a 4X, and one of the things that I love about as a central conceit of the genre is how unplannable turns really are. Maybe some of our scouts can find a few more beakers for us under the fog. No, not beakers. Find 2 bears. That's sort of like a beaker, right? Please don't eat my scouts, O great bear spirit. We shall make a sacrifice in your name. I am tempted here to dive into a subtab already discussing ways to create organic rules behind the birth and development of religion. But to suffice to say, I wish that one, if I live next to a volcano, which I might because of, fertile volcanic soils, my pops might worship and or fear said volcano. And if we fight a bunch of bears, maybe they get worked into our list of animal spirits. I don't know. I just think that the organic link of, you did this thing, here's something that makes sense and interacts with everything in a recognizable fashion, is good game design, and the game has enough of it to go full ham-boning in that direction, and I think play very well. For now, though, we're gonna have to run. This is 2 bears. Well, I guess our economic engine is going to have to come from our production, but luckily we are playing on fast. We will talk about chopping and game speed in episode 3. So with our first outpost attached, we can start the move towards vomiting our emblematic districts onto the board. So we're just gonna start getting our scouts in here. Just chop everything down. We'll make some districts and make this thing work moving out. So to preview and summarize, I think chopping needs to be mathematically calibrated to encourage organic behavior out of humans and AI playing the game. But we have basically infinite examples of humans causing deforestation in the pre-industrial period. Make the tools of the game encourage people to deforest when they don't, air quotes, know any better, and then you've created a natural setup for why humans then need to solve the problem of deforestation later down the road. Make mechanics that create tensions with itself and for the player, and I think the mechanics will tell a much cleaner Ludonarrative. Fortunately, on fast vanilla right now, my psychotic little munchkins can chop. The bears didn't get to eat our scout before we found a natural wonder, so that's good. This is another kind of thing where if we find it and our religion cares about the specific details of the environment, and hey, not all do, but Devil's Tower is a religious pilgrimage site after all, it would be awesome to see more organic, this place is sacred to your people, control it and gain benefits, or lose it and suffer the consequences kind of mechanics. For now, pretty happy getting spotted 50 fame for just doing our job in scouting. Oh, hey, speaking of scouting, found silver. Honestly, Walker, what would I do without you? How did you miss that when deciding on Babylon or not? I don't know. I miss things all the time, like the Let's Vivisect Age of Wonders and ignoring the pickup on a banner at the very beginning of the video. Hilarious. Well, regardless, do not look at the man behind the curtain. This is great for us. All that silk should be killer once we start rolling in makers quarters, but I think we have more than enough stuff to Omega Chop that we can get our emblematics out first, then drop in real production, and 10,000 silks should be a nice way to give us that lost production back, due to tempo. Hissing intensifies. Blue really cannot help but want to give me a CB. Look at this giant bully. Pay no attention to the fact that we attacked first like 600 years ago when we used those 3 units to eat their one dude. So they're coming for us. You're gonna get it with my big brother Kaiba. A bunch of our warriors shows up in a turn or two. Enjoy your moment of glory. Revenge is a dish best served with cold iron. Oh, hell yes. Turn 16 rolls around. I'd love to show you more of the local development, but we're about to go into that in pretty grotesque detail in section 3. But here we found another player. Awesome. I think how many different active players there are in a game is a pretty important, pretty critical, important setting when it comes to game design. How you behave in an 8-player retail draft really should be different from how you behave in a 3 versus 3 draft in Magic versus how you behave in Winchester, as the ways you get plus win rate are actually really different at a certain level. I like having more active players on the board whenever I can fit them in. I don't like inherited Conqueror trait in Crusader Kings 3 due to the ossification and stability it creates, but I do love playing with max or near max Conquerors on all the other forms of settings, because it makes the game be more alive. Like, the map just moves a lot, and I think that creates a more interesting narrative for me to interact with. I also tend to like games where I don't have to kill them all to win, but that doesn't mean that I'm not above having a scuffle or two. I like killing some players. I don't want to have to kill all of them though. I just think that it tends to produce a better game for me when there are enough folks that I can eat some if I want, and talk to others if I want, when I wish. So seeing another player on our continent that we might actually be friends with is neat. Now, I said I was going to show off a little bit of what we've been doing domestically, and we'll do so underlining what I liked about the Civics system here. We don't actually have enough influence to make this turn work right now. Like, we're a little short on sticking everything together, at least not in the way that I want it to work, but the form of state is still pretty infant. We don't have complex legal schemes built up, and the person of our avatar has enough power concentrated autocratically to use the soft power, the influence that we've built up, that we've accumulated to see if we can make some magic happen. We need 100 influence to attach those 2 outposts, and we're just shy right now. But if we go ahead and we go in here, we cancel the customary laws, and now our avatar, the lawgiver, spends a little personal influence. We could just stay on customary to keep expanding east, but given that we're rapidly heading to war with blue, I have other expansion in mind. And then we actually have enough influence to attach everything by canceling enacting codified laws and then going. Sipar is coming along nicely, as is Babylon. So like generally you want to be making sure that you have enough industry and science to just keep making progress in humankind. These numbers are not like ridiculous for the time frame. Babylon, I think, remains kind of like an underpowered civ in vanilla, but is still really interesting to play. It's much better on VIP, but it's still something that's got a lot of engaging for me. Unfortunately, though, we only have 1 turn left on ironworking. I could delay it and grab domestication here, but we do have a lot of production surplus sloshing around in our cities. We do want to have warriors to upgrade, and we have enough scouts to disband that I think we need to delay our 3rd astronomy houses for just a second. It's something that you got to do sometimes, is make your military scale up so your economy can scale out from that. We may end up not being able to complete the triangle on both cities, to be frank, as while I do think the bonus for triple stacking is 100% worth it if it's available. I'm not above completing the alchemic circle with different emblematic districts if it means we get to classical 2 turns earlier. Shifting our pops around for a little bit to get the resources for attack. Let's go with this as our immediate execution plan. Just embrace it. We'll do a little bit of starvation temporarily to just get a whole buttload of units on the board and as much gold to upgrade as we can. If we want/need, we can always add another unit or 2 off of Babylon next turn, as we have a couple of chops coming in, but we should have 5 swords and 3 archers in the next turn or 2 to rumble against what looks like it might literally just be 5 basic garrison defenders out of blue. Unless we see anything else scary out from under the fog, I feel pretty good with those odds. Oh no, Olmecs. I could have sworn the AI stopped having the Megalopolis tag. I'm so sorry. I guess we can definitely be friends if you're absolutely no threat, but I could have sworn that they stopped having this on any of the AI, but that cannot be in the game. On vanilla, that is incredibly rough in terms of player communication. I'm just generally not a huge fan of this trait in particular, as I think supporting ultra tall gameplay just isn't in the cards for a lot of interesting 4Xs. Ultra tall gameplay is the exclusive domain of gold fishing. It is attempting to get the absolute most out of the limited resources you have in front of you, which you'd think would be exactly my style, but unfortunately it also means being intentionally myopic to the map in front of you. I prefer a playstyle in a game that responds to the map rather than ignoring it. Tall gameplay tends to ignore the map and focus on spreadsheets. Most 4Xs also just generically give you more for having more, so seeing that trait on our new friend is definitely a little sad phrase. Oh Dante, why are you like this? We'll talk about food more in episode 3, but I like it when it is important in creative ways rather than destructive ways. I think creative tools largely work better as play objects. Upkeep is destructive rather than creative, so I really kind of don't like the upkeep cost on food in Dante. It really doesn't change the way that you play, it just hurts the AI, which we will see when we get to the charts. Like, the AI doesn't know how to interact with the food costs, and now I'm not surprised to see that there are some new folks who are mad about it, because it doesn't really help most people. We're gonna power through this one though, as I think we can just burn off a few pops here and eliminate a player from the game. I'm cool with that. In for a penny, in for a pound, and if we have to start seizing civilian food supplies to feed our army on campaign, that's also good verisimilitude in my book, even if it is punishing. I even remembered what we can do for what we're here for this time, chat. We can actually pick up some extra strength. We could have engaged in some more influence. We could have exchanged some more influence for a finite amount of production, doing a conscript flip here. But given the astronomical size of the upkeep penalties on food in Dante at the moment, making a zillion units or even a competent army can devour all of your growth. I can't imagine how on the brink of madness war reps running out on Qing and Great Britain in the same year desperate I might be if we had made 12 units instead of 8. But I like running hot and heavy and seeing if we explode. That said, we've got stone weapons and professional soldiers. What you got, Blue? Six pops. All right, cool. Show me your army or die. Vibe check blue. Maybe it's a weird sanctuary nearby. When I saw that, I was actually like, oh, what the hell is going on in here? Do they have an army or not? Whatever. Trader badge looks cool, so I'm digging it, but I guess we do have one more option here for the Blue War. We have our third astronomy house dropping in Babylon in 2, but I suppose we could swap that out and grab a militarist star for war support if so desired. But on second thought, Camelot is a silly place. I don't really like the Goths in vanilla, and although the Huns would be very interesting to test out on the Dante patch with the new upkeep rules, and it is really interesting, neither really offers me what I'm hoping to get out of a militarist culture right here, which is just some sort of plus widget smashfest bonus. If it weren't for the fact that our economy will literally explode if we don't eat Blue's capital, I honestly would be tempted with the Huns because they are fun, but there's only one other player to fight, so it is what it is. As if we can support 8 units just sitting on their capital, we would nearly double our science, but I think pretty clearly science is not the problem here. Tetsuing the map is our mission. So here, we're just going to go ahead and declare war. I forgot to use the crisis thing, which I then realized later, so they're interesting organic mistakes built into the gameplay that I think people can learn from. But here, we're going to go ahead and declare war on Blue, move in. Reinforcements, like our next stack, should show up next turn, and I think we should seriously consider flipping into the classical now, so I suppose that means it's finally time. I think we have done enough to highlight what I believe, that I believe that there is great promise in the structure and form of humankind. I do genuinely think that this game is really good. It just has a lot of problems. We've talked extensively about the good things, but soon, very soon, we are likely to begin the experience of the true problems of the game. Alone. So speaking of alone, I'm gonna leave you guys just for a second to take a real bio break because we've been streaming for 2.5. But I want to let you guys know that, like, by structure, once we get through episode 3, that we are actually more than halfway done because of the way that this tutorial is set up, this AAR is set up. So I feel very confident we'll be able to get this thing done in one day. But I'm gonna take a 5, maybe like a 7 or something like that. And we will continue with Ilya Rapin and Ivan the Terrible holding his dead son Ivan, because this is, I think, a really great way to also frame, like, the horrifying reality of what we were about to experience in vanilla once you've executed an attack that the game literally tells you to execute. Once you've done that, the game starts to have some problems. All right, well, we'll be right back. All right, so here we are, episode 3, Alone. I think this one, video. Let's continue watching. So I'm gonna turn the volume down just a little bit because I did check the stream and it sounds like the music is still a little too loud despite my efforts to change things. But here we have episode 3, Alone. So we're not going to do like a detailed art history analysis of this, although you should read the wiki article on this. It's really incredible. Actually, I have to turn this up a little for me. Maybe I have to turn Chrome down. Yeah, that'll be a little better. There we go. But for those of you who know the Rurikovic dynasty in the Grand Duchy of Moscow, you probably are at least obliquely familiar with Ivan the Terrible, but you might not know like what brought the Rurikovic dynasty to its end, and it is kind of Ivan the Terrible. So he had his crown prince Ivan Ivanovich, who he actually killed in a fit of rage. He cracked him over the head with a staff, and then he bled to death, and that led Ivan the Terrible. It left him with only one real successor. He had Fyodor, who was developmentally disabled, who ended up becoming Tsar later, and then Dmitri, his youngest son. And for those of you who know the real true detail of the time of troubles in Russia, you'll know about the false Dmitris and like the amount of anarchy that this murder that he committed on his own son unleashed upon his state. And that's just sort of like what happens in terms of humankind, I think. So here we are with episode 3. This is definitely the single most critical part of the of this whole thing, I think. So we're going to begin here with part 1, the air quotes truth. So here we are on turn 19, and in some ways I feel like we're about to flip the coin of destiny. Either we are going to blow through the handful of peasant levies that blue has on the board next turn, and with 2 battering rams also set up to absorb some damage by being up and going by turn 20. I feel pretty confident in having clicking auto here. Or we will somehow die in a blaze of glory. That is possible. Someone else might be elated at this point, giddy with the promise of the fruits of conquest and eager for more. I think ultimately it's a question of personal taste. I don't mind winning a game or two if I feel like I've earned it. I don't mind winning more if it feels like I'm learning each time. I do, however, mind when that central precept of game design is so critical to me that I feel like the outcome is uncertain, that I want to play on not merely out of curiosity. One of the cats is messing around with my audio. Get out of here. That I feel like the outcome is uncertain, that I want to play on not merely out of curiosity, but because of the tension of the game's narrative is violated. I want to feel like I want to play on and see what is going to happen, rather than being able to use previous experiences to inform a robust model of what I can be pretty sure is going to happen. I'd be honestly really surprised if rolling over blue doesn't get us a material advantage that we can turn into a victory, and though that is still far from certain until the auto is over, I'm very bullish on our chances. Blue is alone. The larger issue that we'll be discussing here are the mechanical issues that over the course of the AAR will contribute the most grief or at least annoyance to our gameplay. There are a lot of great tools in Humankind, and many of them I think are simply misimplemented and can be improved a good deal by borrowing Bruno's numbers from VIP, or another modder. I won't pretend to be well versed in the exact numbers he is using, so just DM him, but I can tell you the shape and form of the numbers that he creates and why they tend to form a ludonarrative that communicates much better with not just me, but with the AI as well, and therefore the narrative world that I am playing in, because the AI is the living element of the narrative world. Don't expect this section to be all critical. The reason we are critiquing some of these systems is precisely because I know they can be better and play better and be more fun as I've experienced as much. Talking about the things I love about the game must continue simply to communicate why they need to be fixed, but expect things to get grotesque, expect things to get naffy. So, part 2, Burn the Witch. Dum dum ba-da-dum. For those of you who are Queens of the Stone Age fans, Burn the Witch, religion, abstain from intoxicants. Religion is another one of those potential landmine subjects when it comes to making any kind of historical game. Religions are complex things. In some ways, categorizing them all together under the same umbrella mechanic can sometimes feel even a little ham-fisted. I think we all know someone whose ancestors were both practicing Buddhists as well as being observant of local folk traditions. Syncretic and dualistic faiths and various forms of Gnosticism and secret cults dominate huge swaths of the human experience, and categorizing our belief structures as existing purely within the same kind of hierarchical boundaries that we are used to applying to a more familiar and structured religions is an inherently Western or Near Eastern mindset. I think that humankind's approach to religion is honestly probably the best that I've seen in a 4X in about forever. The only thing that I think comes close is that standard candle of 4X game design for me, Civilization 4. It's incredible how well the game operates in regards to religion, making it at once incredibly powerful and so something that we feel compelled to interact with, while also doing a great job to not just file the serial numbers off of Christianity or Islam or whatever and copy paste a bunch of religious icons. The basic system of building a series of tenets or beliefs that largely give you power based off of interacting with the physical environment of the player. My tentacles are writhing with excitement just thinking about it. That said, wow, we have a giant problem here, folks. First, abstain from intoxicants. I don't know precisely what numbers I like for abstain. That's still true. I played more on VIP, and I still don't really know, but like they're not remotely sane on vanilla. I think it's actually good communication to the player on one level for there to be a competitive goal in regards to religion, because this is a secondary draft that we get to participate in, and it is a secondary draft that provides both power and specialization as well as flexibility in spreading your wings wide to touch on various forms of specialization. I'm actually sloppily all over the way that religion works in form in Humankind. I hope that the structure, or at least the concept behind the structure, can be preserved as much as possible, as I think it works incredibly well for the most part. VIP massively shifts the numbers around, though, and presents us with an entirely different way to think about the power of religion. At the moment, you really do want religion, but really only insofar as it can give you access to abstain from intoxicants, so race for that one specific object and then just accept fealty to the religious leader if you lose is the behavior I'd expect competitive folks in multiplayer to continue to exhibit on the Dante patch. I would assume that that is still true, that anyone who can convert to abstain will do so. As the game goes on, religion continues not to disappoint. Honestly, some of these picks are strong enough that I don't even necessarily know which one is supposed to be correct, which is pretty neat for me. I don't know if they're like really strong enough to like make the investment in faith worth it, but they're all interesting. But the problem though is that there is borderline to no founder advantage, other than the fact that you get access to abstain early and can direct the control over which picks your religion grows into. Religion is a highly symmetrical mechanic. You can just hop on whoever picks up abstain and just be along for the ride and do absolutely nothing with faith and have a pretty decent religious game on a certain level. And that is precisely the opposite of what the game is supposed to be about in regards to religion, I hope at least. In Civ 4, the religious game is very heavily weighted towards paying out value to the founder, thanks to the direct intersection of the mechanics involved. In Civ 4, the economy largely operates on sliders. No, I am not so deranged as to ever want those to return to the light of day, but it is important context, where gold can equal science. By giving the founder an enormous economic incentive to found a religion early, invest resources into its religious infrastructure, and attempt to support its spread via conversion or diaspora, the game makes religion a critical element that really draws in the player's attention. So here we have the Mahabodhi, for instance. The two other main problems with religion in Humankind are primarily mechanical. First, because religion is inherently shackled to pops, it makes it very hard to hit the biggest power spike in religion, abstain, without just doing big food stuff early. I like food, and I want it to be good, and Dante is attempting to do that, so don't worry, we are going to do a big food deep dive here in episode 3. But the second problem caused by abstain feeds into our next topic. One of the primary stresses in any 4X is snowballing. More resources this turn, right now, combined with the natural way most economies and most 4Xs allow the player to translate resources now into growth later, can very rapidly turn into massive long-term advantages. Because of this, it is frequently optimal to be willing to make long-term sacrifices for short-term gains, so long as the resources generated from that sacrifice are spent on useful projects like infrastructure or critical units, and not wasted on monuments to the absurd. Balancing a game towards player agency, resources now type of mechanics being good means that a player can learn this tempo very quickly and cleanly without fear of punishment by the mechanics. Abstain combined with a game speed recalculation problem make chopping insane. So, the next section, part 3, Apocalypse the Trees. Part 3, Apocalypse of the Trees. Trees are important to humanity. I hope nobody expects me to find the Wikipedia articles about basic things like shelter, or paper, or charcoal's ubiquitous use in smelting. No matter how you cut it, humanity's interactions with trees, be it the cultivation of some or the consumption of many, was one of the things we can find strong archaeological evidence of all around the globe. Energy is that omega-level mutant for humanity, and trees capture it from the most magnificent producer of it, the sun. Should humankind encourage the player, and by extension the AI, to chop down trees? In lieu of a simpler philosophical tool other than, well, hey, it's already in the game, it might as well do what it's supposed to do, I also think it makes very little sense from a dialectical materialist perspective for chopping to ever be something the player should not feel a tension to pursue. We should aim to create a system where the players are drawn to exhibit behaviors that work in tandem with history as best we know it, and humans cut down trees a lot. The basic math for chopping in humankind right now operates thusly. Research, carpentry. 2 units are sent to a tile with a forest with 2 production, or woodland with 1. Units click chop.
Who's misplaced.
My debit card.
Get out of here. Get out of here, stupid ad. Units are set to units click chop, locking them in place for a variable but non-random number, fortunately, number of turns. Now, there's the issue. After said number of turns, resource is removed, which is like giving you 20 production times era level. Production is assigned to whatever city controls the administrative center for the tile in question. The production is wasted on the frontiers. The number of turns involved is similarly complicated. First, and this is the biggest problem here, there is a base number of turns that it scales off of for game speed. Unfortunately, some mechanics absolutely need to scale off of game speed, so while I wish I could give you basic heuristics as to whether a mechanic should see game speed or not, you actually have to logic it out every single time. To talk about why this doesn't work, we have to talk about how game speeds seem to mostly work in humankind, but fortunately that one's quick. Game speed seems to almost entirely be a minus or plus cost modifier on stuff. You build stuff much faster on Blitz because it's all cheaper, same with science and cities, whereas they're just a lot more expensive on the slower game speeds. The game is balanced around more or fewer turns via costs mostly. I think you can see why it's actually a good idea for it to scale off of game speed, but because of the other math involved with the input costs associated with chopping and the cost of developing and maintaining those resources, this turns into an exponential scaling problem that produces huge communication problems in the community. On Blitz, chopping takes 1 turn by default. On Endless, it takes 8. So immediately, like, some players are correct to just never chop, and that causes the Discord to eat itself alive whenever you bring it up. You can modify this base number through introducing apparently more combat power or combat strength of units, now that I think about it, but I thought it was more units, but I clarified with Bruno just to make sure, and it is combat power. But ask someone who cares more about the precise math than the logical math, because the core of accessibility min-maxing instead of dumb spreadsheeting is the question, does this make any sense? And speaking of, the entirety of Babylon is at war at this point. We want to do our best to get as much production early game as we can in the vast majority of 4Xs. There are exceptions to this rule thanks to the various balance differences and design philosophies of whatever game you're playing, but as a good basic heuristic, technology will acquire for you advancements, and then production will be the tool with which you apply and thus benefit from those advancements. In some games, the tools for growing your production revolve around the different types of infrastructure you build, so here in Age of Wonders 4 I'm just highlighting a workshop. Others will rely more on ways to supplement or replace your production queue with something alien altogether, perhaps dust, like here from the Endless Space stream, just like showing off buying a bunch of units and then putting stuff on it with magic dust. In Humankind, at the beginning of the game, the tools you have for growing and advancing your production are very scant. We can assign pops. Each pop will, on baseline, essentially be only transforming 6 food into 6 production because of the pop upkeep. We can exploit the terrain around our scant few districts, because we have not really built a lot other than units to go kill blue. We can also build capital in the form of infrastructure, associated with its own forms of return on investment and opportunity cost math. Like here we have a lumber yard that we could build for 9 extra industry. Determining how a player starts to play a game involves solving for the production problem in the vast majority of how most 4X games are played. Production is the tool with which the player will choose the direction of their empire's physical growth. In the case of Humankind, 1. Each population will serve as our initial baseline for production and upkeep's associated with making it for turn 0. You can roll out districts pretty quickly, but when you hit Ancient, you're not going to have districts initially. You're going to have a bunch of pops, though. So at 2, at a baseline rate of 6 production per turn, compared to the baseline of 20 production generated for a chop, we can see the back of the napkin math suggests 3 1/3 turns for these sources of production to track with one another from an output per population standpoint. To put it simply, if you put the pop into the city by disbanding it, and you make it a worker on this guy right here, if you just make it a worker, you're getting 6 production per turn per pop point, and so like this would balance things perfectly if it were at 3 1/3 roughly, but that still is only a part of the equation, because a pop in a city will cost 6 food to upkeep. A scout on the field promoted from a tribe seems to maintain an upkeep cost of only 1 gold on the Dante patch because it's translated from a tribe. A pop in a happy city will generate influence for you, as well as the widgets associated with whatever legacy traits you picked up during the Neolithic period. Yo, what's up, 4-Way? We're like maybe about halfway through, roughly, so it looks like this stream is going to end up being maybe 6 hours instead of 12, which is good. But we're here in the grotesque detail part. We are in the math part, the offensive part of this post-mortem, I think, and we're just talking about chopping math right now. Yeah, good 4-Way. I like having entertaining things about bizarre things. That's what I enjoy doing. But here we're just talking about chopping, and I love chopping, and I want it to be good, and it's kind of messy on both vanilla and VIP, to be honest, I think. But we're gonna confirm on VIP next week when we try to play Blitz. And then 5, there's a hard cap on number of pops that can be assigned to production, scaling in tandem with various forms of physical infrastructure and laws and the like. I hope you see immediately that any attempt to condense this problem into pure math is literally folly. Most of the time, making a spreadsheet feels like the more scientific way to determine value, as it involves doing a bunch of real math to determine precise intersection of the values of the widgets. But I'm here to warn every single person reading this: if you do not understand the thing you are decontextualizing into pure math, you will throw out bits of the equation, and that make your spreadsheet somewhere between meaningless and misleading. I'm not averse to finding my textbooks from college and brushing up on using Google Sheets to do some math myself, but there are intersections between widget production that cannot be put into a cell for the vast majority of games, so doing that kind of min-maxing, honestly, for most 4Xs should be viewed as a ritualistic behavior rather than a scientific one. So what math can you do responsibly? Ultimately, what math can you do responsibly tends to be the kind that we are hopefully helping you understand here, which is, does this math make sense? Does it make any sense that a population working in Blitz should do literally 8 times faster than as a baseline versus Endless, when the vast majority of what mechanically defines game speed is cost scaling? No, this produces exactly the effect you'd expect. You just chop everything on Blitz and can obliterate every tree in the universe instantaneously to build all of the things like Dr. Manhattan transforming Mars if you want. And on Endless, you literally never ever press it, as it means sacrificing a potential scout for 8 turns and its potential income for virtual eternity. You just don't ever do that. VIP fixes all this and makes the math for chopping make a lot more sense as a baseline. I think it probably still needs to go down to 3 turns as a baseline rather than 4, but it makes a lot more sense. It's a button that doesn't directly break the game or destroy your gameplay if you click it, which is what it does. It either it is a noob trap to do it or to not do it, depending on game speed, and that's not good. All of this has been overlooking the uncomfortable last part of chopping, which is, of course, abstain from intoxicants. The tension in regards to chopping, if it is to produce a ludonarrative that is in harmony with what I perceive to be humankind's main design philosophy, should revolve around a progression of steps. Humans cut down trees to build early shelters, you should too. As the map expands, the creation of a navy in a timely fashion will require you to direct your people to remove these forests. The vast riches of the sea come in many forms. Bandits will thrive in your nation's forests during the times of crisis and strife. Try to be careful how many you let grow too close to your urban centers. Without trees to hold the topsoil in place, erratic flooding has become endemic in the region. Help your people evacuate to a safer location to live. The desert is spreading unchecked over time. Without vegetation to act as a long-term storage of moisture and a barrier against soil erosion, your lands will slowly die. The long-term carbon capture of the planet has taken a heavy reduction in the past 300 years thanks to deforestation. Combined with the volcanic eruption nearby, expect the next harvests to devastate most lands. Global chaos might ensue. The water levels are rising yet again. The estuary is now mostly saline. Local fish stocks are collapsing. It may be necessary to use the International Congress to pass and enforce emergency legislation. Time is running out. This section, Apocalypse of the Trees, is I think the single most important section of the entire Post-Mortem when it comes to designing a tutorial. I don't think there's a single 4X that I've encountered that explains the fundamentals of the game to the player in a useful form. Almost all tutorials in 4Xs are effectively just here's how to use the user interface. If your user interface is so bad that you have to dedicate the entire tutorial to helping people understand it as part of the onboarding process, then you need to redo your UI, because that should not be what a tutorial does. What a tutorial does is what this document is attempting to do. Overload the player with fundamental information first, and then gradually fall away and make it so that the player understands roughly what is going on in the game on actually a pretty high level, but not the consequences of what they are doing. The replayability is discovering the mystery box of like what is actually happening in the game. What are the second order consequences of the things that they've done? If you do a tutorial like this where you keep your narrative limited to things that are actually fundamentally powerful and useful for the player to do, things that will help them have fun in the early game, things that will set them up well in the early game so that they can experience the rest of the game for themselves and discover the consequences of their actions without lying to them, right? All of this stuff here is true. Humans do all of these things, and it's not really even that one is good or one is bad. It's just that the choices that we make as humans have long-term unpredictable consequences, and that is, I think, something that most 4Xs should just lean more into, because that is, I think, where good gameplay can allow both casual and competitive and invested players to all have a very, very good time with it. But the tutorial, if the tutorial doesn't explain to you basic things like you should probably be chopping down, and that the math doesn't support that for a non-zero number of players, then like no wonder Scylla has no idea how to play this game, because like this game exclusively lies to players for some reason, and that is not a humankind problem by itself. Like 4X tutorials are mostly garbage, and that makes me angry, because I want newer players to be able to play these games and have fun too, not just like legacy player skill checks that some people cannot pass. So part 4, the organics, food. How does a game abstract food and by extension the creatures consuming it? Some games like Master of Orion 2 use the food system to deliberately slow the game down. At the beginning of the game, unless playing with a specific custom race, expect a lot of your population to be trapped in subsistence farming, eking out a rough existence for your empire in the aftermath of the apocalyptic Orion and Terran War. Growing your economy means lifting those sad survivors out of a state of interstellar peasantry, using various technological advancements and perhaps military conquests to supplement and replace your food production, gradually making your empire stronger and stronger as you are able to bring more of your population out of the mean life of meager subsistence and into the glorious arms of whatever empire's helm of statecraft you find yourself behind. Though I do think that this system of utilizing food upkeep is good at producing verisimilitude, I think it makes a very serious decision in regards to the nature of food in games in ways not everyone gets at a glance, and not everyone, myself included, always appreciates. This application of food, the upkeep application, it is inherently destructive. Upkeep represents the easiest tool a developer can use to impress upon the player the importance of balancing various economies at once in a 4X. Upkeeps are not necessarily offensive by design due to their impact on tempo and the very obvious and real costs of existing in the prime material plane. Anyone who thinks that maintaining a bridge is free must be living a very nice life. However, due to another 0th level fundamental law of game design in regards to the vast majority of 4Xs, upkeep costs can be applied in ways that seem like a good idea because they've missed part of the spreadsheet, opportunity cost. It is impossible to understate let's see, is it understate or overstate? I don't know. Let's read the sentence, Walker. It's impossible to understate how impossible it is to demonstrate opportunity cost and snowballing outside of the frame of actual gameplay. That's one of the things that we're going to be attempting to test and highlight in the remainder of our AAR. We are going to finish the entire game, but at this point I've given up on even pretending how long this is going to be and make no promises as to its digestibility or form. That said, let's give it a try. Building an extra widget factory on turn 5 that produces plus 5 widgets per turn over the course of the game that ends on turn 81 does not make plus 380 widgets. It pays you out stepwise over the course of the game, giving you more widgets throughout, which you can then transform into even more widget factories, allowing you to compound your widget growth, but it also pays out flexibly by allowing you to divert widgets into different buckets, depending on the tools provided for widget conversion by the designer. Every time you make a diversion from compounding one form of growth to another, you're giving up the potential widgets of that alternate path. You're drafting mono white blink now, I guess. Because of the opportunity costs, both direct and compounding, associated with skipping critical pieces of infrastructure or technology, there can be some pretty horrifying outcomes if you neglect the wrong thing. So here we have libraries. If you're not building libraries in Age of Wonders 4 early, you're not really playing the game. Honestly, I think the best way to use upkeep is the way Endless Space 2 uses it. Not to keep harping on about that, but that game really is amazing, and it's free right now if you have Amazon, so yeah, go play it. I will be here, still streaming, typing away. It adds some natural considerations most of the time, things that you have to factor into the way that your empire is going to grow and direct the precise nature of that growth. Upkeeps are mostly noticeable around the edges, however, due to the power of the galactic market in ES2, except under very special circumstances. The game seems designed to be engaging and fast-paced, and the economic systems support this. All of this is to sort of preface what I'm expecting to happen during this game as a consequence of the direction of the Dante patch. But beyond knowing that units require food upkeep, I really did not look at the contents. I just heard that that was true on Discord and said, alright, fine, I guess I have to make humankind content. I actually think the verisimilitude of the thing is a good step in the right direction for humankind. It makes sense, it underlines the existing tension between military and civilian uses for pops, and I think with the right calibration, it's valuable that the work has been done. But if you ask me point blank what I expected the most likely outcome would be, it would be the outcome of unsolved balance problems. Well, things like that look like they're designed to slow down long-term players on the surface, but if it makes the AI's economy weaker too, like any symmetrical effect, it will probably ultimately make it easier for the high-skill players and way more challenging for the newer players. And then I'm not doing any sort of like footnote jokes, but like you can just read these things, see how older and newer players are responding to it. This seems like a bad balance decision in that it's kind of hurting both players' gameplay without supporting food. Food should be very, very important in humankind, especially early when we have pretty ample evidence of how much of humanity's labor was spent on subsistence. Making something important isn't quite the same as making something good, unfortunately. By making food a critical resource for the military, and of course the military being a way for your civilian economy to potentially scale faster than anything you can make with a hammer, just take it with a sword, you'd assume that this means I want a bunch of farmers. But remember how I described upkeep as destructive? Upkeep of food on units doesn't necessarily make me want a bunch of farmers, it just makes me kind of feel like I need food. That's an important linguistic difference, and hopefully it doesn't sound entirely like the ravings of a possessed otaku. If you make too brutal a skill check, it might shift some meta considerations around, and it does sound like it has changed some meta considerations in regards to balance on the Dante patch, but ultimately humankind systems still don't make me want to make infinite farmers at the beginning of the game, on vanilla at least, and that's something that I want to do, or at least seriously consider doing most of the time, because people farmed a lot. It simply produces a better ludonarrative for a historical game based off of what I know about human history. I think the uncomfortable truth is very much like the chopping problem. I think the answer for how do we make food good has been sitting right in front of us the whole time. Here we go, baby, whipping. Making food good revolves around making pops powerful, and making pops powerful revolves around making them flexible. The fact that they were required to make military units is a huge strength of the game's design in Humankind in my book, so pops are already powerful in a certain respect. The issue, though, is in scaling. As the game goes on, the power of districts grows exponentially due to the math involved, with even slapdash adjacency bonuses. Each district makes each other district more powerful. Pops, on the other hand, increase in power very slowly, and because of the upkeep cost in terms of food, they kind of, like, unlike districts that make each other powerful, pops almost make each other worse, mostly only existing to clean up the scraps, which are the jobs left behind by your littered room of district spamming. Combined with the present food upkeep on pops, there's really nothing to make you super excited about infinite pops other than the requirement for them to maintain some growth in military readiness. If you make food and population growth significantly more abundant in various symmetrical fashions, though, that actually wouldn't make food weaker. If every farmer made plus 50 widgets and all the other stinky doo-doo idiot jobs made plus 5 widgets, my baseline heuristic would be to make as many farmers as humanly possible. In order to make food good in humankind, it must not merely be important, it must be powerful. Power means flexibility, and flexibility means better math on whipping in humankind, I'm afraid. For those of you unfamiliar with the math on whipping, it was incredibly borderline in vanilla before the Dante patch, due to how little production you got per pop, like basically nothing. This does not seem to scale based off of game speed or eras or anything except the relatively few bonuses you can collect for extra production per worker pop. It was very challenging to ever attempt to click it pre-Dante, but it looks like this button is effectively just 100% a noob trap now. That's a gigantic problem because, one, I assume that the AI will click it sometimes, I'm almost certain of that, and then two, I assume that new people who do not look for the wiki for math formula to attempt to learn a game by clicking on things, and some people are better at vibing this out if it's good or not, which means that the game is just like artificially hostile to new players attempting to learn the game by playing it, by whipping being doo-doo. I'm not going to show all of Bruno's math because honestly a critical element of the thumbnail that I have planned out for the stream in July is me incinerating all of the horrifying things that he showed me in mod tools, like just destroying all of the awful math in vanilla to make a Ludonarrative that makes sense. But I'll summarize it out of math lunacy and into human and say that the tempo it produces feels really powerful with whipping, maybe a little too powerful, which is something we're going to test on like next week in the Blitz game, but it's way closer in line to what we know about humans. If we assume humankind is meant to operate in any form as an educational tool as well as a video game, I think it's really important that we do our best not to be shy about the mistakes of humanity. Hiding the things we've done to ourselves won't make the lessons go away, it'll just make them inaccessible. A lot of human labor in the pre-industrial world was forced labor in one form or another. Depending on how you estimate it, the most recent estimate I can see finds maybe 27.6 million humans are still working in forced labor today, but in the ancient and classical world, the numbers would have been astronomical due to social structure. The explicit demand of unpaid labor in various forms of core-based systems devolved state costs in ways that enabled some really important civilian infrastructure to be accomplished, even into what we consider the modern day, like the Suez Canal, for instance. Why did you scroll down? The human cost of lives lost by the state due to starvation or overwork alone, never mind outright slavery, is probably incalculable once you factor in the snowballing effect on population growth. None of this is to argue that we should encourage the player to act against natural humanistic tendencies, but rather to highlight that precisely because there can be observed and perceived good from these on occasion, making the tools good enough that the player enters into the philosophical trap of convincing themselves, well, just one more time, I think it'll be good for my people, plus we really need this upcoming dam in case the river diverts again and the season is changing, so I need to be prepped on grain storage. This time it really is for the public good. Make it so the player starts to ride the line when it comes to not only managing the population cost of it, but the stability cost of it. We'll talk about stability later, as I think that's another subject that I mostly like the implementation of in Humankind. But I think the game, if the game had more complicated systems to handle lower levels of stability, a la Paradox Interactive games, it would add a ton of texture to the game. Make it feel like each time I'm clicking the pop buyout, I'm participating in a social contract with my pops, one where if I accomplish enough growth, the unrest will simmer in the background, but a rising tide lifts all boats. But if I fail, that the tide of chaos shall consume me. And that gets us to part 5 here of episode 3, the Inorganics, the critique of our AI. I hope we've gone over why I love draft enough that I can preface this entire thing by only feeling like it's appropriate to introduce this topic and then immediately finish with it as a way to introduce our meta topic. From here on out, when we're drafting, I'm getting literal zero feedback from the AI in regards to what it wants. Like, we're just way ahead of the AI all the time. The VIP actually does help post Dante even more than it did pre-Dante, so I'm really excited to be playing some more of that, but not on pre-Dante. It really wasn't enough to change the game that much by the middle of the game. But that is different now. This means that unfortunately there is no way for me to get a good handle on what the game is evaluating and how in regards to me needing to increase my own tempo. And that's a really important thing for me. I want to feel like I want to be doing more optimizing here and there and learning along the way. Otherwise, I get bored with the object really quickly. A committed AI that respects what is going on in regards to victory, I think, is a critical element of game design. It doesn't need to rip the limbs off of anyone, but the more widgets it can generate through legal actions that the player can observe, the more the player can learn through observation. It's a better pedagogical tool. If you make an AI that sucks and you just add widget bonuses to it, it will lie to the players in terms of player behavior every single time and confuse people by expressing natural curiosity. This is true. It's going to hurt casual players onboarding if your AI is too bad. As someone who wants my guides to be useful to anyone willing to sit through them, I need good feedback in order to feel like I can do my job properly. I like making content I can feel proud of, and I feel like I can be most proud playing and showing off a game where I feel like the game's AI respects and loves its systems enough to enjoy them with me. If I'm not getting that level of feedback, I have to learn in the dismal abyss surrounded by jackals. I think if the AI is ever going to work for me in Humankind, I need to know what the hell it's even up to. So far I've got a few basic theories based off of my observations, but I haven't really gone digging around in the modules enough to feel like I'm super qualified to talk about specific fixes so much as generalized problems. So that's going to be the main section of the main thrust of this remaining section. So far as I can tell, the AI comes from two different buckets, Persona and General. I think Persona AI is actually a great and very healthy thing to have around if it is done appropriately. I think it's good for a leader to lean into their strengths. So if a leader with a minus 30% production cost on making units isn't making a bunch of units in single player, that is an enormous red flag to me. That means that something is grotesquely wrong with either the balance or the AI, or maybe both. If I see that text on a leader, I expect that leader to want to play some military games with me, and I think the average player at home will too. Unfortunately, much like when to apply game speed modifiers or not, I think this is another logic problem that is nuanced enough that you have to think about it every time. I think there are case-by-case basis decisions where it seems like Persona AI is being misapplied in ways that are creating problems down the road. It also seems like the AI does not currently respect the tempo orientation of the game. I think that the game is, on a fundamental level, supposed to feel and play mostly optimistically, or at least aspirationally, and I think an up-tempo, engaging game with important choices every step of the way is just an easy way to simulate that. Master of Orion 2's economy simulated the terrifying abyss that your culture starts over and their desperate bid for survival really well with its economic system, but I'm like 85% sure that that's not what Humankind's vibes are supposed to be. Like, that's what the art tells me at least, but then I have a link to Madoka. Right now it seems like the game's AI wants to slow human progress to a crawl, brutalizing itself in the muddy abyss of 19 stars in the classical era and stuff. Duelists in a Goya painting come to life. I don't think that makes sense. Make the AI respect the power of getting a good economy first and then scoring points with that good economy later, and I think it will make the competitive scoring elements even better, which I hope not only come back in Humankind 2, but are massively expanded upon and supported. I loved the competitive quests in Endless Space 2 and desperately want a quest making me feel like if I solve a Tragedy of the Commons problem, I'll get mechanically rewarded by the game, but even if I can't, I'll want to compete for third every time, right? Make systems for us to divert growth into more forms of competitive fame and widgets along the way, and it'll make it so that, like, you're not just artificially slowing down progress by increasing the requirements, you're organically slowing down progress by giving the players other ways to interact with the game's systems. The competitive quests in ES2 are incredible. Shoot. And they needed to be in Humankind 1, but they Omega need to be in Humankind 2, and Tragedy of the Commons problems, I think, are just like generically useful for any historical game to attempt to interact with. This is less a criticism of the AI and more simply a function of the form of the game right now. I think it would help the AI and new players a lot if new players alike a lot if free cities, minor civs, or whatever the new kids are calling them these days, actively took an interest in befriending local powerful neighbors looking for protection. If you have to spend a bunch of resources to befriend the free city, but you can just eat it instead and have another city, I'm going to eat it every single time as a mechanical reaction in Humankind or Age of Wonders 4 or whatever. If you throw enough roadblocks in my way, I'll consider not eating it, but if the costs remain high to befriend them, then I'll categorize that thing as ignore. If you create a clean and obvious Ludonarrative, the Blue Empire is marching around the borders of this free city demanding tribute, and the free city is turning to you for help, I think that there are ways to make the Free City want to interact positively with the empires, and once that happens, they become very easy to balance as positive EV to spend resources on. Gaining an ally far away can make a war against a nearby enemy far more profitable. Once I feel like I can find a positive feedback loop with a minor civ or whatever, I assume it is good not to eat, but eating them is amazing in vanilla right now, and if you don't want to work that way, they need some mechanical adjustments in creative ways. Less random upkeep on stuff that makes the game feel taxing and menial, more explosion of power and dynamism, like when I start dumping strategic resources onto the market in Endless Space 2 and transforming my empire like a god through dust. I think that there are some core balance issues that can actually be a central pillar of good game design. After all, Master Ryan 2's AI takes research labs, but unless you're careful, I think it is best to avoid that. I think it's good to reward curiosity. I think it's bad to require it. That said, if there's a system that just doesn't work the way the AI thinks it works, that can be a catastrophe. And I suspect that the AI is burning tons of resources on not eating minor civs and pursuing other dead ends for growth. If the goal is to make me not want to do that, make them friendlier when it makes sense. And hey, I just solved a tragedy of the commons problem that they were suffering from along with me, and I got a fame and a giant Diplo bonus. Hell yeah. Like, that's all this stuff is pretty logical. All right, so there, we've gone through the crucible of episode 3, and we've made it to Jan Matejko and Stanczyk. So for those of you who know your 17th century Polish history, then you probably know this painting, but this is the court jester kind of like, you know, being sad while all of the Polish nobles are partying in the background, because he's aware of the fall of Smolensk, that you can celebrate this as much as you want to, but just doing a bunch of celebration is not going to change the material reality, and the material reality is that the AI is just like doing stuff in Humankind, and that makes it impossible to understand what you're supposed to be doing as a player unless you're willing to dip into multiplayer. So, part 1, the classical draft. Determining the shape... Oh, there's also... I guess I'll come back to how to interpret Apocalypse of the Trees and the entire document at the end if I can remember it, but tutorials should mostly be structured like this, I think. Just overwhelm people with fundamentals early and then disappear and make them figure out like how they're supposed to end the game. I think that's pretty fun. Or how they're supposed to improve on the early game. I think that's pretty fun. Determining the shape and form of the classical world is the job of archaeologists in a very real sense. The documents we have from the time period are limited. The relative truth of the information written or inscribed on the objects, sometimes questionable or absurd. And even basic things like reconstructing a map of what the world's geopolitical terrain looked like is full of models and guesswork after a certain point. Interpreting whether a recovered object is indicative of trade or nascent imperialism is a very difficult job, but regardless of the precise form of statecraft, all the evidence we've collected so far presents an interpretable narrative that we present in-game. During the classical era, there were a lot of states that grew into what could recognizably be described as empires. I think broadly the mechanisms of humankind would do well to make statecraft and society feel intimate at first, both to reduce complexity for any newer player, all while serving to demonstrate the logistical complications of empire management prior to paved roads and other public works. I kind of expect that the Neolithic and ancient eras will provide tools for player interaction at this point, but I think that balancing a historical game where the player feels they have the resources necessary to build an empire in the classical era, if the opportunity arises and the player wants to, makes sense on a basic level. Empires come in different forms. The devolution of power beyond the central state is something that defined the Spring and Autumn and Warring States period as much as the centralization of power defined the empire building in the Near East, but I expect that the game will not only allow but support and encourage warfare during the classical era. On that note, we've organically, air quotes organically, arrived at a novel situation here in Humankind thanks to the Dante patch, something which is going to require us to go back to heuristics when it comes to our basic approach here. We missed out on Harappans in the Ancient, and although I'm generally skeptical of food in 4X without good methods to transform it into different things, there's no denying the situation our economy is currently in. All of the food is going towards the army. We also have 11 open scientist slots at the moment, and and nowhere near enough food to come close to using them all. If we want to keep growing at a steady pace, we have a few main things that we can do to fix our position up. First, we could spam a bunch of farmers' quarters, but production is precious, especially early, and I'd rather look for something that doesn't slow down our scaling. District math is going to need a full subtab later at some point, in a future episode. If we had been fortunate enough to run a massive influence budget early, I think we could have easily convinced ourselves to use a bunch of harbors. Harbors tend to be pretty good once you start sticking them together. Honestly, if the influence math were more favorable, I'd be heavily inclined to go that direction right now. Traditionally, I'm of the mindset that it makes sense for the first actor in the draft to be able to get the best thing, both because they have access to the most flexibility and choice, but also because they can search for the objects intentionally designed to be generically a little stronger. If you fail to do this and you accidentally create a system where moving second or third, or what have you, is economically superior due to the secondary rules, then you create enormous traps for the game state itself, which is also just terrible. Don't create a system that discourages people from doing things. That seems like basic logic when it comes to 4Xs, but that's where they are. Systems that reward people for doing this, in my experience, moving first, in my experience, are fun. On a previous patch, I would almost certainly be thinking about the different dimensions of scaling, but now I think it's probably appropriate for us to, and fine for us to skim the list and see if we can find anything that allows us to fix up our food with limited inputs. Remember, food right now is effectively a destructive force in humankind mechanically, not a creative one, so while we need to get that aspect of our economy fixed up, I want to do so without feeling like I am specializing in it, as the payouts for doing so remain pretty limited. All of this is a meaningful enough meta shift, though, that I feel myself forced to grapple with a few new cultures that I've basically never considered before. So let's do a little bit of guesswork in regards to our most logical contenders. We have the Garamantes and the Celts. There are also a few curveball options to look at. Carthaginians, because we get access to a Kothon. Marians, because we could use the Estate to get a little bit of extra influence, so we could maybe attach a little bit extra in terms of outposts with harbors. Ultimately, I wish I thought the Morians were stronger, but with their Estate button being so bad, I think they're way back down. Like, maybe they're B tier, but they cannot be any higher than that, and I would not be surprised if they're C tier now too, because like the Estate button just doesn't do anything for them. Especially with how much extra you get from Civics these days. So while they do generate more influence, this is good. I wish the game had generally more favorable rules for influence production across the board, as it plays incredibly well and definitely feels like the height of magic in a creative sense in some regards when you get too much of it. Because you can do like really disgusting and hilarious things. I don't know if they're ever going to give us the ability to like go back to old patches, but if you go back to the pre-Enheduanna thing and you play around with Estate, you can do hilarious nonsense with a bunch of extra influence. But we don't have the resources to do that. We also really don't have the resources to leverage the stupa or even use the blitz well, because we're like all of the economy is in the military right now. Carthaginians are a little spicier, as they do have a bunch of coastline to exploit, especially once we're done eating blue and the minor civs that are going to start popping up to the east. But we're not, while we're not absolutely swimming in influence production at the moment, but if I hadn't switched back to customary laws, which we did, I would very seriously consider taking the Carthaginians right here, just to leverage our banked influence into food production immediately by unequipping outposts, slapping the special harbor down, and then re-sticking. Hopefully fixing it up with very few other inputs required, right? Like if all we have to do is spend influence to fix our food, then that's incredibly cheap. After flirting with codified law, though, our people decided that that vibe was just off at the moment, so we've gone back to the spirit of the law, customary law, rather than the letter, codified law, meaning we're more likely to gobble up our continent for growth than we are to dump a lot of harbors during the classical, the death of options. Garamantes and Celts are both cultures I honestly don't know if I've ever played in Humankind before. Traditionally, I'd prefer to avoid going after big food by now in a normal game in Humankind. Really good in Ancient, even in older patches on Vanilla. Harappans were one of the strongest cultures kind of forever, but in order to fix up our growth, we actually do need pops, and while we might demobilize a few soldiers after rolling up the continent, kind of hope we don't, but we'll see, I think it's more likely that I'll want to simply grow the size of our empire to meet the size of its stomach. Garamantes does have a lot of random food bonuses on their emblematic district, and the legacy trait could potentially give us plus 33% more influence right now post-conquest if we can turn growth back on our cities, but it doesn't really accomplish anything to towards that growth beyond the district. Itself quite expensive without a religious district boost available. Celts tick all of the boxes, plus it is brand new to me at that point, so we're playing Celts here. All of this is to effectively frame the conversation redrafting in the classical era. If you adjust the balance of the game here and there, you can change the structure of a responsible tier list pretty meaningfully. I think there are some games where responsible tier listing should be borderline seen as an alarm bell, a warning sign of game balance, depending on what the stated goal of the game truly is. Like, if you're trying to make a game that appeals to mid-casuals, and a tier list is important to wave people off of noob traps, that means that the game is not well balanced. But I think here in Humankind, that Humankind must have a responsible tier list attached. I think that because of the draft, tier listing is an ontological good. I just want to make sure that they're good before I make them. It is important for some things to be generically better than others. Meta adjustments like the Dante patch can give me a little jolt of interest as I am forced to reevaluate my priors and get a good feel for the depth of the change involved. But if the new balance ends up revolving around one distinct group of objects instead of another, and doesn't add any more granularity or texture, I consider that a side grade experience at best. But we've done the draft and we've picked our Celts. Part 2, Empire. So we'll start this episode out in earnest by ending the teasing. Goodbye for now, Blue. We're gonna go ahead and instant these off, and sure enough, our ability is just punch right on through. We had 8 here for this, including the extra reinforcements, but that was enough to kill their little guys. Not sure if Blue has any random units wandering around. They did not seem to, but I kind of hope they do, because I unfortunately actually forgot to demand any of our Casus Belli before declaring war. We were saving the grievances for later strategically. Yeah, that's it. But like, if you're doing this in a single player, you should press all those grievances to get like 800 extra gold. It will make your life so much easier than this playthrough. The siege at Memphis, yep, just blitz through it. Blue sues for peace almost immediately afterwards. Give us Memphis. 0 war reps because I was a fool. Yeah, here it is. Man, Walker, it sure would have been smart of you to demand a couple of hundred gold along with the peace treaty, huh? I don't think anyone will notice. It's an AAR, not a video. It's not like we're giving the audience enough evidence to construct a narrative here. Whatever. We'll restart the demands and see if Blue survives long enough to give us a second war. But in the meantime, we have some military-industrial decisions that need to be made. If we have to build a few things that generate straight food, I'm happier with tools we can build quickly, and by applying a little bit of our influence, we can make the payout structure here even more favorable by going into personal rights. Good. That's reasonable-ish in terms of growth diversion, hopefully. I don't want to delay our production too long, as it tends to be insanely powerful in Humankind. But I think if you've designed a game where it is appropriate strategic action to ignore the board right now and focus exclusively on the end goal, your game probably offers me diminishing marginal utility pretty quickly. I'll need to play around more on the Dante to get a feel for it. It certainly could have been correct just to take Maya here and ignore a food entirely and just build stuff. But I'll try to play to the board and see what happens for science. All right, good. At least one of the AI is attempting to build an army. There it is. There's an army for Orange, even though Orange isn't going to get a second city. So they're an also played here. Yes, good. One of the AI is attempting to build an army even with the food upkeep. Always important to keep an eye out for feedback like that, and while I still haven't decided if we want to eat Orange here or not, seeing an army out of Shenong, combined with the fact that we know he's not going to be a late-game contender thanks to Megalopolis, means I'm more likely to want to consider him as a subordinate friend than a conquerable enemy. We'll find out. We'll see what the ocean tells us when we finally turn to it for its whispers. While we can attempt to save more forests and woodlands for Abstain, the fact of the matter is that you do have limited tools for exploiting tiles in the early game of Humankind, especially on fast vanilla, so I see no reason for our army not to contribute to the development of our civilian economy. So as it slowly marches towards our frontier and the minor civs beyond it, we'll use our troops to add a bit of value back into Memphis. And this is something where, like, I don't know what it happens when you flip cultures and you're chopping at the same time, because like actually pinning that down seems to be really complicated, but just make your math favorable to players. Like if you flip and this should go up to 40, because that's what happens when you move from ancient to classical. If somebody starts the chop in the ancient, then it should pay out with whatever they are in terms of like by the time this is done, so that way people don't get randomly hosed by not understanding the exact math. It seems like it doesn't update, which is like not favorable math, like the opposite of what I think should be doing. But you can still chop outside of the ancient era, and sometimes it actually is very powerful to do so, depending on what's going on economically on the board. Scaling production off of era is very good generally, and plays very well with the tension of more now, less later, that I like out of a good engine builder, subverting it in interesting ways. Do we save this thing to chop down later for even more production? I also need to start looking for ways for us to fix up our production once we've gotten past this growth bottleneck. And although we do have a lot of silk, very important for us to use moving forward, we also have a lot of river just sitting around, which means that we have ways to get production out of watermelon hydrology. While we are out here taking screenshots of random infrastructure, I'd like to highlight one thing that I think VIP understands well that I'd like to see in either vanilla or HK2, but it's long enough that we kind of need a sub-tab for it. So for anyone who wants to hear about infrastructure and stability, let's go. So we're going to pin this here and pop on down to a nice little sub-tab. Part 2A, Stability and Infrastructure. Understanding stability within historical context is a complicated subject. Here, this is the, a nation long united must divide, long divided must unite. Whether chaos and order can be considered cyclical forces beyond human comprehension or predictable outcomes of observable human behavior, stability is not a pure ontological good in history, at least in my observation. Victoria 3 models this quite well, with your radicals acting as effectively a positive metric when your state's form is out of sync with your capital or your intended goals for your society. Relying on ossified systems to change themselves without an outside force pressuring them to do so does not summarize well what I know about history. Amplitude tends to be very creative with their application of stability in whatever games they make that feature it. Let's get the music back in here, buddy. Yes, they feature it because it tends to be a transformable widget, something with flexibility and power when it comes to both generation and utilization. I think it's a system that mostly only needs smoothing out of the edges within the confines of Humankind 1. For HK2, I'd love to see more granularity and consequences, like in Crusader Kings 3 or Victoria 3 or what have you, but as a baseline, I do think stability works pretty well, even in vanilla Humankind. I do think that the nature of infrastructure, especially in regards to stability and growth, needs a bit of touching up. Public fountains and other forms of public works were definitely one of the good applications of forced labor that I can conceptualize for the ancient and classical world. The moral value of the existence of the thing aside, I'd much rather see a tyrannical despot expend their citizens' lives on building an aqueduct than a mausoleum. Quantifying and abstracting the health benefits of access to clean water is complicated to do within the confines of a 4X or a grand strategy game, but while stability can work as a stand-in, I actually prefer that things like the health mechanic in Civ 4 when it comes to ludonarrative design. The growth stat apparently exists in the code in Humankind, but isn't used anywhere, so Bruno has co-opted that to use on public works, and while that isn't, I think, the only way to communicate that there are health benefits from fresh water, I think it models the social impact of the thing in real life a little better. Regardless of what real mechanics go into the thing, access to fresh, clean water tends to be a huge force multiplier when it comes to growing and maintaining large urban centers. You know, in the medieval era, in the ancient era, and even today, it doesn't matter. Fresh water is huge. Static fortifications are another complicated element of human history, not to mention 4X game design and balance. When does it make sense for you to expend your empire's meager resources for growth on static fortifications? Sometimes it is a question of survival, but ultimately static fortifications act more as a force multiplier for defenders than a replacement for them. Conceptualizing fortifications as having existed in the pre-modern world simply to modify the nature of state versus state conflicts undersells their political importance. First, of course, powerful fortifications can act as a powerful demonstration of wealth. Humans are all about that, and an imposing castle can do wonders to demonstrate the power of your state to your neighbors in various soft power ways. Similarly, if you're going to keep the vast majority of the peasantry locked in some kind of subsistence economy by ritual or rite, I think it's not unreasonable for local aristocrats and kings alike to search for some kind of physical protection against their own subjects. Sometimes all you need to break up a group of angry drunken peasants wandering around town is a few sober guards, but a stone wall and a well-stocked larder can dissipate larger revolts in ways brutal military force can be expensive to seriously consider. regardless of what narrative you wanted to construct about why humans built fortifications, they did, and mostly the mechanics of Humankind are much like those of virtually any other 4X. Outside of multiplayer, if you're building a bunch of static fortifications, things are probably going incredibly badly for you. By putting a few civilian economic bonuses on static infrastructure, like what happens in VIP, I think you communicate better with the player, and while I like stability on stuff generally, I think it works pretty well to increase the creative power of static fortifications in VIP. And honestly, also, welcome to the club. Yeah, this is, we're going to have to be playing on vanilla Mac this, because, like, it ultimately is apparently not stable to play on VIP in vanilla, or in multiplayer, but if you're playing single player, play with VIP. It makes so much more sense, honestly. I'd honestly also fish for plus influence to demonstrate wowing visitors from foreign lands, and most importantly, because I'm a hopelessly addicted influence junkie, I cannot get enough of the stuff. But ultimately, I just want more tools to do more things. More tools doing more things gives me more ways to experiment about the interaction of those tools, and that's what I think that 4X should be doing, right? Introduce us to the tools, help us understand the fundamental application of it, but don't really tell us about the consequences of the fundamental application of it, and you can make it so that the game has thousands of hours of replayability without confusing people. So, that was our little subtab on stability. From under the fog of war, a hostile minor civ emerges and actually brings down a few of our own crucial pops. It would have been awesome to put together the resources to upgrade that last warrior by now, but we've been floating on effectively 0 gold for last few turns. Curse you for not demanding those grievances against blue earlier Walker. God, losing units. Thanks to our solving our food problem, they do unfortunately tend to be destabilizing in regards to multiplayer. I think we're going to have a lot of fun with multiplayer anyway on vanilla, because like the problems that we see at the end game should not be extant in multiplayer at all, based off of my experiences. But in terms of VIP, it just works. The AI works on VIP, whereas the AI does not work on vanilla. Ultimately, is what it boils down to. Thanks to solving our food problems, here on turn 24, we can finally pick up a leadership tenet. I wish we'd been able to have been a little faster out of the gate on this one, as it probably could have done a lot of work to resolving our food production problem all on its own, but I like the transition design of the thing, and even after we conquer one of the minor civs, I'm still going to be pretty happy exchanging some stability on the other cities for plus 20% fins if we're just trying to feed an army that's a lot bigger than our economy. Try it out, Macmactus. I think you'll really enjoy it. Yeah, just plus 20% fins is just a ridiculous number of widgets. We also have a lot of influence here. Maybe we could have run Carthage after all? Also, goddammit, it looks like we missed out on that 400 gold after all, because blue does not recover from losing their capital and is eliminated from the game. The game also thinks that we've gained relatively little from this so far. But remember that fame is the victory condition. It only really matters at the very end of the game in most games that use it, including Humankind, same with Wingspan, almost all of them. So while you can't neglect it entirely, a score distribution like this one really doesn't bother me at the moment if we're seeking to win. Like, we're at 2,000 in 6th place, but that straight up does not matter because we are way ahead of everybody else in terms of real growth. We'll need to keep the pressure on and our growth growing, but it's turn 25 and more than a few civilizations are desperately farming stars in the ancient era. Let's keep an eye on the interaction between the different graphs when we finally get to the end, and while I fully expect there to be a little correlation between score and relative strength, because strength produces the resources needed to score, especially at the end game after a certain point, I also expect that we'll see early advantages on fame are complicated to assess over the time frame of an entire game of Humankind. We do find ourselves with what looks like an advantageous position to grab a critical wonder here. I think economies fighting over competitive objects like wonders is a really good thing, as it gives the players ways to interact without being forced to resort to violence, and the pyramids are waiting to be claimed. Maybe we'll end up with enough production in the middle of the game to make more than a few wonders work for us, but for now, the economic scaling of extra stability in Sipar plus faster districts later looks like it'll be a great deal in exchange for a couple of turns of growth now. Sometimes it pays to find one line of play and commit all your resources to it. Sometimes it's better to get your eggs in multiple baskets, but the loss of our warriors aside, that one warrior aside, I think our main army looks poised to continue rolling east fighting against the free cities, starting with a revenge conquest of the new hostile city-state out there. More cities means more production queues, and with philosophy under our belt, I'm not afraid of pursuing 5+ cities as quickly as we can get them. So here we see the conquest of Hagmatana. Turn 27 offers us a chance to burn off a lot of influence for growth, and while we might want some padding on influence in case we decide to float it 2 cities over cap, very attainable even early game, turning our conquest of Hagmatana into real growth means supporting that civilian economy. By breaking off 2 swords from our army, we are able to nab this tile, like next to it. Maybe orange was just scouting, I'm not sure, but if you think I'm surrendering clean borders without a fight, you have no idea my dad works at Nintendo, Shenong, I'm gonna eat you. Thanks to the power of the army, we're actually able to finish it immediately and go ham wild fixing up the tile before we attach it to our city. So we were able to attach it, spend a bunch of influence to build a bunch of things that we then did not have to spend production in our city on, including, I think, maybe we even added a harbor here, I don't remember. But thanks to the efforts of our influence, we've actually managed to score enough stars that we get to leave the classical era, because those things are gonna count towards our districts. So we've done that, and I want to start next episode with a longer form discussion of our economic situation and the decisions I think we are going to be looking to make moving forward in the game. So we're going to go ahead and bookend this episode with a conversation about the medieval draft. But spoilers, based off of the situation we find ourselves in economically at the start of episode 5, I don't see any way for us to not take him here. I'm still kind of kicking myself. A problem with mods and stability really happen with people use different versions. I mean, Bruno, maybe we'll end up attempting to run VIP in one of the multiplayer games at some point. I'm not even sure. Like, we're gonna be doing multiplayer probably a lot. I'm not 100% sure if I'm gonna stream this week or just play, because I want to see how long it takes me to play a game while talking at the same time, without wasting the other player's time, kind of. It's complicated. Streaming while playing any game multiplayer is very tough, because I don't want to do a silent stream where it's just me talking about things like once every 15 minutes. I've tried watching old world streams like that to teach myself how to play that game, and those streams are not useful, unfortunately. Different versions of the MKD, and it won't even join the game, but small differences do start the game but cause a lot of bugs. Yeah, that's unfortunate. I like being able to do modded stuff, but one of the reasons why we're going to have to do VIP things is to try to convince Amplitude to just steal your work. Where were we? Oh, right, we're talking about Khmer. I'm still kind of kicking myself for not sticking with codified laws and trying to play Carthage, as I think playing around with Rapa Nui or Mississippians could be correct here with the right setup. And while I want to play around with as many things I'm unfamiliar with as possible, I think there are some cases where it really is just too much wasted EV to take the things that are worse when the ball is in your court. And the AI is never going to take the first bite at the apple for the rest of the game. We are playing Vintage and can use all of the cards. Khmer, I wouldn't even necessarily say is like the best of the medieval era cultures, but it is a really good one. So we get to take that without really any sort of input from the AI, which means we are here in the final step of this, a discussion of the medieval draft. Although I intended to do a more detailed economic accounting and give us some kind of midterm strategic goal to pursue at the beginning of episode 5, I don't think we can discuss the medieval draft without looking at the board. Again, if you can do that mechanically, I consider that primarily a failure of game design and balance. Responsive play, not necessarily reactive, mind you, but invested and concerned with the game state, is the thing that is at the core of what makes the 4X genre so tempting to me. Because there are elements that are random, you cannot really spreadsheet an economy, and because each situation is novel thanks to those RNG outcomes, hopefully your strategic thinking can arrive at different conclusions depending on current game state. Our current economy gives us a very clear signal, though, if we are willing to listen. So we are at 300 science. That's kind of not enough, but we have maxed at least both of those guys in terms of science, but like no other jobs are being worked at all. it's basically oops all scientists here, and our fourth city has literal 0 pops in it. So our science is currently holding steady at around 10x per turn at the moment. I don't think you really need a benchmark. I think you really just need to respond to what is going on the board, but having some idea of just get more is better will definitely help you out. We'll need to work on that as we continue to grow so we can be sure to be able to start our own space race, but overall I consider that the number functional enough here that I'm not super worried about devoting processing power to looking at the science emblematic quarters and the medieval. We just really don't have the stability and the food really. Thanks to the Celts and the Babylonians, we've definitely fixed the food issue temporarily. We should be able to get some more pops rolling in soon once we get a couple of last little dribbles. The more that I look at this board, the more I think we might have been able to get more out of some of the other classical picks presented to us, but overall I think we got the tempo we needed in classical to keep moving. Our economy is a shark, it needs to keep moving or it will die. The bigger issue that is emerging is the standard situation I experience in Humankind. Whether this is a reflection of my own play patterns or the rules of the game, I'm not 100% sure just yet, but based off of the reports of others, it does seem like a stability crunch is intended to prevent the player from omega building a bunch of districts in super rapid succession, and that's kind of where we are. We want to build infinite districts now, especially plus production districts, as we should be able to leverage our existing food surplus to make quick advantage of any extra worker slots we had during the medieval. The tension against this is stability, leaving us with a few serious contenders in my mind for our pick here in medieval. Aztecs. These guys do give you a buttload of extra stability if you need it. If we had a bigger starting continent with another massive war to conduct, I'd probably just take Aztecs and just declare war on somebody. Like, +2 land movement speed really is just a hell of a drug. Minus 20% unit industry cost lets you scale out your army even faster. It doesn't mean a lot right now, but as the game progresses, it can actually make a big difference, especially as units get up to like literal thousands of production. Combining this with conscripts makes your army grow a lot faster, especially if you're willing to flip around between conscripts and professional army civics. I also think the inclusion of human sacrifice is a clever nod to the practice, although I do think making it more available lines up better with what I know about other pre-Columbian Mesoamerican and South American civilizations, Chinese moral customs, and the demands of the Canaanite pantheon, amongst many others. We probably can't ever afford to do that on Dante though, and if we're fighting Shenong and Orange, I feel like we're strong enough to just do that without explicitly pursuing military. If I'd taken Carthage in the classical, we could almost certainly consider Swahili. Honestly, it's probably strong enough to consider it without Carthage. Swahili is just like colossally insane. Every time I move into the medieval, I have to pause and consider the power of Swahili. I don't think of this as a bad thing, mind you, as I like the design space where something feels generically powerful and situationally even stronger. It just shouldn't be broken. Swahili will fix for all of our stability needs for the mid-future all on its own, allowing us to continue to try to max out our population growth to leverage all of our open jobs, and gives us a way to spend our influence very productively thanks to the Bandari. If we didn't have a bunch of random tiles to our east that we still needed to claim demanding our influence, I think honestly we'd be on Swahili here, because the ability to aggressively scout plays incredibly well in the medieval era, as you might expect. All this said, there's really no two ways around it. Our current bottleneck is production, and we're not set up to use Rapa Nui, so all we're really looking at here is Mississippians and Khmer. One of the many things I love about this era and the culture systems in Humankind is the granularity. Is this thing better than that other thing somewhat like it? Well, the legacy trait is something that tends to vary from culture to culture in power, but it also represents a powerful form of passive scaling that at once pays you off for your existing empire, while also making future developments that much more rewarding. Some emblematic units dominate entire sections of the multiplayer game, like longbows. We're going to be playing on Pangea on Saturday, so we may die brutally to a longbow rush. I don't know. I'm kind of excited to die brutally to a longbow rush because I've never seen it in real life before, but it'd be fun to experience for the first time. Some seem to do little but make your auto resolves worse if they don't have a little auto resolve combat bonus. They probably are not doing what they need to when they go down in combat power. But most of them can be considered an upgrade that you may or may not be able to leverage depending on the specific unit and map state observed. Some districts are critical elements of their overall packages, hamlet-likes and harbors pluses, although please let Phoenicians build their district without text. That is a change from VIP that needs to be in vanilla. It plays infinitely better. Others are just more skippable. Overall, we do have a lot of rivers, but that's kind of only one of the issues here. Both of our industrial civs do stuff with rivers for some reason. I don't know why Mississippians and Khmer both kind of dip into the same pool, but they kind of do. Unfortunately for Mississippians, though, we really don't have the stability to make any attempt to leverage their district well at the moment, so we have to use Khmer. I'm gonna delete this. That's too much hemming and hawing, Walker. You don't have to write that part down. You can just read it and stumble later. So Khmer it is. We can figure out the stability later. We might be forced to build less than all of the berets, but I don't think we're going to do that. But expect us to get greedy next episode. For now, I don't see any way around it. Turning science into production is how we are going to get the pyramids done right now. I want to do that, and Khmer lets us do that. Let's do that. So now we have episode 5, Momentum. From here on out, the structure of the AAR is going to start expanding into the arcane and bizarre, but in ways that I hope still communicate even better, that I'm trying to get this to also kind of operate more as a tutorial, or at least a framework for a tutorial. You know, more stuff early, less stuff late. And for people who like the Fibonacci sequence. But this is Rain, Steam, and Speed. I had episode 5 named Rain, Steam, and Speed once, but I think this kind of like speaks for itself. So here we are, building stuff. For people who are really deep in the weeds when it comes to 4X game design, building stuff is the name of a chapter in the Master of Orion 2 manual. It is the most ridiculous energy manual I've ever read in my life, but I think it's inspirational and really like frames well what's going on in this game of humankind. So here we are in 1150 BCE as the Khmer. So you know what that means, everyone. It's time for me. Reconnection successful. Looks like we temporarily got disconnected on OBS. I'm assuming that we're still here. Tell me if I am not still here, Bruno. I assume that we are. So here we are in 1150 BCE as the Khmer. So you know what that means, everyone. It's time for me to assault your senses with a barrage of Victoria 3 screenshots. Actually, I'm gonna open up my phone just to make 100% sure. I'm pretty sure we are, though. Yeah, okay, cool. Yeah, it looks like, I don't know why the OBS temporarily disconnected, but whatever. It's time for me to assault your senses with a barrage of Victoria 3 screenshots. So this is like the game of Hindustan that I played sort of just like for myself on 1.8.7 before the new patch on 1.9, and just like what's going on under the hood in Victoria 3. So here we're just showing off a little bit of our development. You can kind of mouse through this if you want to, but presented without context, Victoria 3's systems might be a little overwhelming, but as of the time of writing that section on June 16th, 2025, I think Victoria 3 honestly might be the best build stuff simulator I've ever played. The game can in some ways be boiled down to line go up. Ultimately though, I think any attempt to gloss over the nuance of the system that Paradox built is to do yourself wrong. The game does have a lot of issues that still need to be tweaked in here and there, but much like the era it attempts to simulate, it is constantly attempting to grow and optimize and get just a little better. To understand the economic system of Victoria 3, however, I do think we should construct a quick little AAR within an AAR to tell us what these horrifying lines are describing to us. So Victoria 3 is not meant to be a symmetrical game. It is, like so many Paradox Interactive games, an abstraction of a particular time in human history from a particular historiographical perspective. Though they have been getting better as of late to incorporate multiple lenses at once, ultimately most Paradox games do follow a consistent narrative, which is generally good for player communication. In this case, playing in 1836 as the Mughal emperor, we find ourselves trapped, as the journal entry reminds us here. We are prisoners of the Red Fort, little more than a figurehead maintained or at least tolerated by the British. In the aftermath of the Third Battle of Panipat, the dream of recovering the power and prestige of the Mughal Empire, which had once spanned most of the subcontinent of India, but with the death of Aurangzeb and the campaigns of Nader Shah entered into a steady decline. To redeem that seems like a fantasy. We can still nominally exert some influence over the immediate environs of Delhi, but beyond that, our chances of mere survival, let alone revival, are slim, at least on the surface. One thing I do worry about on the 1.9 patch is the viability of smaller nations. People seem to vastly misunderstand trade in Victoria 3, which we'll talk about later, but at the moment, one of the fastest ways to kickstart an economy on 1.8.7 is to operate as merchants. Merchants occupy a complicated place in human social structures. As facilitators of commerce, else, an actor simply acting as a form of insurance and passage and transport and a buyer and seller of last resort might not actually sound like they're adding much value to society. These people do not make anything, so there are entire philosophical schools and religions that have either persecuted or encouraged persecution towards the mercantile class, or ghettoized entire classes of others by forcing them into various roles deemed socially undesirable. Others have, perhaps due to the very specific nature of the characters involved, actually lionized the merchant class. In the particular case of Hindustan, though, nestled within the suffocating walls of the British Empire, we can carve out a nice little economic niche for ourselves. R.I.P. Corn Laws landowner, you were critical for free trade here, so we thank you for your service. I honestly kind of feel like that was a nerf that may have not made sense, but we'll see how it impacts like small tag playability in Vicky 3 moving forward. But like, corn laws make sense. Like, just read the Wikipedia article and you'll understand what's happening and like why Robert Peel is making these changes, and then you can like express them to other nations. I don't think that should be controversial. Getting our trade economy rolling, not manipulating the goods we make, but the goods we don't, really is the crux of understanding a complex and interesting trade system. We will discuss trade in Humankind in turn later this episode, but for now it is at least powerful, and I think any game that seeks to model human history in a material sense should seek to do the same thing. The particular case we find ourselves in, though, is a rough one on the surface. Breaking free from British grasp will mean marshalling the power of all of India. In this case, the Khalsa Raj, one of the last but most challenging Indian states, remains outside of the British grasp. Fortunately for us, the EIC is impatient and decides to attack our distant sea cousins. I think they declared in like 1837. They declared during the First Opium War, actually. Meaning that we can do what trade does best before you hit free trade on 1.8.7. We can move military goods around. So what we did, without a complex enough economic network in place to really juice trade, and with enough money coming in from government dividends on opium plantations, we can subsidize the Khalsa Raj from inside the house and send them a bunch of critical military supplies as well as civilian ones. Exporting basic staples like grain and cloth and furniture expands the supply within the Sikh market, meaning the owners of their subsistence farms, which are the aristocrats, make less money working those jobs and are then more willing to leave the subsistence farms and join the military. By the skin of its teeth, the Khalsa Raj actually survived. Fortunately for us, not too long after that, the British stumbled into a civil war. So Queen Victoria tried to push through cultural exclusion, and all of the conservative members of Parliament kind of just like rose up in rebellion. Oh, here it is. Yeah. Queen Victoria, first of her name, attempts to liberalize a few laws, but her hold on her throne is tenuous and conservative elements band together in an attempt to overthrow her. With free trade now in the books for ourselves, we are able to export enormous volumes of military goods away from the British market. So despite the fact that Great Britain has, most of the industrial capacity of Great Britain, and of course, like their entire empire kind of supporting them, these little reactionary elements are also supported by Russia and Prussia and the Netherlands. And between that and the fact that we are out here buying up all of the military supplies of Great Britain and just pushing them out into the world, we are doing enormous damage to the British from inside here. So between our economic subterfuge and the military intervention of Prussia and Russia, Queen Victoria actually ends up being overthrown, but the cost to the EIC's military is astronomical. They spent 1.5 million plus pounds and hundreds of thousands of casualties in the war trying to fight back against this revolt. And so that means that even without the assistance of the Qing dynasty, which was itself humiliated by the British during Opium War in our game, we were able to rally the various fiefdoms of India together and strike while the British are fighting their European war. Not long after, the balance on the Sepoy Mutiny is 100% off in Victoria 3. I don't know why it's like this, but it's railroaded into like producing 1846 to 1848, which is railroading into an ahistorical outcome. That one makes no sense. Just rebalance the numbers on the Sepoy Mutiny paradox. It'll make everyone happier. But we are able to finally break free from British influence a little bit, thanks to a combination of various factors, be it British instability, ability to rapidly seize control of the coastlines to defend against British counter-invasion, as well as the fact that the vast majority of the fiefdoms within India actually recognize our claim as masters of India. Our efforts finally win us some freedom. The British are able to retain their hold on the very southern edge of India for a decade, but with their power rapidly fading and ours ascendant, the French, old rivals of the British regardless of form, even with the new conservative aristocracy and control over there and being friendly with Russia and Prussia, France still hates Great Britain, and we're in that group, so the France comes to us with an alliance. The French have a long and storied history allying with various Muslim states when the realpolitik demanded it, like for those of you who know the Ottoman-French alliance. And though I'm not super interested in going all in on imperialism in this run, the systems of Victoria 3 are the systems of Victoria 3, and sometimes the nature of the game feels very deliberately beyond your control. Our landed aristocrats may have been beneficiaries of the British occupation in one sense or another, but they all saw the writing on the wall, the vast wealth and power of our colonial overlords, and so, either out of greed or out of fear of a potential peasant revolt in reaction to food prices, they've already used their clout to help us indirectly liberalize. So here we're just seeing like where the laws were, I guess, in 1867. Yeah, through our though our social structures largely reflect the demographic nature of our society here in 1867, our economic structure is starting to shift under our feet. So we see here just like a little bit of change in terms of upper strata and middle strata. Our massive lower strata, once nearly entirely peasants living essentially de-economized lives on subsistence farms, producing and consuming their own clothes and furniture and foodstuffs beyond the reach of taxation, are slowly being transformed by the excess physical capital being brought in by investors, be they a nascent capitalist class or a landed aristocracy as it flirts with the economic benefits of industrialization. The sans-culottes are on the march. Decades sprawl along and fly by all at once as India looks outward for trade partners and a few crucial ports to occupy to ensure continued support for our mercantile pursuits. But as the century comes to a close, the combination of an explosion of literacy, as well as a slow but growing realization that India's own natural resources may simply not be enough to support our continued economic engine, begins to cause strife in our society. So you see that, like, really people are getting pretty mad because there's just like not a lot of excess capital because our raw resources are pretty low. Throughout this period, we continue to rely heavily on trade to grow our economy and power, but trade, especially free trade, is complex enough an instrument. I think it requires a little explanation for those uninterested in watching obsoleted videos. In Victoria 3, when attempting to utilize free trade on everything up to 1.9, you must understand that trade is an industry of its own, with its own balance of inputs and costs associated with it. As a perfect expression of profit seeking, it should be obvious that attempting to use trade to get more iron into your market is just not what a country operating on free trade does. What that country does in the real world is limit trade barriers as much as humanly possible and allow the market to sort the rest. The market will sort on fairly predictable and logical lines. Those firms specializing in trade will attempt to buy low, where the price of a good is either low due to oversupply or under demand or direct subsidizing from the state, and then sell high. If you allow your merchants to seek out markets where there's a grotesque overage of dyes or absolutely no luxury clothes production, and minimize the costs of interacting with that market via either treaty ports or other land borders, trade was the best and strongest tool for scaling your economy in the early and mid-game, especially as a smaller nation that didn't have a lot of construction. Unfortunately, the AI in Vicky 3 mostly vibed and was railroaded into ahistorical minus growth behaviors, so as the game progressed, the autarky problem did kind of assert itself, but due to the availability and power of investment rights on 1.8.x, this problem really was entirely solved. Like, you can just play with trade and investment rights and like an external trade league on Vicky 3, and you'll immediately see that trade works as long as you understand it. Eventually, simmering resentment in regards to the distribution of wealth and power caused the Mughal dynasty to finally be forced to relinquish power. To stave off the growing threat of an anarchist revolution sweeping the nation, the Emperor Pavan, elderly and aging, with the full knowledge that the nation will never accept the rule of his conservative landowner heir, abdicates the throne and the Republic of India is born. The social strife within India's borders cannot be resolved. Gateling humankind was kind of boring, same formula, confusing upgrade paths, no continuity or civ. I disagree entirely on all of those points. I mean, like, I don't know. Like, I would watch some of the other content. Like, I think that all of those critiques are not why Humankind doesn't work. Humankind doesn't work because its communication tools for interacting with the player are nonsense. But, like, I think that the civ switching works incredibly well. I think the fame system works incredibly well. I think the onboarding is non-existent and like hostile to both like more casual players as well as players with more legacy experience. So like I don't blame anybody for not understanding how the game works. But like the game does not like there's continuity of your civ all over the place, like because of the nature of the physical capital that you build. And then like you can enjoy playing one civ if you want, but the fact of the matter is that like most human history doesn't work that way. Maps are not static. They don't just like have atemporal things. I think humankind mostly works on those sorts of design structures, but like it doesn't have anything remotely like a useful tutorial within it, and the tutorializing elements that are within it I think lie to people, and so it makes it incredibly hostile when it really doesn't need to be. The game has a lot of real fundamental strengths in it. So here, the social strife within India's borders cannot be resolved without more wealth, though. So while I had kind of hoped and intended for this to be a minimal imperial game, there really just aren't enough resources in India in Victoria 3 due to the way that Paradox has distributed things. So we kind of have to just seize control of the Persian Gulf to put this black gold the Europeans are all raving about to work. We're just gonna take a bunch of oil and bring it back home to India, and that really will fix out most of the problems. Having now joined the European powers at the table as an equal partner and foe in the imperial struggles of the late 19th and early 20th century, the Republic is able to assert firm control over its neighbors in an effort to maintain some level of respectability amongst the rest of the Ummah, the society of peaceful people within, Islam. The Republic agrees to establish an independent Hashemite prince in nominal control of the petro-state of Yemen, but the travails of India are only done because the game ends here. The brink of red revolution that India had stood over at the turn of the century remains simmering in the background, and unless imperialism, either direct or economic, we have lots of ways to leverage our own construction to trade to build up another nation's economy in service of our own, continues to be fed and feed us in turn. It might be a few scant years before India itself finds itself spiraling into chaos once more. So we're already capped out on rubber and lead with the current land that we controlled, and it really was starting to cause a little bit of simmering insanity within India towards the end. But that's only part one of building stuff. We have part two of building stuff here. Part two, building stuff, part two. Alright, that's where I like it so far. Turn 30 pyramids is a little slower than I'd like, but it's a good place to start. Much better, thank you, Aziz. So far, we've mostly been shuffling economic work to the background while focusing on the board at hand. But much like when you finally start getting enough technology online in Victoria 3 that construction begins to dwarf the growth offered by war reparations, that changed in the 1.9 patch, but there's also like way too much infinity in 1.9. At some point, the economic forces underpinning humankind become an inexorable tide. Districts grant each other more widgets, thus not only adding more widget production, but also leveraging the existing forms of it more efficiently, and thus the thermonuclear reaction at the heart of humankind's economy was born. Up to this point in the game, which turned 28, our actual economic development has been pretty unambitious. We just like built some random tiles, that's the way it is. Our capital and our second city both managed to snag a good deal of growth potential during the ancient era, but due to the Dante patch increasing our demand for food, we were forced to burn our classical pick on that old adage, an army marches on its stomach. A longer Neolithic into Babylon gave us the aggressive strength to push through the Egyptians and a smaller city-state to our east, and our military feels like it should have a handle on the continent for the time being, meaning that this is a critical moment for our civilian growth to seek not only to supplement our military, but rather to compound itself. One of the strengths of Victoria 3's systems is that this compulsion for growth slowly moves beyond the player's control, and if you aren't deliberately looking for it, sometimes it can be surprising and even terrifying to realize that your actions have been informed not by your own choices, but by the compounding consequences of your own choices. Did sparing India the ignominy of British occupation produce an unavoidable narrative where we felt compelled to invade the Persian Gulf? Because the game now offers you ways to gain investment rights and leverage land borders to trade, you don't have have to conquer the Middle East to secure oil, in order to secure growth, to secure a pacified populace. But it certainly helps if you know Iran is yours and that the Russian interference in Central Asia can't threaten the stability of your empire. Drawing the player slowly into the economic web of imperialism is a direct output of the dialectical materialist design of the game, rather than a specific scientific reflection of reality, but it's a narrative that the game tells incredibly well with its systems if you're willing to listen for it. I think it's understandable that very few 4Xs have gone in this direction. In some ways, it kind of feels like only a game dedicated specifically to the eldritch horrors of the late 19th century could really do it justice. But I think that any sufficiently well-designed game, you can still create powerful economic forces that draw the player in with or without their knowledge or consent. I think any sort of resource management game ultimately benefits from this, in particular if it is a game that seeks to act as a simulacrum of the human experience, attempting to explain the United States' involvement in World War I without understanding the nature of debt and trade across the Atlantic would skip over a lot of the important parts. What we're going to look for in this section will be the fundamental economic ties of the game and the narrative it produces for me at home. First, any conversation about the economy of humankind kind of has to include or at least address districts. Districts and infrastructure are critical enough that I think they deserve a subtab. Those should hopefully become less and less frequent as we get into the game, because we're just going to go into everything over exhaustive detail, enough so to kill a horse. But for those of you who enjoy rambling, let's ramble. So we have a little subtab here with districts and physical capital, part 2A. So we have a beret there. We've already hinted at this in the other sections, but one of the central tensions that I feel should exist in Humankind, if it is to create a ludonarrative that aligns well with what I know about human history, is the central tension between capital and labor. Early human civilization essentially required capital in order to function. Without simple tools to harvest or process grains, or domesticated animals for hunting, or heavy labor, or even companionship, I have no clue how far we would have gotten in game or even in real life. Labor substitution allowed us to survive when access to our foodstuff demanded it. As social structures become more complex, though, the consequences of capital utilization became harder to parse and describe in pure terms. Yes, we can remove the need for labor if we construct a windmill to help grind our grains for us, but the other element of the question is what happens to those who once milled for a living, and what happens to the economic rewards of that windmill? That's unanswered by this technological, air quotes, solution. If the technology and physical capital merely exist to modify labor then replace it outright, the numbers are a bit off in regards to humankind. There's some pieces of infrastructure that I think deserve to be reconceptualized. I get that some folks get confused in regards to losing jobs off in infrastructure and VIP, but I think it works well mathematically if you're willing to just play around with it and assume that things do whatever they say on the box, which is to free up labor to do something else, science or fighting or whatever, while giving the other workers ways to be more efficient. Districts, however, abstract labor supplementation to the logical extreme. Districts represent automation. So here within the city, you can see we're already at plus 75 production from districts and only 45 from exploitation and some from workers, but like districts are already the plurality of where the industry in that city is coming from, and it's not remotely the industrial era yet. Even the limited inputs we've managed to scrape together for Babylon here on turn 30, the city's economy already tells a story where the economic value added by labor is dwarfed by the economic value added by our capital. To be entirely honest, I have no idea how we can measure things like this when it comes to pre-industrialized societies. Even in a modern economy, it is very difficult to parse exactly how much economic activity is coming from capital or labor within any given specific transaction, never mind the infinite intersections and interactions of the two that define modern economics. Broadly speaking, however, I tend to be of the philosophical school in regards to game design that if something isn't working from a balanced perspective but feels powerful, I'd much rather prefer to buff the other things to also feel powerful, to maximize player agency and choice, rather than nerf everything to sameness. As we discussed previously in episode 3, food and pops are really just underpowered in Humankind despite the military interaction, and although the way district math works results in some math that folks do not like, I think overall the problem is not really district side. This is just like a bunch of offensive math that you can look at if you want to. The math here is weird and can be tweaked a bit, but on a fundamental level it conveys that as a city builds more and more of a specific district and provides more and more jobs for your pops to work within any given bucket, the costs to specialize more and more in that bucket go up. I know some folks don't like this, but while the precise numbers involved can be off, I think the design is fundamentally sound, because most districts will scale up in power as you add more and more of them. It would be a mathematical tragedy if the costs didn't increase, or would require enormous amounts of growth, and possibly costs elsewhere to be balanced out. As it stands, the Ludonarrative produced by districts and the physical capital is that the human presence in our own economy, according to Humankind, is vanishingly small. What we do with our time, which is pop widget production, is ultimately a drop in the bucket in regards to what the physical capital does. I don't think this is inherently offensive design space. It's precisely the kind of self-reflection and aspirational horror that, at least until 1.9, Vicky 3 operated within. But I think the timing of the thing, much like timing on the Setpoint Mutiny, is just off as a consequence of the math involved. Better pops plus more expensive capital early, plus less expensive capital later, or at least more plentiful, just works to give me a pattern I'm familiar with in regards to real history. And while I'm more than happy to see something challenge and confound me in a video game, subverting expectations needs to feel like it is in service of something other than we just didn't have time to do detailed balancing passes, sorry. So that's our little run on district spamming. But to summarize, at the moment, I think of Humankind's economy as being at once cumulative as well as being transitionary. I think this is a good overlap of math on a basic level, as it means I have to be constantly paying attention to the game in ways I find generally rewarding and non-menial. There's some fine-tuning to be done in regards to balancing inputs and outputs, but I think the general pacing that the game's mechanics seem designed to produce in regards to labor substitution align respectably well with the fundamental tension of the game, even if pops are definitely a little underpowered, so replacing labor with capital feels a bit artificial in terms of pacing in the game. So yeah, like Beret, you can see this is just like 1,000 pops worth of value that we get to add for one district, and that's just like the way it is all over the place. And I, again, do not think that necessarily means you have to nerf districts. You have to make pops good, because they mostly suck right now. Delicious, and that's not even factoring in the pyramids, and we get access to land and freedom too. The medieval era also offers us the first glimpse of what the future is going to entail for humankind. As our economies grow from here on out, we will have the opportunity to gradually devolve the costs of state away from our own precious bank of abstracted soft power, influence, and onto the more concrete abstracted objects of cold hard cash, money. This is good design, I think, in terms of highlighting the ways that concrete or ritualized forms of power slowly lost control over the world's economy over the course of the early modern and especially industrial era. There are a couple of things that I would say I consider generally confusing about Humankind's rules in regards to resources. I know that folks don't like depletable resources sometimes, but I think with the right balance, they actually produce a much better ludonarrative, especially in regards to biological things, due to my obsession with with tragedy of the commons problems. But one of the biggest question marks for me is metals. We have both and still haven't hooked some of them up. I don't know if that's like optimal or not, but like mostly you don't really need to do it early. We're rolling into the types of infrastructure that can utilize them soon, so I'm gonna need to stop dragging my feet sooner or later. But important to note that I could have delayed sticking our initial cities together for a turn or two to get the influence to build these things without even being forced to fork over production. But always keep in mind that the opportunity cost problem, delaying a turn or two, might not seem like it make a big difference in a larger economy on turn 60, as you just have a lot more stuff going on. But those first turns are sort of accidentally axial in design in like virtually every 4x ever. So it's finally time. We beat the AI to the goodies. We did it. We got enough pops. We got abstain. Though we've already passed on a few solid options when it comes to religious emblematic districts, we have managed to preserve a solid number of forests immediately surrounding our current infrastructure. If in doubt, if we needed to deplete something, we aimed to deplete the things furthest from the reach of our urban centers. A little out of step with the way humans tended to deforest in real life, but thanks to Fast giving us a solid argument for keeping pops on the field chopping than in cities, we have at least served as a bit of an ecological nightmare. Not enough to keep this from being cracked here, though. On turn 30 in our economy now looks like this. So yeah, we're starting to really grow. Stability remains a problem in the midterm for Sipar. We can work on berets very soon, but not until we get those rookie numbers up. And our industry is currently leeching a good deal from Landraiser, plus 118 from conversion, so Sipar actually does still have a lot of ways to grow. Though we have been generally focused on a little more on Sipar's development recently in support of the pyramids, and thanks to the fact that it actually had pops during the ancient era once we mobilized effectively all of Babylon to Dumpster Blue, Babylon itself is now actually starting to come together. So we're a little lower in terms of total industry here, but that's because we're not actually using the Landraiser. The rest of our empire is still coalescing in our newly conquered cities, but with a little technology we might get there. And that gets to not building stuff. No, dear audience, this is not going to be a noob trap section. Just do some basic does this make sense math on different things in any given 4x, and you should see that there are a lot of things that cost like 5,000 widgets and generate 4 widgets per turn that do nothing but devour growth in search of making the game artificially harder to people who don't do that math. No, we're not talking about the other side of the fence. No, we're going to talk about the other side of the fence. Not the things that you don't build and how to interact with them. Warfare and trade, two forces at once in opposition to one another while also informing and supporting each other in turn, ultimately revolve around that other side of the fence, not the things that you didn't build, but the things that you didn't build. One of the most important things to do when constructing a good narrative is to decide on the nature of the world. Is it a static background which we can frame our character against, or is it alive? It's easy to suggest that one of these is artistically superior to the other, as I think a lot of stories would benefit a good deal from ensuring that their world feels more alive, but it's equally important to remember that not every narrative is constructed the same. Narratives that explore the self have considerably less obligation to explore the world around themselves. A historical 4X must make the world feel alive, though, for it to be a game that sparks passion, obsession for me. If the other things in the world are immaterial, if all I need to focus on is building stuff, I consider that a failure of game design on some level. Humans have been in constant interaction since forever, be it on the microcosm of families and rivalries and friendships, or the macrocosm of states. Thankfully, no matter what mistakes end up being made in regards to AI behavior, they are inevitable after a certain point. Very few games revolve around deliberately static AI. The other players of the game must at least allow the player to maintain some level of suspension of disbelief. They are not alone in this game, that the other empires will act and react as the player acts upon them, and that those choices, in those choices a player makes cannot be made assuming autarky. Fortunately, despite what some folks find with their spreadsheets, worlds are ultimately alive in virtually all 4Xs that you can find. The AI has an economy, and the player is offered typically a vast array, warfare, diplomacy, trade, to interact with those economies. The probabilistic nightmare presented by Age of Wonders 4 and its proactive, combat-oriented economy is no less present in humankind. The physical infrastructure that Blue builds before we conquer their capital has an enormous outsized impact on calculating the risk-reward and return on investment involved in serious min-maxing in ways that are specific to each situation, constantly changing and oftentimes unpredictable. Determining if we should build stability infrastructure to help our cities continue to grow cannot be calculated without determining if we can simply solve the problem elsewhere through trade. The beautiful element here is this one. Sometimes knowing whether or not you should have taken one path is something that you can genuinely determine with enough experience or appetite for learning, but sometimes the outcomes really are unknowable. Should we trade with this other empire, or should we conquer it? Can we experience the entire run of human history playing off of Orange, or should we take to the sea? Within the confines of a game, you are fortunately not required to make these decisions arbitrarily, and without feedback to use for self-reflection. God damn it, I want more money. I really do. I can't believe we missed out on that cash from Blue early, but I kind of can. Sometimes interacting with the things you didn't build has you regretting the things that you didn't build in ways that you can learn from. And our other tool for interacting with foreign economies is challenging the resources we need to interact with them peacefully. So here, get a little bit of influence. Hey, cool. Hey, we found some more fame through Imperial power. Great. Fortunately, the different systems in humankind mostly support one another, even in intention. So here, you can see you can just use technology to change things too. Do we use our military to support our economy by conquering Orange? Do we use our science to make this war easier? Do we focus instead on using this relative piece to deliberately pursue civilian infrastructure so that we can get more out of the empire we currently have than the empire that we currently do not? Can we walk and chew gum at the same time? Whenever possible, I think it is critical that these questions actually be unanswerable after a certain point. While I did dismiss the concept of tall play earlier, I don't mean to dismiss the concept of peaceful play. If you create a system where the inputs are balanced against the outputs in the right/wrong way, you can end up with a game like Master Orion Conquer the Stars, that game where ridiculous amounts of scaling and value are tied up actually in peaceful, symmetrical payouts that are so powerful they actually sort of encourage static play. But the basic impulse, give me very real, very deliberate payoffs for not eating that empire, tells us all I need to know about the world. Is it a static one, simply waiting to be integrated into our growing Tetsuo blob, or is it alive? So that is the first book here. We're 4.5 hours in, but the remaining sections of this actually are pretty fast in terms of form. So I feel very confident we're going to be able to get this thing done in one day. But I am going to need to take another quick bio break here, everybody. So I will be. Oh, hey, I'll be rewinding the humankind No, actually, we're not going to be rewinding it because we're going into episode 6. And make this right. So yeah, we're gonna switch over to the Fury OST, and then we will. I'll take a break and we will listen to a real masterpiece, to something that can actually challenge Arnaud Roy for total control over my brain. This is a really insane soundtrack. All right, I'll be back in about 5-10 minutes. I'm also gonna start the Fury OST here so I can check it on my phone. Make sure that it's like remotely close in terms of audio balance.
No, it's not the deli. It's Oscar Mayer Deli Fresh.
Still taking yours?
Every day.
Nature Made, clinically studied probiotics.
Oh, good. I left it on Fury and not on this great painting to look at. It's I guess we'll dial Chrome down just a little bit. Yeah, we'll do that. I think that's still that I should be still hearable for you guys at home. If it's not, let me know. But Fury OST is pretty loud. So here we have Book 2, Revolutionary. This is a painting called, I think it's Three Girls, but it's another really interesting painting from like the mid 1930s. An Indian artist painted this. It's like the three daughters of I think like a local magistrate who's like trying to marry them off. And it's supposed to be sort of a portrayal of like revolution in the quiet space, like the kind of like the accepting form of revolution where you just kind of have to deal with what's going on and how you can adjust from there. So that's going to be our frame here in our nice little introduction. So let me grab some little tea. All right. How do we come to terms with the things that we've all collectively done to one another? Put metaphysically, asking ourselves about our own priors and the way we think about ourselves and each other, based on our experiences, can we answer the question, are humans essentially good or evil by nature or design? That is a question that humankind and its social systems, and then interrupt. I swear to God, we were on vacation for a week plus or whatever, and you're going to start off with a moral diatribe. Do you understand pacing a narrative? I swear to God, sometimes you really are impossible to work with, consigning me to the footnote section like some kind of snob. Honestly, Walker, just who do you think you are? I mean, I think if we just start dumping random anime screenshots at people, then I don't know how much value they're supposed to get from all that. Like a cohesive narrative, digestible by the audiences. Boom. Humankind's narrative and design are aspirational. It can be a game that challenges the player to look at some of the less forgivable things we've done and make us tackle our collective grief and grievances as humans in ways that are fundamentally optimistic. With the right heroic temper, it works wonders. Your drill is the drill that shall pierce the heavens. So that's what we're doing here. This is Make This Right. So this is the slave ship. Is like an incredibly important painting when it comes to like the development of the abolitionist movement or the securing of the abolitionist movement in Great Britain. Just look up the Wikipedia article for these paintings. You'll learn a lot by reading a little bit of stuff about what has been happening while humans have been participating in Part 1, History as Fantasy. Let's hit the ground running. That nerd is going to have to wait to talk about the philosophy of history and what we're going to start role playing the AI is later. I want to play some Humankind. Turn 3-3. What are you up to right now, little civilization? The unicorn's horn. History is fantasy. I guess we're looking at the consequences of nuking our money economy, but honestly, this is one of those events where it might be correct for the cost to scale relative to time or the size of the economy. I don't know. Some of these picks really do not make sense, though. Like, when are we ever going to do this? Celebrating on Babylon for 1,000 for, like, the tiny amount of stability? Yeah, 1K on 10 stability for a little while? I don't think so. If the AI is randomly programmed to take options, it's just going to be stubbing its toe. If it's choosing these based off of role-playing, it's going to be hurting itself. Meanwhile, these drops from the map just don't stop. Thankfully, we can trade off some production in Hagmatana right now, so a siege looks decent. So we're going to go ahead and start a siege on Totoloco, even though it does kind of hurt our ability to produce stuff in Hagmatana. Given that Totoloco could easily have some more units under the fog, and I'm still trying to get our production economy rolling back in our main cities, the frontier is just going to have to eat it. Name a combination more thematic than a rampaging imperial army and a despoiled frontier state. I'll await it. Our berets are coming out, but it's been... let's skip straight to what we're supposed to be working on, which is make this right. Our berets are coming out, but it's becoming clear to me pretty quickly that we need to do a fashion to get some stars done. I'm not sure exactly what I meant here. I'm gonna have to go back and edit that, but we need some stars done. We've been vibing here for a decent chunk of time already, like just not making it through the early modern period, but we're still kind of using Chimera's industrial stability bonus to keep our larger cities in check, but the map is slowly opening up to us. If we can just get a navy together and a positive cash balance, we can solve all of our stability problems in a very efficient fashion just through trade. Meanwhile, feudalism is online, giving us a method to briefly mention the late game infrastructure problem. So here we get the late game infrastructure problem with colony models. As you play out most 4Xs, you'll eventually become aware of the late game infrastructure problem. First, as the end of the game approaches, the time remaining for infrastructure to pay you back shrinks. It can be therapeutic to simply pursue line go up lizard brain stats, but like if you want to enjoy the game and understand it simultaneously, I think it'd be helpful to at least pay attention. And when you do, you realize that if you build a widget factory on the penultimate turn, like the turn before the game ends, it's mechanically like doing nothing. This problem becomes more complex to solve as you go to the turn -10 or turn -20 and turn -30 as well, but obviously as the time horizon for payoff shrinks, the power of infrastructure does as well. In Humankind, you can kind of get around this thanks to the colony model, but the way that it works in game is so strange that I really sincerely doubt most single-player people are even aware of it. Even though it does, I assume, be a critical element of gameplay in multiplayer, but apparently, according to Croadilla, they mostly only use the last one in order to build stuff. There's growth to be gained from learning how and when to use the colony model system, but it is very annoying, much like pop shuffling in Endless Space 2. If the infrastructure were just better and colonies dropped, that would be pretty okay in my book, speaking as a begrudging pop shuffler. Like, I love it in the Space 2, but I have to shuffle pops, so we'll see how streaming cravers works if people are interested in watching me just shuffle locusts around on a board. Kind of no matter how we cut it though, we're starting to run out of unexploited forests for our workers on the field to chop down. This is the primary reason I play on fast on vanilla more than anything else, as I really do sincerely believe that any 4X that offers chopping should make it as good as possible, and it's really insane on fast. But the situation here is pretty clear. No matter if the AI is alive, it is animated by spirit or mind or base code, we need to fix this stuff, and in no universe am I going to start stationing a bunch of units around to create stability on Dante patch. Way too expensive. We must interact with this world, which means we must have a brief conversation about dialectical idealism and romantic narratives of history, but I realize that's effectively not safe for life content, so I'm going to shuffle that aside to the subtabs for now. I'm also not even going to to read these at all. If you want to read my thoughts on Hegel and the philosophy of history, then you have to just open this document for yourself. I will say that this the philosophy of humankind section is not done. This section I'm probably going to write whenever I go up to visit my parents in the fall, but you don't have to read that section. That section really is more for me and maybe Bruno more than anybody else. We must imagine that the AI is happy. I think we're going to take the creative step to just assert that the AI is playing the game from the perspective of attempting to act as a universal oppressor, as thesis personified, and we must become the spirit of freedom. I'm not thrilled to be sucked into early 19th century German romantic nonsense, but I just watched some like Revolutionary Girl Lieutenant last week, so get wrecked, I guess. We have to embrace worldwide revolution. So this is fine. Tell me everything is fine. We can burn off cash, so whatever. So here's the dirty little secret about 4X's. The UI is never perfect. Everyone likes to pretend in their perfect little world that every piece of information is 100% accurate and perfectly representative of the objective truth, but I am a hardcore Bayesian of absolutely nothing else, and kinda expect everything to require testing, sometimes especially under duress. Moving from turn 34 to turn 35, our money income is not hurting us. So what happened is we just jammed a bunch of trade treaties with all those fancy AI that always assume that you know nothing when it comes to a 4X and to just do effectively insane things. Turns out an active money economy is making our passive money economy flavor text. This is more height of magic nonsense on a basic level, but you kind of always need to take a step back from passive incomes in virtually every modern 4X ever and take a look at the ways active incomes supplement and change your behaviors. Yeah, I could have attempted to build up a bunch of cash first if I was a coward, but the prospect of bankruptcy won't stop me from mashing trade treaties because I can't read. Yeah. Hun's coming at us with a non-aggression pact. I'm gonna be gloriously greedy with these guys here. We're not on the same continent, so whatever. People oftentimes think of trying to get gold out of the AI as being inherently exploitative, but the fact of the matter is that rejecting a non-aggression pact, one, we've literally already done it, from a power you are aiming to devour is worth effectively infinity gold. It might be an exchange we can try to get more of from than the AI, but unless the game's non-aggression interaction mechanics are broken, like in on treaties in 1.9.5 where you could just like buy all of Russia just trading with them, or Humankind prior to the Together We Will rework, although it does still have some issues in regards to the building a wonder for somebody else, or like Master of Orion Conquer the Stars. Sacrificing the ability to eat a neighbor is a very real cost in my book most of the time. All right, so good. The Huns don't want to give us money, whatever. I like it when trade is good in Humankind, no notes. So here we have built up a gigantic number of siege weapons for this, because they not only did this city-state actually have an army, they had a lot of armies to bring in. So yeah, this battle, I really do not like burning off this much time on siege weapons, but if you're going to do instant resolution, you just kind of have to get used to it. You can cheat in manual and make these games like hilariously easy, but if you don't do that, you learn what the other tools do, and siege weapons are great in Humankind. You just mostly don't use them when you're exploiting manual AI behavior. But this has cost us not only time with our military being dedicated, but Hamatana is under the pale of war, so this is not building anything. I don't think I can risk our main stacks into this without much siege weapon chaff as we can muster. I don't know why I delayed crossbows. I guess I just didn't feel like I had enough cash to upgrade things, but we could have taken crossbows by now. So this is exactly what I'm talking about in regards to this guy. Decisions like this, decisions that can create real opportunities for me to make divergent choices that I won't know the consequences of for dozens of turns to come, but can extrapolate in interesting ways, is precisely what I love about 4X games. It might be right for me to outright reject and just aim to eat orange here, but there are players I suspect will have a much easier time fielding something like a real army down the road, and therefore be harder to cut down to size if we actually need time to build a spaceship. I've waffled on Shenong enough. I'll be your friend if you give me enough resources, I guess. Nope, they declined, but I guess that means meat's back on the menu. So Big Fat Chicken, looks like all the standing around outside the city and burning off turns of production did at least do something for us. So we did manage to actually get through this, and look at that, much closer to our goal of leaving Khmer behind, because we got a militarist star from destroying 8 units, sweet. I will say that I do love the way that the game rewards us for assimilating minor civs. I just wish the AI would do it more, so it feels less like cheating. Like, you can definitely rebalance it, and that's what I talk about in section 3, where you can just make it so that people can, like, use the minor civs to do fun and interesting things rather than just bulldoze them. But if you just throw up a bunch of artificial barriers, you're not really making free cities more interesting, you're just making them less useful. So here we can pick up multiculturalism, 6. So we're running insanely low on influence at the moment. We'll need to increase our city cap immediately to make sure whatever conquests we're eyeing up isn't crushing our ability to interact with civics moving forward. If you can't do civics, that's a big deal. Tadaloko offers us all we need to stick on an outpost, finish up an expansion star, transform, and roll out. So we can pick up and go, and that will get us to stop at nothing. Part X, stop at nothing. So, long story short, for the remainder of the game, we are no longer the Avatar. We are not the personification of a ruler of a nation, but rather the extension of the Geist, of the will of the people of this planet, to put an end to the oppressive chaos that the AI are sure to foist upon their subjects. All of our neighbors and foes seem content to spend an eternity toiling in subsistence, supporting landowner laws and nonsense. Fortunately, though, our money situation looks a little spooky on the front. That's only because we haven't really bothered to shuffle some pops over to money generation since like turn 16 to upgrade some swords. We're also still growing into our production cap for our cities, but other than slowing down on science, as the noted HUD resource crunch, I'm only really worried about it if we need to come up with a way to cut brown down to size. So here brown has already like kind of stuck ahead of us in terms of points, but yeah, it is what it is. Sipar is coming along, though stability remains a pseudo bottleneck. Skip these ads. So I can listen to music while streaming. So Sipar is coming along, though stability remains a pseudo bottleneck, as we do have hamlets unlocked, but we can't really spam them at the moment due to the stability problems here. Babylon is chugging along, however, in terms of development. Like, that's fine. We're getting some amount of industry done despite no manuals. Memphis desperately needs some more scientist slots, though. Like, desperately, 2 is not enough to do anything with. Once we get our influence sorted, or hopefully sort out our money instead and just move on to money for attaching, we should be able to shuffle a few outposts around and get Memphis some more jobs to work with because of the way you get jobs from attached outposts. All in all, in order for us to bring an end to the history unfolding before us, the early modern era is actually asking quite a lot of questions, but looking over the tools available, we get to really ask the big problem of tier listing. Oh, we get to delay I have to reread this. This is not well edited. I don't remember what this is supposed to be. But the big problem of tier listing in later eras, sometimes, the really big problem. That's all it is. It's just the really big problem. Yeah. The really big problem of tier listing in later eras. Sometimes it feels like a simple enough problem that I feel as though I certainly must have missed some of the equation. Like, I'd love to grab some science, but I think our pick is pretty simple. Like, we could pick poles, or Ming, guns, or butter here. Not to suggest that those are always the best ones for this era, but they give us a big advantage right now. We've been pretty lazy about building common quarters so far. Yes, I blame all of you watching this for this. So an emblematic district we can use to unlock this enormous baddie seems like a good plan if we want to be able to turn the Industrial Revolution into a grotesque onslaught of makers' quarters. We want to get the ability to build things that will let us offset stability problems if we need them. I don't want to build a million of them, but if we can build them for cheap, we can very easily make the stability gap over to when humanism and manufactories hit the board. Poles let us roll somebody, maybe orange, but we might not actually need it. Whereas Ming should fix up our immediate influence problems enough that we can sufficiently abandon influence for the rest of the game. Both give us plenty of buttons to push, and I imagine drafting is probably a lot worse on Dante, but it's still really insanely powerful on defense, and hopefully we won't get like 10 influence from our first blitz here on turn 39 if we go with Ming. Guns or butter, quit stalling, Walker. Ultimately, I think we're going to go with Ming. I don't really like them. Oh, hey, good, cool, I remembered that later. I don't think I've played in this deep into a run post-Enheduanna without some serious setup, and typically I'd kind of hope that my economy would be in a place where you would consider picks I tend to look more favorably towards, but there's like 170 pages now of me telling you to play to the board. It tends to be fun, and the board is forcing me to click on my least favorite Chinese dynasty, so we are going to play as Ming. So this is Anthropophagy. There's like an entire literary movement in Brazil that's named for this, but it's the concept of effectively eating other cultures in order to learn from them, to gain from them. The like word that was like the thing that was scrawled on one of their first journals was to or not to be, that is the question, which is itself anthropophagic towards the concept of literature and Shakespeare, like absorbing the knowledge there into itself. And that's sort of like how anthropophagist like artists worked, is not through like literally anthropophagy, but we will learn through the consumption of other things and through the interpretation of those other things into the self. And that is, I think, what's going on here now. So we're going to be shocking absolutely nobody. We're moving into Persians. Yeah, one of the central problems that I have with attempting to make a tier list for the later half of the game in Humankind is one of feedback, because I am kind of playing the game essentially alone, surrounded by pure obsoleted spirit we must defeat so the world may be free. I have no clue how the game thinks I should be using some of these cultures. Once the snowball gets rolling though, much like when you manual a ton of fights in Age of Wonders 4, the economic differences between yourself and your competition can make sussing out the precise or imprecise nature of things very difficult to determine. I end up taking Persians a lot in vanilla, but does that mean that they are inherently broken? Is it a balance issue that should be solved with a nerf, solved with a shadow nerf, which is buffing everything else? Or is it a result that does not exist in a true vacuum? Is this behavior a product of the fundamentals and the rules of humankind, or merely my interpretation of them? This is a question that I think can only be really solved in multiplayer, but having now played with Proadilla, you do just go to space and do all of the other things that I'm talking about here about, you know, mostly you only really need fame at the end of the game. You just need snowballing the rest of the time. So that's the way multiplayer works. That is the way the fundamentals of the game work. People who don't get that, I apologize. I wish that Amplitude made the interface here, like, easier for people to get, and the AI needs to be a part of that, but we've solved it in multiplayer. I'm gonna lose a lot to the better players, but they are playing literally the way that I'm describing here. In Humankind, if you want to win, you want the most fame at the end of the game. Ending the game, however, is not a fixed point. There are a number of different ways to trigger the end of the game, making victory conditions something that the player should always be on the lookout for. After all, if you can make the game end on turn 80, it really does not matter what the other empire could have more fame on turn 120. Just like card advantage in Magic the Gathering, red deck wins counts the cards in your opponent's hand when they die as card advantage. Strike is a block card. Based on my limited interactions with the systems, I tend to find late game a chore, not due to the mechanics, but due to the AI ignoring me and all the rules and building mausoleums to dead aristocrats. I think that there are a few that are generally easier to accomplish. First, because the game does reward you meaningfully for pursuing growth first, and scoring is a secondary concern due to the engine building nature of the game. I want a system that I can attempt to speed up. If I can leverage an economic advantage into a tempo advantage and lightning bolt the game's turn timer, I'm gonna do that. Generally speaking, I have found thus far that the spaceship tends to be the endgame condition that my economies tend best suited to meet. It's also just like insanely early. That could imply that a spaceship win con is broken. It might be, but if you play on a tiny map with one continent, you're just gonna try to win that in ancient or classical like every single time by just killing the other person. So even this is itself fraught by map settings. That said, there are some victory conditions that simply don't work in my experience, but increasingly I think the best way to handle feedback is just dedicate all of Book 3 to that, and to preserve Humankind's natural lack of feedback in game with lack of feedback in text. Like, there's not a lot of feedback in the game after a certain point, and I think you hit that point in your own play, like, really early, unfortunately, and I think that is where a lot of the communication comes from, the communication issues come from, because I find the spaceship tends to work best to end things quickly. I tend to pick Persians. This tendency is self-reinforcing in ways where disentangling each piece is causing which piece is causing the problem, or if, in fact, the problem is entirely artificial and merely a product of skill issues and evaluation while exploring on my part. It turns out, no, multiplayer people go to space, because that kind of just makes sense. It becomes kind of impossible. We've done some weird stuff already, though, taken more than a few choices I'm unfamiliar with or unconvinced by, but all of it is responding to the board. The board tells me to figure out a way to end the game. Let's start doing that. So, at the moment, our military is not really prepared for invading Orange. We have way too many units that need to be upgraded for me to want to slip in a declaration at this stage, but one of the benefits of Persians is the emblematic quarter in my experience, so we can queue up a few and hopefully be able to get our military modernized to expand our city cap. Shenong has been desperately sending us alliance proposals, but given that he wasn't willing to buy us off earlier, there's a famed consideration for completing the continent, and Brown continues to charge through Era 2, forming fame into outer space. We're going to need all the options for fame that we can get. Speaking of which, we can pick up a little along the way. With the quarters dumped and our money economy... our money economy can kind of do whatever we need it to at this point. So let's get our army modernized and expanded. We can use the garrison at Totoloco yet again to spawn in some reinforcements before the Orange fight. And thanks to Machu Picchu... Wait a second. Did I skip part of this? I skipped oh god, Walker. You skipped like half of part X. Oh my god. Alright, well, we're already here in Anthropophagy, so I'm just going to say that if you want to know what is in this part of part X, stop at nothing, you have to read the rest of this. But turns out, yeah, you get basically nothing from Ming. We didn't really have to... God damn it, Walker, are you really going to have to go back to this? No, we're going forward. That's the goal. If you want to know what's in part X, you're just going to have to read it yourself. But we built Machu Picchu. Yeah, thanks to Machu Picchu, we can easily burn off pops to build a bigger army than we honestly probably need. Speaking of things, I'm not sure if we actually need it. Speaking of things I'm not actually sure if we need, we do technically have enough influence to keep working on wonders, and we have the production in our core to build some of them alongside districts. So I guess we're going to go for another nice bump in economy. We're just going to pick up just as many of these wonders as we can in the effort to make sure that we don't have issues with fame scoring against Brown before the game ends. From a scoring perspective, I'm definitely eyeing up Russell Town Hall as well. The AI are really far from Era 5 at the moment, so we really can just take the growth object first, even though we're trying to move into the end game. It's time to deal with Shenong though. We've positioned our troops over here, gotten up to great swords. What you got, Orange? I want to see what you got. We're also going to take this moment to invest a bit of our influence in reforestation thanks to Guild. While a Megachop still remains an option for us, if we must decide to move our armies back to our core, which we may do after we want, depending on what's going on with Brown. Being able to power up our existing Maker's Quarters and Berets and the like is a very solid option while we wait for Rail to unlock. Now, here's like another really important thing that we didn't have to do here because spaceships are so fast, but like if we needed to, we could have, forested everything and then just like chopped into outer space towards the very end, and literally be chopping into outer space, because you can translate a ridiculous amount of influence into stuff, and at the end of part X we just had like way too much influence from just natural growth rather than from Ming. And Orange falls like clockwork. Definitely have more military strength than we need at the moment, but I'm alright with that. We just had like gigantic blobs of units, and Orange had so few that they really couldn't even take any wins in the instant. What's this? I'm not sure but Shenong has a second city. It's because this, like, when you occupy the capital, kind of like the game breaks. I don't know why that is in the current thing. Apparently it has something to do with like resource trading, but Amplitude needs to fix that, because the fact that your capital moves when it gets lost to the enemy not only makes no sense, but breaks the game, honestly, in terms of warfare, and warfare really is important in humankind. We can very easily absorb a city or two if needed, but given our current city cap and influence production, I have no issues justifying over 3 for a little bit, and honestly, as it turns out, we could just justify 3 over forever. In the meantime, our military obviously doesn't need any of our gold, so it's time for us to become the universal buyer. Trade with everyone except Brown sounds like it's a good way for us to situate for unlocking humanism in the near future. Before we leverage the power granted to us by liberating our continent to liberate the entire game and go into space, I think we can open up another subtab on one of the last pieces of the feedback puzzle that I don't want to treat as reflective history, but rather as an object of original history: districts. So we kind of already talked about districts, but this is districts in regard to like the Industrial Revolution. And I think that this is something where like constructing better mechanical gameplay produces a more interesting Ludonarrative for players to interact with. So this is part 1A, Districts in the Industrial Revolution. In Victoria 3, especially pre 1.9, the way the economy grows can be perceived as having indistinct phases. Early on, especially if access to technology is limited, securing war reparations used to be one of the strongest opening plays you could attempt to make. As you grow and your people... Let's go back to the Humankind OST, because that didn't have ads. Humankind OST. I don't know if like they needed this. I mean, I wouldn't say a late post-mortem. I would say that this is like right on time. Like it's 2025, so it took 4 years for us to get here. But like, Age of Wonders 4 is still going, so I don't know if you have to conduct the post-mortem immediately, but I think at this point it is appropriate to start dissecting what's going on with humankind, and like what can we learn from its failures of execution, so that way other 4Xs can do better. Because I think the game really is sweet. It just has a lot of issues, kind of like Victoria 3. So in Victoria 3, early on, especially if access to technology is limited, securing war reparations used to be one of the strongest plays you could attempt to make. That's different now with Infamy, but it's still very powerful. As you grow and your people learn different methods of creating economic interactions between objects, the relative power of each construction point increases, offering a shorter and shorter time window for paying you back. Within the first 3 months, that's understandable, Cytoxin, but I would play VIP and probably listen to this stream. I don't think you watch the stream. I think you listen to the stream while playing VIP, but the game's bones are insanely good. It's just that the interface for the game is almost non-existent, and so I don't understand how anyone's supposed to attempt to play it, because without a good AI or a UI that's communicative, you kind of have to play the game without playing the game. It's very confusing, but Bruno's mod, the VIP mod, makes the game work infinitely better, and you really should play it without describing. If you haven't played it since 3 months since release, then yeah, you kind of haven't really played it, especially if you haven't played it on VIP. But here we're just talking about districts in the Industrial Revolution. As you grow and as your people learn different methods of creating economic interactions between objects, the relative power of each construction point increases, offering a shorter and shorter time window for paying you back. Because of the guns and butter problem, the tension between the military's ability to secure resources now at the expense of maximizing more growth eventually is interrupted by the economy's growing need for resources to outscale the military. The military can find coal for your growth. Whether your actions are animated by your own desires or the economic will of the nation, or if that economic will could exist without your desires as a player, are ultimately irrelevant to the play experience. Line go up. What I think the game does tend to model well, though, is that physical capital is very difficult to oversell in regards to measurable outcomes. You can find basically any economic indicator you want. If there's a way to project it back far enough that we can visualize the Industrial Revolution, you can typically visualize it on said graph. The dirty little secret, of course, being that a larger population might simply logically result in more population growth if resources are available. Despite this, it is impossible to dismiss the fact that once humans hit the Industrial Revolution, despite so much of our behavior, warfare, forced labor, famines remaining similar, the population of humanity really did explode over the last 200 years. I'm going to turn this into a semicolon, because that should be a semicolon. Or so compared to every other point in time we can reasonably measure or describe. Victoria 3 has some serious issues in regards to mechanical implementation of the Industrial Revolution and population growth, but it understands the power of the thing very well. So here, the Industrial Revolution already happened in Humankind. In a certain very real sense, the balance of the mechanics of Humankind produce a specific Ludonarrative, but I think it's one that misrepresents what we know about history. Babylon has been growing, but we still do not have railroads online, coal is not yet unlocked, the utilization of chemical nitrogen fertilizer is non-existent, farming still largely being unutilized other than Machu Picchu due to the mechanics, but still ultimately being pre-industrial. For whatever reason, the transition point in regards to the economy in Humankind declares very loudly that the human element of the economy and the environmental element of the economy are significantly overstated by historians. Capital is the driving force that determines the nature and shape of an economy, according to Humankind's mechanics. As a fan of Victoria 3, albeit a critical one as always, I don't have to reject that idea entirely, but the pacing on it seems really out of whack. Because of the power of scaling districts with one another, it is very easy to make the relative value of pops just disappear. There are a lot of folks who suggest fixing this by nerfing districts into outer space. Honestly, I can see where that comes from, but we've already talked at length about the various ways in which population food just don't work in the game, and due to the limited options for getting more from exploitations, the environment also similarly drops away. Both of these elements are, to me, in my understanding of history, be it as an economic determinist or a Hegelian or what have you, fundamental to most of the human experience. Yes, recently with the explosion of capital and various resource and energy inputs, understanding where the economy comes from is no longer simple enough to describe, but alienating humans from their labor while floating in the BCE section of the calendar seems absurd. Make the other things good. We'll talk about ways to give people a lot more stuff early while limited capital inputs exist, but I think there are lots of ways to create a feast-famine systems in ways that feel engaging, like just anything that reduces costs here. Thus far, we've been talking about ways to prevent direct nerfs, but I think if this is being done in a way that is deliberate and intentional with a measurable goal ahead of time, even nerfs can sometimes make sense. Like, what if this were a minus 40% on Steam Engine, but districts cost more as a baseline, or grew and cost more as a baseline, making it a more dramatic change in regards to the way economies grow? What if other techs along the tree also offered similar discounts on techs, demonstrating the interaction not only between culture and capital, Civics already do a solid job of this, but technology and capital? Or like labor charter here. Like, honestly, what is this meant to imply? This should be a defining feature to the Industrial Revolution. Any attempt to pretend like the Victorian century was one of stability and peace is either being unintentionally or ideologically blind to the truth. It was a period of absurd creation. Of course, it produced absurd creation. Of course, it produced destruction in turn. The rising conflict between capital and labor and the form of government and its interpretation of both is one of the things that Victoria 3 will probably always do right, stronger and weaker patches aside. Humankind can do the same thing, but as it stands, we have literally never clicked the whipping button on this run. Whipping effectively does not exist, that stress of history deleted by mechanical whimsy, making something that one could certainly frame as a critical part of human progress, the diffusion of knowledge in particular form, seem effectively like flavor text. Like, this doesn't do anything. If you've never clicked whipping, then this doesn't do anything. One of the other strange issues in regards to districts is simply the math associated with them. So Bruno, I'm pretty sure that it does still work this way on vanilla, right? Where like if you build worker slots here, that it's actually going to increase the cost on districts, on generic districts, right? Where if you get extra jobs from attaching outposts or building infrastructure, it actually costs you growth indirectly. Is that correct? I'm pretty sure that's the way that works. Yeah, that makes no sense. Like, why are you doing this? You're making it so that everyone has to build districts because they're the only efficient way of doing things. That makes no sense. And that's not district's fault, that's everything else's fault. Because infrastructure in your cities produces job slots, districts do not only increase in cost against each other, they also increase in cost against a reasonable chunk of the other forms of peaceful scaling. Rather than a system highlighting synergy and growth, each job increases its own district type. Yeah, that's what I was concerned about in terms of infrastructure scaling, but that's what it felt like. So I'm glad that at least you can confirm that. Rather than a system highlighting synergy and growth, perhaps even growth for growth's sake, this creates a further strange asterisk on the guns butter problem. You have to build the right butter at the right time, or you're not only sacrificing opportunity cost, you're being punished by the game for your choices in incredibly opaque ways. So yeah, so extra research slots only increase the job of research districts, but not the other districts, but it still increases the cost of the research district. So it means that you can just like you can enter into an economic death spiral by just trying to build things. That doesn't make sense. One of the things that I like about picking up a builder in the industrial era is the momentum-based nature of the stability solution while you wait for stability resources / techs, typically humanism in my experience, to come online. As long as you can grow fast enough and keep on growing, the bonus stability per district built can keep your economy moving and your subjects passive. The issue there, of course, is that reasonably describing the power of stability must depend on the game and the game state. If you are getting enormous volumes of influence from your emblematic districts, what is the added real value of happy pops? Making the material needs of your pops matter in a creative fashion is critical game design space if a 4X is going to insist that food be good. If stability is to be seen as an unalloyed good, the bonuses should matter. And this is just like kind of a discussion about radicals in Victoria 3, but they're mostly good in Victoria 3. So that was districts. Wait a second. Walker, did you not put the pin in the right plot? No, you didn't put the pin in the right place. Oh, no, that was the end of that part 1. All right, cool. Heroism. So this is something where I have to get a shot from episode 7 of Dan to Dan to put in here somewhere, but I have to figure out where. But we are here. We are going to become heroes of the Hegelian universe that is like constructed around us, despite my own desires for it to be based on dialectical materialism. But we're moving into Japan. So the situation for us is pretty clear. I can't be bothered to conquer the world in search of universal peace, so we'll simply show all of humanity that our fate is in the stars. We need science something disgusting though, so we're started here. It's like 1777. That's ridiculous on turn 59, so bad. But we're already starting to run out of steam in regards to tech progress. We're burning a little bit of science off of Tadaloko in order to run Land Racer, but we'd still be capping out at only like 2k or so. Total production in the Empire is reasonable enough though, and so long as we can keep our stability functional enough to just keep building, the next few turns should give us a ton of growth on both production and science. Japan is going to be the hero here, beating out New Zealand and Swedes for consideration based primarily off of the jobs available in the districts. Due to Machu Picchu, we are going to have issues with too many pops and unemployment problems, and without VIP, this is another critical design element, depressing the overall power of food and pops in game. Too many actively hurts you. We're heading there, and I don't feel compelled to send them all into a blender against Brown as military units unless we have to, so finding peaceful ways to a lot more jobs seems prudent. The -% cost on techs is difficult to assess in a vacuum against the other LTs, but I'm not really going to spreadsheet this and figure out which passive bonus nominally works better. There are other tiebreakers, and we don't really need stability on our district so much as we need more growth. So we're here. How far will you push humankind? To the edges of this continent, at least. So we're just merching out. This continent and its fame are both ours. So we've managed to roll over orange, and we do actually have like a reasonable-ish giant army to absorb all of our food as we continue to grow out our science and build districts. We're really just building just a crap ton of districts right now for science jobs, and then also just doing our best to shuffle anyone who we can into even more growth and production, so that way some of that production and growth can be switched over to science with our active ability here. We've been in Japan for 3 turns, and our Empire science is already approximately 2 times higher, and it's still going. And I think we can find some more growth so long as we make the most out of Orange's land once Shenong has had enough. Meanwhile, looks like we just significantly increased our nation's growth cap here. So we did just hit humanism and access to the manufactories. All the influence we've been pseudo forced to stockpile actually finally hits an opportunity to spike our growth, so I'm going to take it. Meanwhile, we finally secure Shennon's surrender, but not total obliteration. If we are going to deploy our army, which does remain up in the air, it will be against Brown. I'm actually not sure at that point if we're going to declare war on Brown or not, because if we can just outscale them on fame, then like we don't have to send units over there. Science is coming along as well, although we still have ways to go until the end game, so we're now a couple of turns later up to 5-7. That's fine. We're also able to begin leveraging our economy to simply grab as much fame as we can while Brown catches up to the material strength of our empire. So we're still like 700 fame behind, and we're in like era 7 and they're in era 3 doing stuff, but there really are a lot of competitive sources of fame in the game, and ultimately you should realize that every single competitive resource in every single 4X ever, when you secure it, it's not like when you secure passive growth inside of your cities. That's you growing your city, but not really depriving the opponent of anything. Anything that's competitive, where you secure the resource and your opponent cannot because you've secured it, those things are just a lot better generically, and that's one of the reasons why you just should be going for the competitive fame at the end of the game if you need it like this. I feel like we have a reasonable enough line to fulfill our chosen destiny here and keep chugging along the science path, because I really just did not want to declare war on anyone anymore, or even fight wars anymore. I wanted to become a Hegelian spirit of freedom object, because I think that's just like the fun way to close this out. We get electricity. The tension remains real on a certain level, however. Turn 70 crosses, and though Brussels does mean we can continue to plow influence into wonders for fame purposes if we need to, the path remains complex. Like, we're still behind Brown. I think they were at like 10.5 or something like that, and we were at 10. A deliberate and direct attack would almost certainly be worthwhile to contemplate, but I want to see if we can just brute force this through peaceful means. Our path to attempt to continue to leverage our population, even if it must be be in inefficient ways, leads us to enact child education amongst other civics we've been swapping around in the background. I don't know how critical an element of the game, how critical an element of game literacy must be in a game with so broad a scope of human history as Humankind's, but I like the nod to attempt to give the player more and more tools to at least give Pops something to do other than just devour growth. And of course, it always pays to be flexible. We could even maybe potentially find the victory condition in science if we end up with enough of it. Like Space Race is like a lot earlier than the other ones, so like that tends to be the one that you just want anyway. And those, I think you just need to balance those down, like make them easier to accomplish earlier so that they can be part of the tempo of a timing attack on the global clock. We could potentially find the victory in our laid out plan to go for Space Race, and oftentimes insisting on a specific end goal is actually advisable in a 4X just to give the player direction. But by driving straight through the center on our own path towards the Space Race, we're offered a chance for another victory condition, and this one comes with a healthy bounty of fame for our troubles. You see all those little dingly bops here? So we're moving into episode 8, Peace. So I wanted something just like dramatically different. So this is an ink painting by Toyen, a Czech surrealist painter working in occupied Czech Republic in World War II, kind of like trying to reinterpret the destruction of war, and we are going to be reinterpreting the destruction of peace. So part 1. What is a crisis? It's the only part. It's so dumb, Walker. All right, Stellaris, a sci-fi 4X game by Paradox Interactive, grapples with one of the defining issues of the genre head-on. As games progress, if the player has learned enough of the mechanics, it sometimes can become an inevitability that the player gets powerful enough that the AI can fail to present a real and specific threat to the player. No matter how well developed the AI becomes, it must be accessible to new players, and while that means encouraging an AI to actually make some cities, this is a 4X after all, it does nothing to help the game's balance to assume that all players will be 1,000-hour no-lifers like myself, or 10,000 hours, or whatever. I'm not going to waste my time to boot up 4.0 right now for Stellaris and grab some screenshots. It sounds like the AI is currently entirely non-functional at the time of writing this. Hopefully it's been fixed, but when I was writing this, there was a bug that prevented the AI from building literally anything after around the 2260s. So like, the game was not playable. But I hope I can frame the story the player experiences in words. Stellaris is at once a 4X with the implied conceits of the genre, such as relatively equal starting resources amongst other things, and a grand strategy game. There are factions that are immeasurably stronger than the player at game start. Within the game itself, these take the form of fallen empires, factions that have had access to FTL technologies for so long that they have witnessed their own rise, fall, and stagnation, while the rest of the galaxy discovered fire. Mercenary military outposts can set aside generations of infighting and raiding, unite under the banner of a charismatic leader, and wage war against the galaxy. Portals to other dimensions can unleash eldritch monstrosities. Technology can split the cosmos or inspire a robot revolution. In Stellaris, the specific inclusion of these various and only somewhat predictable crises gives the narrative of the game texture. It is not enough to exclusively focus on the other empires in the galaxy. You must be aware of the dangers that will reach far beyond the resources normally available in the game and prepare for them, or leap in unprepared and have a potentially stressful though hopefully fun campaign. The player can also assume this position if they become powerful enough, and to check the right boxes in terms of presenting a threat to the galactic community as a whole. In some ways, this choice is beyond the natural scope of the other crises. The others tend to be things that should band disparate empires together, a la the Dominion War, but even if the player elects to become the crisis, banding together does still happen. It's just targeting you. I get that some folks do not like it when the AI is ganging up on you, and I'm not here to necessarily advocate for psychotic anti-player bias, but anti-winner bias makes narrative and mechanical sense. If a player is way ahead in diplomacy, everyone else really should be willing to ally against them or is forced to be content with second place. I really like it when things like this can feel as organic as possible, like coalitions in the Romance of the Three Kingdoms Total War series, a direct expression of realism in ways that the player can understand and respond to in organic ways. We must become the crisis. Hide. Peace. Right now, the tension is partially self-inflicted. If we'd spent more time in some earlier eras accumulating stars and sacrificing growth for a victory condition, might we be ahead of Brown here? Perhaps, but we still have many ways to attempt to secure the win, even if we're going to intentionally attempt to end this run as a pacifist. Unfortunately, being obliquely aware of the settler merging thing, we did get an event that I didn't even like put in part X that we kind of like accidentally skipped through, but we got a minus 20k money event like 10 turns ago, and we basically have had literal zero money, so we haven't been able to do any of the settler merging. We could have potentially switched back to like not using cash for merging and whatnot, but we've been using the influence to get wonders for the purposes of scaling our economy and for the purposes of getting a little bit of fame to hopefully outscore Brown here. I'm still not entirely sure when I should be doing the settler trick, but it seems like, according to Croadilla, like whenever you get the last one, as the benefits of the infrastructure you gain are complicated to summarize cleanly. A lot of it is absolutely not worth producing indirectly, but if you can get it for free by spending a bunch of money and influence, if you just have it sitting around, that does seem like it would be powerful. But our money has been effectively oops all debt servicing, and our influence oops all wonders for a while, and we'll probably be locked into that path for most of the remainder of the game as we try to outcompete Brown. Thanks to picking up irreligion, although not state atheism, maybe I should have considered that given our current situation. We are getting a small plus 10% fame collection bonus, and there's still plenty available in both competitive deeds as well as science. We can still work on the space program, that is itself another form of fame after all, and one we can very easily fit in because we absolutely have the production for it, but we'll need to keep an eye out on who is nominally winning right now, as it is no longer nominally, and it is now into do you wish to catch the golden snitch territory. Hopefully we can do a lot of turns like this with the little time that we have left, like just flowing all of the production like this overflow into Cristo Redentor. Unfortunately, we can't work on both national projects simultaneously, but hopefully we can overflow production out of enough of our empire to get Redentor done in 2 turns instead of 3. Yep, so when we click end turn, no, it wasn't 2 turns instead of 3, it was 1 turn with production overflow, haha. Also, Polar Sats should do a lot to help us score giant blobs of fame, which astoundingly we do actually need. Like, the Brown was just like constantly sitting there at like 5 to 6 to 7 to 800 fame ahead of us for I don't know, probably like a dozen plus turns, maybe almost 24 turns, like really holding on to that. But we accomplish another world deed, we get access to everything for 165, and then we start working into late game science techs, and there we go, we pulled ahead finally because of the neural implant. So here, closer look at the situation. We're ahead by 1k. I think we could definitely justify just 1 turning the Mars colony here and then closing the turn. And it is really unlikely that Brown will be able to score like 1k in 1 turn here, but I don't think there is any reason to not have a little bit of fun. So let's close this out in style. We'll grab disarmament here real quick before we overflow all of the surplus in our empire into 1 turning Mars here. So we just managed to like 1 turn everything with administrative centers. If you don't know how to do that, I did that in the vanilla playthrough, but fusion reactors come online for good measure. Just give us a little bit of extra bonus fame right there at the end. And then this is just like pure screenshots here. Beautiful, just pure screenshots. The red planet and humankind, and finally the end of the game. We did just like bury the opponent. We got 7,000 fame in the end of that end section and got to space. I think it was like turn 85 or something like that. Book 3, feedback, or what is missing. So, the treachery of images, graphs and denouement. If Amplitude ever watches this, I want answers. It feels like Horatio has a direct reference to the treachery of images at 39 seconds into its intro. It says this is not a game. I can't imagine that that's not a reference to treachery of images, but I don't know, whatever. In a certain sense, consider this part introduction to the feedback, part graph dump and dissection, a way for us to get the ball rolling in regards to making this a useful tool for understanding humankind, even if it does not convince you to love it and hate it as I do. First, our base dump. So this is just going to be like a giant block of stuff. There's also a buttload of links down below. If you like links, then you'll love this document for some reason. Not a ton to notice or note here, except that our self-imposed pacifism did actually cost us a little fame. We actually easily could have scored a few points in the military bucket if we'd gone to war after Orange, because we needed just like 2 more units to kill. But I wanted to see if we could win still without even working under the pressure of a massive fame deficit, because you see we were like way behind for most of the game. I do wish that we had tools in the game to more cleanly grow the graphs. Like if we could zoom in, that would be really sweet. And then also if we could predict the graphs against each other, project them against each other, that'd be really fun. To see how they evolved and changed over time. But the graph tells the story I basically expected. Because fame through era stars costs you growth to generate, hyper-fixating on them is as the only path towards victory hampers your own ability to win. You don't necessarily need to be as monomaniacally obsessed with progress as we were in this game. I think we clicked it like late once maybe. We really just click through every single time. And if you enjoy the effort of figuring it out if it's worth your time to spend one more turn here and there to snowball up while simultaneously farming fame, I think there could be situations where that strategy might make sense, maybe even in multiplayer. We'll have to find out how good players behave when they are behind in fame and someone else is trying to close the game out with spaceships. Maybe they just attack. That said, the mechanics of the game are built to encourage this gameplay in a way that I think produces a mostly good Ludonarrative. So I'd rather see the rest of the game systems align with its core mechanics like fame, era, etc., than see those mechanics be discarded entirely. I think the fundamentals of the game are good. I think the way that the game understands those fundamentals are where the miscommunication issues come from. Some of the graphs are uninteresting enough that I really don't think we need to necessarily dump them in here. Like here are just a bunch of links if you wanted to see what's going on in the graphs at the end of this game. But there's really only like one that kind of matters. So that said, people who have a habit of not clicking on random hyperlinks in Necronomicons, I can't blame you, though how you are here amidst all of this defies understanding. Explain yourself. I think there's really only one that is of prime importance for us to look at and utilize as good tools for feedback. So we're going to do it. We're enabling underlining and bolds as an option. Where we begin in regards to understanding the game is here at the end of it. We know our own actions, but in a sense we can never truly know the actions of the Empire without sitting behind the screen from their own respective seats. That said, the archaeological evidence of their actions is something that the game can describe to us. So here they've shown us the cities map. The AI desperately needs to get up to speed on more cities. Bruno fixes this in VIP by just rebalancing the way that cities and city cap works and all that stuff, but on vanilla, this is offensive behavior that is going to hurt anyone's attempt to learn the game. As a pedagogical tool, it is critical that the AI in any 4X understand the power of extra production queues. We must do whatever we can to help the AI in this regard first and foremost. It does not matter what the other graphs tell us, as this tells us a very clear and specific story, one backed up by the map at the end of the game. The AI does not understand or respect one of the most fundamental laws of any 4X out there. If more cities is an option, you must consider it as a strategy. Even if the goal of the game is to allow tall builds or strategies to compete with a wide strategy, wider simply tends to be a more natural growth pattern most games produce, and having an AI which the player will 100% look for feedback. Like I have played multiplayer with people who are new to the game too, and unfortunately they have been lied to by the game, and their hundreds of hours of gameplay can get them moving in the right direction, but their meta considerations on how to play tend to struggle a lot in the mid and late game because of the lack of feedback. And that misleads the player into thinking that you can just have 3 cities forever and be fine, and that's a grotesque misrepresentation of humankind's mechanics. Are the +1 city cap texts supposed to be nonsense? I don't think so. No, this behavior makes absolutely no sense, but solving the problem is a complex one. It could very well be the case that the AI is programmed to attempt to leverage influence to produce growth. After all, if the influence could be used to add a widget factory, it accomplishes more stepwise growth to make more widget factories, so you can make more widget factories and snowball, etc. If this is the case, creating a weighted time signature every turn sitting below cap is plus 50 fat boy points to try to make another city. That encourages the AI to save influence for making more cities feel absolutely necessary. It also might not be a bad idea to borrow some of Bruno's math in regards to giving us influence for sitting under city cap in order to also balance the way that wonders in their own cost scale against how many cities that you have. But honestly, I think you can talk to a variety of modders for inspiration and advice how to solve this problem. You can solve the problem kinda by making conquering cities harder, and I'm not universally opposed to that either, but the Ludonarrative of the classical period is literally in the intro for the era, so if you make waging war too cumbersome or annoying, you are backstabbing the player. Not to mention that if you're making a historical game where warfare doesn't work, I don't think you understand history. That's just the way. That's just what it boils down to. The problem of assessing the other graphs then is kind of impossible. The issue could be very easily as simple as addressing the logic problem that the AI has in regards to just a few key things: more cities, more effort to make progress through the era, more focus on ways to keep as many competitive tasks, resources competitive by using weights scaling off of turns. No one should ever feel like they are doing the right thing by hanging way behind the AI, and an AI that respects that and attempts to move forward would make the game's difficulty scale very naturally in response to human player behavior. That is ultimately where I think humankind's balance should aim to be, should aim to operate in. Way too often I see lukewarm to dangerously harmful takes that somehow balance changes must operate with either competitive or casual players in mind. In my experience and opinion, literally the only balance changes worth seriously considering are those that benefit both. That is precisely why I will tirelessly advocate for an AI that does not rely on plus widget bonuses to cheat its way into a healthy economy, but rather for an AI that will show the player what is going on in the game, how to view its systems and interact with them, and learn how they function. If a tutorial cannot achieve this method on its own, making the game into a living tutorial is my philosophical goal. That said, this book, the remainder of this is going to be absolutely grotesque. This is not an AAR anymore. If you want to see things and use other parts of your brain, you're out of luck, friends. This is oops, all text. Alright, part 2, the environment. While playing Humankind, the biggest issue I have is the nature of conflict within the game. The game's interpretation of conflict seems limited in scope in ways that constrict the construction of an interesting ludonarrative. We have virtually limitless metaphysical philosophers musing on the concept of human versus human, or human versus the environment, or human versus the self in various languages, and while I don't feel like we need to really accept anything as being true historically within the language of the game, I think it does the game well to bold and underline the power of importance of the environment upon humans. Whether you're a dialectical materialist or a dialectical idealist or a normal person who has no idea what I'm talking about now, and now your brain is starting to curdle, I think it's impossible to make a 4X game that communicates well with the player if it completely ignores the influence of environments on humans. How granular you wish to get kinda should end up being a function of how complicated you want your game to feel. And given that I'm pretty sure Humankind aims to be accessible, to be an accessible game that even 4X newbies can play and enjoy, adding too many layers of complexity that means nothing is effectively hostile architecture. That said, if exploitations added more widgets, or if city infrastructure added larger widget bonuses, or didn't increase the costs of things, the power of districts could remain the same, highlighting the power of building stuff, but still allowing for a more organic economy to exist. I went into fairly minute detail on how I'd like the chopping economy to operate on 3.3, which is Apocalypse the Trees, but I think that's really only the tip of the iceberg. I don't know if I remember to underline this last time or not, but as critical design space, we must find a way to create a Tragedy of the Commons problems, competitive style quests a la Endless Space 2 somehow. I promise you won't regret it. Like, that has to be good for the gameplay. I don't think the precise form of this matters so much as the presence of the thing, as you can even create them as pseudo-random events that pop up from time to time to add an unpredictability element to scoring in organic ways that respond to the board. And I'm not reading any of these like footnotes other than this one, but like, before anyone says competitive players would never tolerate a game where randomness that can contribute to victory, here's a link to Magic the Gathering. Like, I don't know what you're doing, guys. Imagine the power, the height of Magic. Speaking of the height of Magic, the reason that this is even here under discussion is because I love the Rite of Spring section in Fantasia, so although I'm tempted to break form and include a screenshot, that's not what we're doing here. There's a volcano in Rite of Spring. It drives me mad with wonder. I think it does well for a game to create feast-famine cycles for the player, as this can allow the player to highlight risk management. If the game warns them in obvious ways, hey, food production is insanely high around that giant smoking mountain, I wonder if I should settle there, I think there are very easy ways to give people more resources in return for accepting higher risk. Balancing this is something I have neither the skill nor ability to do. For that you need just a much larger N of players, but there are lots of clean ways to communicate this in the game, especially the early game. Food is much higher here around this river. Hey, oh no, the river diverted and now everyone is starving to death because relocating infinite peasants without good roads is a humanitarian crisis. Oh, awesome, a cultural hero has invented a dam system that helps mitigate the disastrous consequences of our silting river. We also invented forms of grain storage to help when a harvest fails. This isn't hard to conceptualize, and I really do not think it needs to be controversial, so long as the system is transparent, communicates well with the player, and helps them remember stuff from like 6th grade social studies. Something akin to environmental crises are absolutely critical. I think they add a lot of texture in the early and mid game. The reasoning behind needing organic methods for slowing down the player, giving them conflict to solve within themselves and their own empire, is pretty obvious when it comes to pacing the game out. Walker, just don't bulldoze an AI and have more cities and complain about it. Honestly, what is wrong with you? Imagine instead that these crises operated like crises in Stellaris, triggered by player actions in ways that are once controllable and predictable, while not being perfectly observable. The player would be forced to divert resources to risk management, meaning you can be far more creative when offering the players ways to feel powerful, ways to not necessarily experience perfect power fantasy, but the burden and glory of statecraft. Imagine a world where cultures gained 2 legacy traits instead of a single LT. Passive bonuses are easily the most accessible method of demonstrating power to a newer player in any 4X. Line go up. Eyes will innately be drawn to the idea of being able to get more resources out of the current form and structure of their empire through organic processes. If cultures could have one environmental bonus on exploitation LT and a bonus for leveraging more pops, or a discount on military units and a bonus to jobs via districts, or other similar combinations of tools for snowballing that create complementary and conflicting tensions for the player, my brain will explode. The highest praise. These numbers need to be organized in a fashion that represents whatever the Ludonarrative is intended to be, but I must imagine Sisyphus is happy and that humankind wants people to always be thinking about the draft. This may be entirely illusory, but given how critical the draft and fame system and the eras, including the Neolithic, are to the strengths of the game, I will relentlessly pursue ways to experiment and improve the experience of all of these systems whenever possible. As an ideological position, I am opposed to their destruction. On the note of the environment, one thing that I know Bruno intentionally does, and I must imagine that any sufficiently passionate modder is also doing, not to highlight that VIP is better, it's just the one that I have the most experience with, because Bruno's always here, interpreting the will of the creator, is to adjust mechanics to align with existing AI behaviors, balancing the game in a way that punishes the player or AI when they click on things like whipping is very silly nonsense. Whether you like his numbers or design or not, we need plus tempo tools in the game to work. Hurting a player for trying to learn is insanity, which is the alternate name of this document. Let's go. Additionally, if the AI cannot use a core mechanic like scouting due to map blindness or combat due to bugged autos, the AI cannot play the game and is a destructive pedagogical element. We are better than that, I hope. The AI is the most living element of the environment in any 4X. Let it make the game feel less empty. Let it play. I could go on, but honestly, these essays do not need to be 15-page screeds. Let's talk about weaponizing the passions of the player base in creative and destructive ways. So, part 3, Levee en masse, multiplayer/modding. This is such a... Why did you write this, Walker? You are crazy. Part 3, Levee en masse. The passions of the 4X gamer are effectively unbounded after a certain point. There are few genres that do such a good job of conjuring and binding daemons than the 4X. The fundamental object of the genre is too complex to summarize as attracting only a certain type of player, and ultimately I hope anyone passionate about the genre would like it to be more economically sustainable for developers to make more of them, and more content for more of them, either to help engender innovation or at least to create and support healthy competition between developers. This requires new people constantly flowing into the communities in question. How a developer interacts with the player base is complicated by the diversity of thoughts and feelings that you can encounter, and further complicated by the intensity of some of the people involved. No one defends their game so much, with as much ferocity as a 4X gamer. No one aims to destroy even the things they love so much as an impassioned 4X gamer. We are beautiful, we are horrible, we are the product of the genre, and produce the genre in turn. I think it's inherently an impossible task to attempt to navigate all of this on your own. Only the smallest of communities can survive without leveraging the power of the community for its own propagation. Especially in the art form of games, an enormous amount of economic value is generated and derived from an engaged community. DLCs can allow the developers to exploit their player base if it is done in an unethical fashion, but it can just as well allow the players invested in a game to continue to use the fruits of their labor to support the things they love. One of the things that is difficult to economize if it is not more completely understood as a philosophical object is multiplayer. To summarize all my thoughts on the matter, please make sure the netcode is good enough that a few friends can play with each other and have fun without getting frustrated by disconnects or desyncs, or honestly do not bother. That's where I stand in regards to multiplayer. I love it. I want it to be good in every 4X that exists, but it has to be playable by people who are not willing to, desync, resync. No one except for the insane people are going to like that, and that's going to just, as I say here, even as someone who has floated in various pseudo-competitive spaces for various 4Xs over the last gazillion years, I exist there simply to learn so that I may teach. No matter how the game is designed, it is very difficult for me to conceptualize any 4X as a competitive game, simply due to the length, but the community of players who will want to explore the game as a social element of their lives is incalculably larger than some developers seem to think. Unfortunately, it is kinda a chicken and egg problem, where if the netcode is terrible, it will result in no one playing it except for the unwell, such as myself. Which will result in developers saying, see, I told you no one likes multiplayer, what a waste. If it sucks to play multiplayer, yeah, that's a waste of resources. Do not bother. Make multiplayer fun for normal people to play. The more passionate group, though, who can help bridge the gap between casual and competitive, between creative and min-maxing monster, between the various infinite combinations of humans that can represent a 4X fanbase that any developer must weaponize, are the modders. Modded content is complicated to make on YouTube due to... let's finish this up. Modded content is complicated to make on YouTube due to the nature of the viewership for most games. Vanilla will simply be the most familiar with most players most of the time. I do wonder what percentage of the player base plays Humankind Modded, and assume that Amplitude probably is tracking this with a data nerd that they had on the Amplifiers stream. But I'd be really surprised if it's more than 10% of people playing Modded, and I really wouldn't be surprised if it's more like 1%. But modding itself is the ultimate expression of an artist. I'm sure there are jokes in here all over the place. Oh yeah, I'm sure there is an in sync. This is the way it is. Not all art need be recognizable. A bunch of spreadsheets and careful testing and horrifying math might not be describable as art when removed from an object, but as an extension of the game and the passions of the human aiming to understand it or change its form, it is at the very least an expression of love, but more than that, it can be inspiring. I know some of Bruno's math has already made it into vanilla Humankind along the way, like the starvation math, the dust economy, inflation math disappearing from the money buyout. And while yes, one can simply say, if you love VIP so much, why don't you scrape it off the canvas and roll it into a tiny little ball and eat it? But to reiterate, I do not think that Bruno's work is the only one offering value to the community. Modding is a great platform. It is a great platform to talk about modding, though, in terms of VIP and resource allocation as a developer. Imagine a world where you could click a few times in mod tools to change significant numbers around as balance testing. Imagine the savings in terms of labor in-house when looking at the next patch. Making a game maximally moddable as a foundational element is critical to weaponizing the passions of the 4X player base. Let us destroy the game. Let us create the game. Let us roll around in it and throw shreds of it in the air. Let us add weighting systems to the AI. Let us create events. Let us test borderline different economic systems to explore the limits of the astral plane that you've given us. Let us inspire you, just as the game has inspired us in turn. To put it simply, if you have the resources to make the game as moddable as humanly possible with as little knowledge of coding as humanly possible, you not only make the modding accessible and equalize the creative playing field, you can unleash the passions of the sans-culottes to conquer Europe. What could possibly go wrong? I get that some suit somewhere is sweating about the democratization of wills that I advocate for. Good. Let us pursue truth and freedom. Give us the tools we need to help you learn more about your own game, and it will be a stronger game for it. I promise. And then we're almost done. Oh my god, guys. I only had to skip a little, 10 pages accidentally, so I really could have done it, and we could have done this in 6.5 hours instead of 6, but whatever. Part 4, patch notes. I promise that the fact that this section is itself a patch because I added this as a patch later. It's not really intended to be part of the form as art thing that we are doing here. I'm probably just going to be working on the Hegel section for the next 3 months, but honestly, I need it to be long enough that it is itself confusing as an object. But there's an important conversation I think we all need to have here, and it is one about studio communication with the players, not game communication, but studio. If you play enough games from one developer, just like if you see enough paintings by the same artists or words written by the same author, you will begin to see the developer themselves in their games. Sometimes the identity is more direct and specific and clear. Self-portraits are incredibly upfront with identity, but even within more complicated systems like games, you can still see what it is the developers care about, what it is they think they need, what it is they hope you'll enjoy. Playing a game is at once a constant form of communication with code and systems and rules, while also being an indirect link to the mind or minds of the creators of that code. That said, it is also sort of like a Goya Black period painting. How much you can truly learn about the developers through their choices is inseparable from who you are as an observer. What you look for might tell you more about yourself than the actual goal of the project. Patch notes should highlight what the problems are they are trying to solve first and foremost, and in a fashion that is easily understood by anyone trying to read them. If your patch notes are ever just a giant dump of text and numbers, those patch notes are useless as an object. The most important element of continued support for a game is continued support and feedback from the community. So empowering the community to understand just what the hell you're doing or what you're thinking is critical. I don't care if the patch notes are 35 pages long because you worked hard and did a lot of thinking. Show me that, and help the average consumer to not be intimidated by just using spoiler tags or, like, you know, a Google Doc to, like, write up notes for the people who are invested. But, like, you need to help us understand what you're thinking, not just Amplitude, but, like, every 4X developer who releases patch notes without notes deciphering the patch notes is making those patch note dumps pointless to interact with, because we don't know what feedback you, the studio, are listening to, and that's what you can put there in a good set of patch notes. Most people don't need to see all of the math anyway, and making the math accessible through spoilers and contextualizable and digestible by breaking it into parts is exactly what you must do if you care about your community. I don't know what % of people are active on Discord or Reddit, or even how to determine those things scientifically, as there are a meaningful number of players who own games but never really play them. Look at all the complete the tutorial Steam achievement numbers sometimes on, like, every game. It will blow your mind. But it seems like patch notes are easily the most important form for the developer to interact with their audience. A lot of people who will not want to dwell in the dark corners of the internet for various reasons, but anyone who's an invested player, anyone who's an invested enough player to want to know what is happening to their game is going to either read the patch notes or interact with content interpreting said patch notes. The less we have to leave up to chance there, the better. Keep risk management to the games themselves. Make sure everyone understands what these fixes are meant to do, and we can help you understand if you've taken our feedback the wrong way. And then here's just, like, the end of the document. We made it, everybody. And now anyone who is attempting to read this, you can start here. You can start with the foreword if you want. It's a little spoilery, but only a little bit. I hope that first and foremost, anyone having read all of this or intending to read it all is fundamentally offended by the format of the document, if absolutely nothing else. Walker, honestly, this could have been an email or at least a few videos. Think, Mark! I think we are all our own best and worst critics, and reading over it, I am left with my own critical view of it, the post-mortem, critiques that might seem offensive in some lights, but I cherish nonetheless. As a result, this will be our last image, updated if I feel like the tenor of my critique of the document changes to meet my changing needs from it. Hope you had fun. But I just decided to, like, go crazy with this. What if it were a poster reviewing an object like a movie theater? And then I just started thinking, well, you know, I hear people talking about critics raving, but I don't think I've ever heard anyone reinterpret critics raving into madman raving. So critics are raving, indigestible, raw. I tried to eat this and I regret it. I read this to my kid and they fall asleep after 10 words max. Explain yourself. So that's the post-mortem, everybody. Like I said, I skipped the feedback or like the footnote jokes and, like, accidentally skipped part of stop at nothing, but I'll just scroll through it so in case anyone wants to see pretty pictures. But I think that's it, unless anybody has any specific questions here in regards to like gameplay. I think Humankind is awesome. I think we've already seen a couple of people come by who disagree with that, and I don't think that they are wrong to not get the game, because there are really very few people, I think, who get the game, and I think that is Amplitude's fault for having an interface that does not work for communicating with humans. And I think if they fix the UI and the AI and provide more information and feedback to people within the game itself in a tutorial that does a much better job of onboarding the player in regards to helping them discover the fundamentals of the game, and then kind of like the way that this AAR itself works, just gradually fall away, right? The tutorial should just be a parent trying to teach someone how to ride a bike. At first, you've got your hands on the handlebars, and they've got like their little training wheels and stuff. But eventually, if they are to learn, you must let go, and that's where you kind of just need to build your game, I think, in regards to creating a 4X that communicates well with your player base. All right, well, we did it, everybody. I think that's it. That's Walker for the Post-Mortem Mortician's Cut here on We Play Games. So I'll go through and add chapters once this is done in YouTube Studio. But for now, that's